anyone see Carlos upstairs? Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz,
Here.
Councilmember Leon,
Present.
Councilmember Bacaba,
Here.
Councilmember Meeks,
Here.
Councilmember Fessel,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz,
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Do we have any additions or deletions to our closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you please call forward any public speakers we have to address our closed session agenda?
Mayor, we do have one public comment in person, Sandy Lazo, to address the City Council on closed session item number 2.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. AFSCME would like to thank you for the recent additional authorization related to our proposal addressing compaction with IBW subordinates. Also, thank you to HR for working with us to ensure our calculations are correct. Our revised proposal, which was provided to each of you, meets the additional authority threshold. In fact, we were able to remove 7 classifications and 9 positions to reach this agreement. Regarding base pay, all positions were calculated at base pay. We want to let you know there's only one position that has an IBEW subordinate that receives rubber glove and high voltage and is part of their base pay. These are the folks that are up on the poles right now addressing a current power outage. And our AFSCME supervisor has been overseeing the IBEW employees to ensure the power is restored safely and as soon as possible. This AFSCME supervisor has been up for over 24 hours, and he is still at work today. However, this proposal has 36 other people. Therefore, AFSCME humbly requests approval of our revised proposal, Part 1 and Part 2, before you in closed session to finalize and ratify at the next City Council open session. And as you look to your historic vote to move Disney forward tonight, please also move our employees forward. Thank you.
And Mayor, that concludes our in-person comments, and noting for the record, we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you, Clerk. We will now close public comment on the closed session agenda, and we are going to recess into closed session. Thank you.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Test, mic test, mic test.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm going to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Wacalva.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
I am here.
And I believe Councilmember Leon.
And the man of the hour.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
So the first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered tonight by Pastor James Bove from Calvary Chapel in Anaheim. Then following that, Councilmember Rubalcaba will lead us in the flag salute. Can you please start, Pastor Bove, when you are ready?
Yes, first of all, thank you so much, Mayor Aiken and distinguished council members for the work that you do in the service in our community. We can't imagine the weight of your responsibility and the decisions you have to make, and it's just, personally, I'm just so appreciative. With that, let's go ahead and pray. This is from Matthew 6, 9 through 15, the Lord's Prayer, and I'm going to say some prayers in between as well. In this manner, therefore, pray, said Jesus. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And Lord, we recognize our own frailty and inability, that we are limited in our ability to make decisions, and we can only know so much. But you know all, and you are wise, infinitely wise. So we ask for your wisdom in the decisions that will be made tonight. Give us this day our daily bread. God, we ask for provision for our city. We pray for the budgetary decisions, that you would just lead, guide, and direct in all those decisions made. And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. We thank you for your grace that you've poured out on us, and we pray that we would extend that same grace to others. And do not lead us into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. We pray your protection over our city and each council member personally, and all of, Lord, our police and our fire department, Jesus, each one. For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Congratulations to Teresa on this incredible recognition. And know that, at least for us as a council, you are City Clerk of the Year every year.
Thank you so much. It's incredible to be recognized, and it's such an honor to be recognized to do something you truly enjoy and be recognized for being recognized for something you truly enjoy and have a passion, and that's me serving the residents of Anaheim. And thank you so much for the city council and the mayor for recognizing me, supporting me, having your trust and confidence in me, and serving as a city clerk and serving the residents of Anaheim. I have a great opportunity to work with an outstanding executive team that has the passion and commitment to do the same thing for each of the residents. And I just have to say, I have the most outstanding city clerk team. You'll see them out there outside collecting cards. When you call our office, they answer our phones, and it's without them that they have the same passion I do, and it's serving our residents and really giving a class one team effort to each resident that calls, and just giving the number one city clerk's team, if I can say, for the city of Anaheim. So thank you so much.
So next on our agenda are recognitions that are going to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Yes, Mayor, we do have several this evening, recognizing April 14th through the 20th as California Mosquito Awareness Week, recognizing April 2024 as National Poetry Month, recognizing the month of May 2024 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, recognizing May 2024 as Jewish American Heritage Month, also recognizing Older Americans Month, as well as Water Awareness Month. And we do have a representative accepting for California Mosquito Awareness Week, and if they can please step forward at this time.
Thank you so much. To our esteemed mayor and our council members, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is McQuell Jacobs. I am honored and pleased to be here to represent California, the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Awareness District. And once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to recognize this month and to recognize the week of April 14th through 20 as California Mosquito Awareness Week. The goal of this week is to help teach people all the simple, easy measures that they can do to protect themselves and their families from mosquitoes. We continue to do this as an organization every day, but your recognizing of this helps bring an awareness to the vital role that vector control plays in everyday safety. We strive to continue to do everything that we can to serve our community here in Orange County, especially here in Anaheim. And once again, just thank you so much for everything that you do to elevate and support all of the work that we do in vector control. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
And we do have Wendy Van Camp accepting for National Poetry Month, and if she could step forward.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am, hold on, here we go. I am Wendy Van Camp, and I am your Anaheim Poet Laureate. I have been serving as your Poet Laureate for 2 years. I'm in the last 2 weeks of my term, and I was asked to come here because there Still busy getting my successor ready. Anyway, it's been, if you'll excuse the expression, Mr. Toad's wild ride on the job. I have put together 2 major events at Anaheim Central Library called Indie Author Day. This takes place in the month of November. It is an event where we had a writing conference, we had a book fair, we had authors and poets reading, and in our second one, we even had instructors coming in giving free classes to the public. Everything was free. Most of the people that came said they were surprised at the quality. They would expect to pay for something like this, but no, we put it on for them pro bono. I also have been teaching poetry classes in the Anaheim library system. I've taught in 5 of them altogether. I kind of do it on a regular basis, maybe every other month, whatever. It's been going pretty well. My last one was just a week ago, where I taught a class on creating chapbooks at Anaheim Central Library. I also basically support the Anaheim Open Mic, which is a monthly event at Central Library. We have been slowly building a poetry community at Central Library. It started with basically nothing. I'm afraid our city was kind of known as a death zone for poetry. But through hard work, we have slowly been building our own poetry base, training and teaching, and proudly, we now have a really good group of people out there. Last year, I produced Anaheim Poetry Review, which is an anthology of poetry for our local poets. I believe this one had 24 poets in it. I did nominate for a Pushcart Prize and Best of the Net award for our poets in the anthology, which is something they could put onto their CV. But otherwise, the anthology is not for sale. What I do instead is I print out copies for the poets so that they have something to maybe give to grandma or whatever. But I put it on our website, which is AnaheimPoetry.com. And not only can you see a PDF of this book there, you can also hear a reading via podcast of our poets. We are planning to do a second edition. Our launch party is on the 24th at Central Library. I do invite all of you to come if you're interested. However, I will also be sending a physical copy to your offices, so if you're curious and you want to have a look at it, you'll be able to do so. And finally, I usually read a poem, if you'll indulge me. It is a short one. As many people in the city know, I am a survivor of Cushing's disease. 7 years ago, I was diagnosed, and I was told I had about 4 years to live unless I underwent some brain surgeries, which the outcome was very iffy. However, I'm happy to say I have gone through the surgeries, I have recovered. I'm mildly disabled, but I'm still going strong, and I'm happy to be standing before you here. This poem is called I Am the Moon-Faced. It was recently published in the San Diego Poetry Annual, and it is inspired by my experience with Cushing's disease. I am symmetrical ugliness. As body organs disintegrate, my shape becomes enormously round. In endless waves of cortisol, my cheeks, my nose, my lips flatten, my face into a disc, round as Luna. People turn away in disgust, not seeing beyond my huge lump of flesh created by long-term Cushing's disease. I am the moon face. In a hospital theater, the surgeon's knife slices to the base of my brain, removing its tumorous passenger. Each month, I feel slightly younger. My blood pressure, my memory, my strength normalizes. New creativity blossoms in my mind. Our modern medicine heals all, but endless joint pain dulls my soul. as months of confinement stretch into years. The moon face remains. Unexpected violent vertigo sends me crashing across the room, a strange sign of my healing. In the blur of pain, I am transformed. My fingers, my thigh, my head concussed as I break through my cocoon. My true self emerges at last, a heart-shaped face of glowing health. Is that me in the mirror? The moon face is gone. Stepping into the sunlight, I return to the real world, granted extra years of life. Smiling students see me, my words, my ideas, my love welcomed. I am hugged by excited friends. I am the same person within, realizing no one truly sees me, only the flesh presented to the world. Inside, I am still the moon face. Thank you. I was asked if I wanted a photo, I should ask for it, if that is okay.
Of course.
Thank you. I'm not sure how to get down there, but we'll figure it out. This way? Okay.
Mayor and City Council, we do have representatives for the remaining proclamations as well. We do have a representative for the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, if they can please step forward.
Hello, esteemed council, everyone here. Thank you so much for celebrating Asian American and Pacific Heritage Month with us. My name is Nikki Uwe. I am the Stop the Hate Program Manager over at the Orange County Asian and Pacific Islander Community Alliance. OCAPICA, for short, is a nonprofit based in Garden Grove, California that services all of Orange County. And our mission is to really uplift the lives of our Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander communities here in Orange County. We're blessed to have such a huge community here in Orange County, from our Korean, our Vietnamese populations, our Chinese populations, to even our smaller groups, our Marshallese, our Tongan, Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander populations. There's in fact a great population of Hawaiians here in Anaheim itself, Filipinos here in Anaheim, and our belief is that by uplifting our communities, we're uplifting all the communities that we're grateful to have the opportunity to live, work with, and grow alongside. So thank you for supporting our communities. In the next month, May, there will be tons of activities. So please do invest, support, come out, and hopefully just get to know your AAPI community members. Thank you so much.
And I believe we should have a representative from the Jewish Federation of Orange County.
Esteemed Mayor Aitken and council members, thank you very much for recognizing our community today. I am Eric Ludwig. I am the CEO and president of the Jewish Federation of Orange County. And I want to thank you for honoring Jewish American Heritage Month on behalf of our community. I would also be remiss if, however, I didn't note the urgent challenges our community faces. Recent data from Groundswell highlights an unsettling rise in anti-Semitism locally, naming the Jewish community as Orange County's primary target for religious-based hate. This trend has worsened globally after the tragic events of October 7th, with a reported 360% surge in anti-Semitic incidents in the United States, according to the Anti-Defamation League. In light of this, I invite each of you to stand with us actively, to please be upstanders, not bystanders. We count on your voices against anti-Jewish sentiment to foster an inclusive and democratic society. May this resolution mark a commitment to solidarity with the Jewish people of our community and a united stand against all forms of hate. Thank you again for this honor. I would love a photo.
Mayor and City Council, we do have Maureen Richardson from our Senior Citizens Program to accept for Older Americans Month.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Maureen Richardson, and I am the Community Services Supervisor for the city's Active Older Adult Program. I'd like to take this moment to thank you for recognizing the month of May as Older Americans Month in Anaheim. Older Americans Month is a time to pause and acknowledge the contributions of past and current older adults that have contributed so much to those who have served and defended our country. Through their vast life experience and wisdom, older adults bring cultural and historical knowledge, guide our younger generations, and improve our community. This year, the national theme is Powered by Connection, with a focus on connecting older adults with local services that can help them overcome the obstacles to achieving and maintaining meaningful relationships, in turn preventing isolation and loneliness. We hope to play a vital role through our Active Older Adult programs and services at each of our community facilities throughout Anaheim. Thank you again for your recognition and your support.
And Mayor City Council, the last recognition, Water Awareness Month. We do have David Kim from Public Utilities, the Principal Civil Engineer.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is David Kim. I'm a Principal Engineer for Anaheim Public Utilities. We'd like to appreciate your recognition of May as a Water Awareness Month. In order to help Anaheim community use water wisely, we offer a number of programs and services. They include free water use evaluations, as well as rebates for irrigation devices, high-efficiency appliances, and turf removal. We will be hosting a Water Awareness Month celebration with 4th and 5th grade students from local elementary schools so that they can learn about the importance of water at an early age. We hope everyone can join us at the downtown Anaheim Farmers Market on Thursday, May 23rd from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. For more information, we invite everyone to join our website or visit our website at anaheim.net/bewatersmart. Thank you.
Thank you. And clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor, there are none.
And can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing our council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council except for the scheduled public hearing on tonight's agenda. This first public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment will be opened at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called to speak by the speaker card number, which is available at the bottom of the card that was given to you. At this time, I would also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other language, we please ask the city to contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our translator who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva de español a inglés también está disponible para cualquiera quien desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad, the City Clerk, cuando menos con 48 horas de anticipación antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:33 with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:03 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And then also for those that are in the lobby, outside, or in the extended area, in the planning area, please note that as you are coming in, that you'll be escorted in, and then we'll be escorted out as we are at capacity within the council chambers. And at this time, I would like to call the first speakers to step forward. We do have Mayor and City Council. We have 4 cards addressing consent calendar items, and the first speaker, if they can please step forward, is Mark Richard Daniels.
Good evening, everyone. Over the years, I've come to this platform and proclaimed myself the chairman of the Teresa Bass Fan Club, and I know she knows that, and I say that with all honesty because if you ever were to put a picture next to public servant, in the dictionary. Teresa Bass would be the picture you would put. And the state of California, city clerks have seen what we already know. They've witnessed what we already know. And there's never been anybody that I can see that went through the last few years of the tumultuous former mayor and all the cronies, and her office had to hold steady and hold everything together in that time frame. And you could see it on her face, but with the professional that she is, she would ride through it. You know, she would get us all through it, and it was such a terrible time. And I would propose to you, as a council mayor, to the pedestrian bridge that goes from the second floor over to the parking garage, the Teresa Bass pedestrian bridge. I'm not kidding, even if I have to go up there. And also, I would ask for a picture, but I know due to time, I'll take a selfie. Teresa Bass, if you're... Thank you so much. Thank you, Teresa, for your friendship. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dwayne Roberts.
I'm Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com. First, I want to congratulate Teresa Bass for the award she received from the City Clerks Association. As one of Teresa's biggest customers, I want to thank her for all the good work her office has done for me. Second, I want to say it looks like my exposure of the 1,400 unit affordable housing complex that the Walt Disney Company is planning to build in Orange County, Florida, has created quite a stir. I don't have time to talk about everything, but I find this company's responses to my narrative interesting. In some cases, it appears they try to be dismissive of the Florida project. For example, in an undated letter that a senior VP of Walt Disney World sent to a city planner, she tried to downplay the significance of this $350 million venture by arguing their contribution in both places will be roughly the same. So what? Regardless of what their actual contribution is, it is undeniable this complex is a massive undertaking. Disney used their power to bring together the resources necessary, including recruit a developer with private investors to make it happen. None of this changes the fact the $30 million they offer us for affordable housing is a puny sum. Let's be honest, if Disney was as highly motivated here as they are in Florida, they would do the same thing right in their own backyard and make it become a reality. Finally, in previous remarks, I've urged this body to ask Disney for more. What is more? Well, that's easy. The Florida project has established a benchmark by which to guide your decision. Its estimated cost is about $350 million. Taking into consideration their operations that state are a little more than twice the size here, just cut that dollar amount in half. For Anaheim, more would be anywhere between $300 and $175 million. I will leave it to your discretion as to what that will ultimately be. To be quite frank, I can't see why Disney wouldn't want to toss more money into the pot for affordable housing. Sweetening this deal a bit would be a major public relations victory for them, besides being the right thing to do. And it won't hurt them. If this company can spend $1 billion to create Star Wars land, they can cough up some additional cash to help us build more housing that will prevent seniors from becoming homeless. I thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Our next speaker, Sandra Caceres.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am here again. Mi nombre es Sandra Cázares y vivo aquí en Anaheim.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, if you can bring down the microphone a little bit lower.
Little bit like this. Sorry, short people issues here. Mi nombre es Sandra Cázares y vivo aquí en Anaheim. Estoy aquí nuevamente para pedirles que recuerden cuando se postularon para el puesto que les dio el asiento que tienen ustedes ahí. Estoy aquí para recordarles todas esas residencias y visitas que les hicieron a las personas y a las familias y les prometieron cambios positivos. Estos proyectos que ustedes están haciendo necesitan ser revisados más a fondo. Todo esto se remota al último escándalo que se dio en el Angel Stadium. Toda la información que están dando al público no es clara y nuevamente nos están engañando con información no clara. La vivienda accesible es la principal preocupación para mí y para muchos residentes. Todos los planes y los proyectos que tienen se enfocan en los ricos, en las corporaciones grandes y no ayuda a nuestra comunidad. Nuestras familias se están mudando, se están yendo de aquí y estamos siendo afectados. Las escuelas están siendo afectadas. Soy una mamá y mi hija está siendo afectada en su escuela porque están perdiendo maestros. Ahí donde están ustedes para ayudar. Ellos son nuestro futuro, nuestros hijos. ¿En dónde está esa prioridad para ustedes? Again, my name is Sandra Casares and I am a resident here in Anaheim. I am here again asking you to please remember when you ran for your position that got you to the seat that you will now occupy. I am here to remind you all those residential homes that you visited and all those families that you promised and you gave them hope for positive change. The projects that you were planning, they need to be reviewed a little bit furthermore. All this is circling back to the last scandal of the Angel Stadium. All the information given to the public is not clear, and we are, again, being cheated of true information. Affordable housing is the main concern for me. All these project plans are just focused on the wealthy and not on helping our community. More families are moving out and our schools are being affected. We are losing a lot of teachers. Classes are gonna be bigger. Our future is our kids. How are you guys helping with that issue? Our children are our future. This city is their future. That should be your priority. Help the schools make affordable, by making affordable housing, it will help the schools get more students. Can you put that on top of your agenda and make that better? Thank you.
Our next speaker, Rebecca Kovac-Stein.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff. Tonight, I just wanted to talk about something that was brought to my attention on Friday. There was a program, or is a program, that's about to end called the Eagleman Housing Project. There was a grant the Salvation Army in Anaheim received to house, my understanding was to house up to 50 American Indian, Alaska Natives experiencing homelessness in Orange County. I came to find out due to infighting and probably the wrong combination of committee, the program more or less fell apart, and all they wound up doing was referring whoever they were talking to other nonprofits, and that's something that, you know, even I can do. What I was hoping was, with my understanding is there's about a $10 million excess in HAP funding. Sandra Lazo had mentioned it in the last Anaheim Collaborative meeting, and I'm wondering if we can earmark maybe some of that and maybe make another go of the Eagleman Housing Project to provide maybe one or two vouchers, set-aside vouchers. I'm working currently with, and I think you all got an email from Lyndon Linkering with my name on it. I'm currently working in McKinney-Vento family, and I'm at that point where I don't know where we're gonna turn for eventual housing, so I feel I compelled CityNet to put them up in a hotel, got them off of the sex traffic Beach Boulevard. They're in a better place, got the girls enrolled in school, wanted them, you know, close to the Fenimore Place Workforce Housing Project. So as you may or may not know, I'm a pretty fierce advocate, and I feel I'm at a crossroads in my work. I've never taken on a homeless family before, but I'm imploring maybe the Anaheim Housing Authority, maybe take another look at some funding streams. Give me one, give me two set-aside vouchers for those that the Eagleman Housing Project was initially tasked to provide. They were tasked to provide up to 50. Anyways, thank you for your time tonight.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Thank you, Rebecca, and I'll talk to our team and follow up with you.
Good evening, Mike Robbins. Janine's not here. Rebecca has got 30 people in housing. Mark, our big numbers guy, doesn't seem to be in here. So if he shows up, then we'll put him up here. Anaheim is largest OC city without an affordable housing policy. Janine said, here in Anaheim, there's no shortage of development of market rate housing, whether it be apartments, condos, and single-family homes. Due to the city's lack of affordable housing mandate, developers purposely neglect to include low and very low income in the thousands of units that are currently under construction. The housing element required by the state is part of a city's general plan detailing its housing needs and how the city plans to respond to those needs. Janine said, an affordable housing mandate is crucial for the city to meet its state mandatory housing goals, and there should be a minimum requirement of 20% of every development. People in Anaheim are suffering with housing insecurity. Right now, this is a glaring truth in reality in this, one of the wealthiest cities in the county. This is not a natural disaster or an act of God. This is a man-made catastrophe born out of greed and indifference. In the words of the great American writer, Kurt Vonnegut, we're here on earth to fart around. Don't let anybody tell you any different. Well, it's time to stop farting around and start fighting for what's right. We need not to pass, you can't pass these projects without an affordable housing element of 20%. That would be the logical thing to do, no matter what you think of us or me or on any other item. This is housing, this is about affordable housing, and these people have to, it's the state mandated item, and you should work for that, not pass the projects until they have an affordable housing mandate involved in them. Thank you very much.
Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, editor of AnaheimGreece.com. Anaheim's six-cycle housing element is currently out of compliance with the state. It is not within the state's laws. It is not the only element of the general plan currently out of compliance with the state. 4 of the 7 elements in the general plan are out of compliance. Circulation, environmental justice, air quality, that's 1. Housing and land use. Circulation, environmental justice, air quality, and land use are all connected to the housing element. As long as the housing element remains out of compliance with the state, it makes it difficult for the other 3 to become compliant. The 6-cycle housing element runs in 8-year cycles. This one started October 2021 and goes to October 2029. Anaheim is waiting approval on its 3rd draft. The state has been tested on their housing policies in court. The state has won the last 5 court cases that tested their housing policy. In March, Huntington Beach was the most recent one to lose. In December, Beverly Hills. Without a compliant housing element, Anaheim is at risk of being forced by the state to improve housing development exempt from local zoning restraints. They may be larger and taller as long as at least 20% of them are affordable, 20% of the units. Anaheim could also lose access to state funding and be subject to fines and actions. This policy and the path Anaheim has chosen to not be in compliance originated in 2021 during the Sidhu years. Not much has changed. Anaheim remains on that path. The staff and council don't seem to recognize the validity of the numbers in the state's numbers. One member of the Anaheim's planning department said those are made-up numbers, computer generated. Well, if we can't go by those numbers, what numbers can we go by? And does that mean that, what about the city's numbers? Are they made up because they're computer generated? What are the margins of errors in these figures and these projections? Anaheim should take a serious look about becoming compliant with the 6-cycle housing element. That primarily means they need more affordable units. I have my papers here. I dropped some papers. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson.
Thank you.
Hi. First, we Gadflies want, everybody else said this, we want to congratulate Teresa, one of our favorite staff members, for making Municipal Clerk of the Year. Municipal Clerk of the Year, yay, Teresa. Item 11, Rankles. This is the giant car wash and 24-hour 7-Eleven taking the place of the Jaeger House and Sunkist Plaza, which we residents fought so hard against 3 years ago. But as always, the Harry Sadu Council wouldn't listen to us. Not once the developer paid Jeff Flint $130,000. Jeff Flint, who was not only Anaheim's biggest lobbyist and never registered, but also, as we know from the FBI and the jail report, coordinated all the political action committees that get the council elected. So nobody up on the dais ever said no to him, unless it was previously arranged that they'd be in the minority and had a hall pass. So after the 3 years of blight at Sunkist and Ball, the developer is getting around tonight to getting her parcel map approved. Probably she could have managed that earlier if she hadn't spent so much money hiring Jeff Flint, who, in case you were wondering, has moved to Tennessee, but will probably be joining Harry Sadu, Todd Ament, and Melahat in prison soon. Not to worry, Ball and Sunkist will have their giant car wash eventually within a mile radius from 12 other car washes in the car wash district. Thus, the reign of Sadu and his gang still casts a shadow on us. Another way the reign of Sadu continues is seen in items 9 and 10, yet 2 more new developments with no affordable housing. God forbid we make our poor developers build affordable housing with an inclusionary housing ordinance like so many hundreds of other cities do, from Newport Beach to Santa Ana to Irvine. No, in Anaheim, developers are king. Or I should say, deep-pocketed campaign contributors like developers are king. Meanwhile, there's a line of 40,000 families waiting for affordable housing in this town. I listened to Natalie a couple of meetings ago, making fun of the whole idea of inclusionary housing, calling it a buzzword. I think I know what she means. It's kind of a lame phrase which could mean anything, but it does have an agreed-upon meaning. You want to build and profit here, you have to make some of your units affordable. Natalie made fun of the consultant, Silvern, stubbornly insisting that inclusionary housing doesn't work anywhere, even as he steered her to a long list of cities where it's working, but she wasn't listening. She just wants to apparently make life as good as possible for developers in Anaheim. I can't believe she's doing this with the June recall election coming up. I wouldn't if I were her. There are other buzzwords that get thrown around a lot and could mean anything, but we kind of know what we mean by them. Words like corruption and special interests. Different people mean different things by them. To me, special interests are organizations or people whose interests are contrary to the interests of the general public. And corruption is when the special interests pay for a politician to be elected, and then that politician consistently votes the way the special interest wants. And still 40,000 people are waiting for housing in Anaheim. If only we had a company in this town that made $6.7 billion a year, that wanted something big from the city and could easily give a meaningful contribution to our affordable housing funding, rather than just $15 million now, less than they make in a day, and $15 million years later. But that is the Dumbo in the room that we're not supposed to be addressing until the public hearing. Thank you. See you soon.
Agenda items 9 and 10 are for 2 housing developments entirely lacking in affordable requirements. I get it. Those developers are a long way into their projects. They penciled out the ROI based on a formula that does not include affordable mandates, and it is unfair to change the rules this late in the game. But this city council has consistently refused to discuss a real housing mandate, and we have even heard at least one leader say we have to protect our developers. Oh yes, those poor housing developers making mega millions, selling homes with inflated price tags, backed by lawyers and lobbyists, somehow need your protection? No, those who need and deserve your protection are the everyday residents you asked to elect you. You asked to represent our interests and be our voice in City Hall. I naively thought you might stand up for my family against those with lawyers and lobbyists making millions on what they build in our backyards. Silly me. No, instead of turning these mega bucks developers to fund affordable housing to offset their market rate monstrosities, City Hall is instead considering building funds for the new housing trust by selling out my neighborhood, throwing us on the altar as sacrificial lambs so Disney will put a few pieces of silver in your collection plate because you don't want to bother the housing developers who routinely donate to campaigns. There is one thing those developers don't do to support you. They don't vote. They are not from Anaheim. They don't cast a ballot for re-election or recall or a potential citizen initiative for an entertainment tax to make up the damage City Hall also allows corporate giants to inflict on our community. My neighborhood is filled with real people who are truly frightened tonight about what the future might hold because we know we can be sacrificed in the name of the greater good. But some of you think housing developers deserve your protection. How did hometown get so backwards? Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers on agenda items. We will now move on to general comments. We do have 7 speakers to address council during this time. The first speaker being Mr. Paul Hayek.
We need to encourage the churches that want to provide shelter during inclement weather to open up their fellowship halls and allow them to bring in the homeless. And we also need to encourage the county and Mercy House and the rest of those guys. Why don't we take the old La Mesa location across from Kramer and turn into a winter shelter as a walk-in, walk-out, and let the homeless that come in help run the place? Let's try that. It's in our city, our jurisdiction. I'm going to the county with the same rhetoric. Let's help get these homeless off the street into warm shelters. That way they can feel like they can earn a living and help themselves so they don't panhandle and all the other stuff.
Our next speaker, Thomas Drennan.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I'm Thomas Drennan. I've lived in Anaheim my whole life. I'm here tonight because I'm long overdue. The officers involved are long overdue. September 25th, 2022, my father-in-law suddenly became unresponsive. He'd been in the house, Vietnam veteran suffering from ALS. The officers that responded were Officer Cortez, Officer Soto, and Officer Evanson. And I don't know where they came from or what they had been doing, but the life-saving measures they tried to perform in a hopeless case really meant a lot to the family. But more importantly, Officer Cortez stayed with us until the coroner came. And, he really made it. He was not an officer at that moment in time. He was a human being, and he was treating a family, my in-law, my wife and her brothers, with the utmost respect and dignity. All 3 officers did, and the fire department as well. It's been long overdue. I've been trying to get up here since September of that year, and it's just been the hardest thing for me to get here to say this. I also want to thank the Anaheim Police Department for the job they do. They get beat up here a lot by people who want to call them names, but yet when stuff is going down, there's gunshots fired, they're the first ones called. Without the Anaheim Police Department, I wouldn't be standing here today. I grew up on Beach Boulevard, Beach in Lincoln, didn't have money. I resorted to a lifestyle of bad things. I lived in the finest establishment in the city with the best jewelry going there. Officer Whalen and his partner, I can't remember, were undercover, and they're the ones that took me there. And on the way there, they pointed out to me my life before it got to where it be. And, about a year later, I ended up going into treatment here in Anaheim on Anaheim Boulevard, and my life has been nothing but better ever since. I know that when there's problems in my neighborhood, we call the police. I don't call other people, I don't handle it on my own. I respect them, and I don't wish their job on anybody because they get put in situations where they have to act now. And unfortunately, all the armchair quarterbacks get to sit back and point out what they would have done differently after the touchdown wasn't made. I don't envy their job at all, but I respect them, and I think the next time you don't want the police in your neighborhood, just don't call them.
Our next speaker, Devin Schmidt.
Hi, my name is Devin Schmidt. I have a letter for distribution to everyone but Leon and Akins. In a YouTube video posted on October 10, 2023 by the City of Anaheim titled Anaheim Police Department Approach to Addressing Homelessness, the video states that in the past 3 years that homelessness is down 30%. As of now, Anaheim has a homeless shelter ran by the Salvation Army that has 325 beds. The city's grand plan is to build the Center of Hope, also ran by the Salvation Army. This facility will be a permanent fixture in the community, but does nothing to fix the problem of homelessness due to the fact that it will have 79 to 80 rooms that will house single homeless residents, homeless couples, homeless families, and these are the solutions that the city has, but it won't make a dent in the escalating homelessness in the city. I have given a letter to the mayor and the member Leon, but I would like to give the rest of the council the letter as an invitation that is open to anyone at the meeting today and those who share this message. This Thursday, April 8th at 5 p.m., we will have an emergency meeting at Chaparral Park with the Anaheim PD Halo team, and bring your questions and concerns. Thank you, and I hope to see you there.
Our next speaker, Dave Everett. And following Dave is Adam Mendoza and Brian Kay.
Thanks so much. I wanted to, my name is Dave Everett. I'm with the Western Electrical Contractors Association, and we have a state-approved electrical apprenticeship program. And I wanted to speak tonight about the council's construction policy and specifically project labor agreements, or PLAs. According to the Department of Labor, 90%, it used to be 8 out of 10, now it's 90% of construction workers are non-union. So when the city enters into a PLA, which it already has for, I believe it was 5 years, it discriminates against 9 out of 10 workers. California, or Disney Forward, is potentially looking at also signing a project labor agreement. And so remember, when Disney and the city of Anaheim tell you how great this deal is, they don't mean it's great for the residents of Anaheim or the taxpayers of Anaheim. What they mean is it's good for the big labor bosses. The same big labor bosses that'll benefit from all the forced union dues that are forcibly taken from these workers' paychecks. The other people who will benefit are Anaheim City Council members who are receiving large political donations from the same big labor bosses. That's who this project benefits. There's no reason for Disney or Anaheim to discriminate against every single merit shop apprentice in Anaheim and claim that they care about workforce development when they're discriminating against every non-union apprentice. PLAs discriminate against 98% of Black and Latino construction workers, just so they can legally buy off these big labor bosses. It is discrimination to those 98% of Black and Latino-owned construction companies, and it's discrimination to the over 90% of construction workers who choose to work in a non-union environment. They choose to work in a non-union environment. We're not talking about better pay for construction workers, because all the public works construction that's part of the project, they have government-mandated wages called prevailing wage mandates. So the pay will be set by the government, not by Disney and not by labor unions. In fact, union workers will have union dues forcibly taken from their paychecks. So those union workers will actually make less money on those prevailing wage jobs. So the issue is not workforce development, and it's not making sure construction workers have good paying jobs. The issue is what benefits the big labor bosses that contribute to the Anaheim City Council members. Even the promise of a $30 million slush fund for the Anaheim council members to claim credit for creating so-called affordable housing, the affordable housing will likely be in the $500,000 to $700,000 range if past is prologue. And even that $30 million is a handout to big labor bosses because the state and Anaheim care so much about affordable housing and making housing affordable that they put extra expensive requirements for union-only labor, not just on public works, but also on most affordable housing projects. So even that is a giveaway to big labor bosses. So in closing, I'd ask Disney and Anaheim to put their politics aside and let the Anaheim taxpayers get the most bang for their buck. Anaheim needs to stop passing these discriminatory special interest deals for their political donors, known as PLAs or project labor agreements, or community benefit agreements. And Disney needs to stop giving in to the legal extortion of the big labor bosses and privately signing these special interest deals.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Adam Mendoza, followed by Brian Kay and then Matthew Duncan.
Hello, my name is actually Aaron Mendoza, not Adam, sorry. And I am a health educator representing Partners for Wellness, a local Orange County nonprofit. So today I'm here to talk to you guys about smoke-free outdoor dining and vaping in the city of Anaheim. So, dear members of the City Council, as a member of our community, I strongly advocate for smoke-free outdoor dining, which should encompass vaping in all restaurant patios, bars, nightclubs, and catering businesses. Clean air is a fundamental right for all patrons, workers, and passerby. Outdoor areas of eateries and entertainment venues should be places where everyone can enjoy fresh air without exposure to harmful second and third-hand smoke or aerosols. Implementing smoke-free policies not only promotes public health, but also enhances the social experience. It will encourage healthier lifestyles and protect the well-being of individuals, including children and those with respiratory conditions. So that's just a little letter I wrote, but in my experience, short experience working in the city of Anaheim and other cities in Orange County, I feel like this city has almost the least care, especially when it comes to vaping and our children. I feel like this is something that should be taken much more seriously, as when I go to these schools and I talk and I give these presentations about vaping and the health effects and the long-term consequences, a lot of students laugh at my face. They do not care. The teachers do not silence them. They are vaping in class, they are vaping in the bathroom, and according to statistics, approximately 22% of high school and middle school students currently use tobacco products, but I have a feeling in this city it is higher. And from the data I have collected from parents and teachers, I feel like the city of Anaheim would support an ordinance that would ban outdoor smoking and vaping. Just within about 4 miles of this building, there are 20 smoke shops currently active, and that is close to many schools as well. So that is all I want to say. Thank you.
Happy day. As we all know, there's a restraining order by Natalie Rubicalva against myself. It was because I reported a police officer for turning off his recorder, threatening to kill me the way Kelly Thomas was killed, and then saying that Polish people and Jewish people were the N-word, and she didn't want to handle that report. So it was a big surprise when my wife answered the door and not even supposed to look. Natalie was at the door asking my family to not vote her out on the recall. You know, you're smart enough to know that the voters matter. So how did she not realize that the voters mattered before then? You know, each one of us came up here and offered, you know, and not just Natalie, but Ashley, the opportunity, each one of you, the opportunity to make wise, informed decisions that would make Anaheim a safer and healthier community. And you completely ignored those. You ignored those petitions. Please understand, when each person in here, when each person either stands, leans, or sits at this podium, they're not just speaking me. I have a wife at home. I have a sister-in-law at home, a brother-in-law, his wife, their 2-year-old niece. I have a mother and father. You know, I'm blessed with all these relationships. I have a company with employees. They all have families. One of my employees has a teenage daughter. So each one of these people, in a sense, depends on me to come home with good news, to bring home enough money to contribute to the family and pay the bills. And each one of them has been impacted and affected in a very negative way by your decisions. Your decisions to ignore petitions that the people present evidence to you right here in these meetings. And instead you act on innuendo, you act on lies, you act on, we still don't even know. So when you ignore me, when you get a protective order against me, you don't just hurt me. I mean, I'm a guy, I'll live in my truck, I'll live in a cave. You affect my family, my wife, my mother, everyone I know. They're all hurt by ignoring our petitions. So each one of the people who are in here, there's thousands more, hundreds of thousands of more people out there that we represent. So please listen to us when you make decisions and communicate with us. Happy day.
Our next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Speak for yourself, don't speak for us. Speak up for yourself. And don't point at us. Speak for yourself.
You want to call you the N-word? That's what you just asked for, and that's what you have.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Duncan. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kay. Mr. Duncan, please.
My name is Matthew Duncan. I want to wish you a happy Earth Day, which will be Monday, this coming Monday, the 22nd, as our planet continues to destroy itself, or one species does anyway. Anyway, I have a couple of quick announcements. Besides Happy Earth Day, I'm happy to report that your neighbor to the north, Fullerton, voted 2 weeks ago tonight on a new coyote management plan, and this new plan included a similar plan section as you did, which involved trapping and gassing coyotes. And the good news is, we spoke to the city council. Council listened. Council actually spoke to me. I never even lived in Fullerton. But city officials called me in response to questions I had. Anyway, they voted not to adopt the new plan simply because of one reason. They did not support trapping and gassing coyotes. So that was cool. Anyway, and my last announcement is, and I'm gonna just announce it so I don't have to try to speed this up. In response to what's been going on in Anaheim, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, otherwise known as PETA, maybe you're aware of what's going on with the Fish and Game Commission. But PETA just submitted on April 1st a petition to make a couple of changes to the regulations. And the Fish and Game Commission for California creates policy for our wildlife. The members on the commission are appointed by the governor. So they're kind of an important group when it comes to wildlife. Well, PETA has submitted this petition. I'm just going to read it to you. It states, PETA is requesting that the Fish and Game Commission enact regulations that would prohibit local governments from contracting with private trappers, such as Jimmy Rizzo, to trap coyotes on public land, which is what happens in Anaheim. Number 2, PETA requests that the Fish and Game Commission amend existing regulations to prohibit the use of carbon dioxide as a killing method for coyotes, which is what Jimmy Rizzo uses. And he told me that in a phone conversation. I was unable to get that actually from any officials from Anaheim. So anyway, just as an update as to what's going on, if you haven't heard about it, you'll probably hear more in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
Outreach Homeless Ministry, City Chaplain, Security for Disney. What you got to be concerned about is your safety. Disney's one-sided, satanic, occultic, molestation, and pornography, and we've got to realize the product that Disney started out with in 1955. They started out with being satanic, and they're working things out on Disney to make things stable, but they never did get through with it. They've always got these reports to work on the conspiracy zone. They still got that satanic part of it. Now, if anybody doesn't realize, well, that's what the part that I'm working on. I have 7 notebooks, 2-inch notebooks of the reports. The stormtroopers are involved in the porn from Florida, Polk Sheriff Department. That's where that comes from. There's a lot of it there in Florida. But there was some trouble up here in trafficking, human trafficking. And they got them arrested for that problem. All the actors. And they got all arrested. I saw that when I was doing the reports of the notebooks. Then I found out who got arrested. And Bob Iser, Bob Sherpak, and Paxar, they're all still here. And we're working on the matters of where we're coming from to see what's going to be stable out of the rezoning of Disney, the remodeling of Disney compared to Florida. I've seen what Florida looks like. I went down there when I was with my dad before he died on throat cancer at 15 years old. I went to Florida that one time. When I came up here, I've been in there once or twice inside the gate of Disney. I may go back again, but there's some things I want to look at when I go there. I want to see the tunnels. That's what I'm looking for. On the conspiracy zone, it talks about the tunnels, where to find them, what mountain to go look for. And I'm going to see what I can do to find the underground trouble of Disney in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. I pray like that for you every morning.
Mr. Corkin, I'm sorry, your time is up.
If there's anything else, you know how to get in touch with me. Mayor, it's your job.
So Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our speakers
See what happens now. What you
addressing
gotta do.
council on agenda items
Speaking.
and general comments. Just to let you know, I did confirm with staff to check with those outside the council chambers to ensure that everybody that wanted to speak did come forward. So we don't have any further speakers addressing council. Noting for the record, we did have 24 general comments, and those were distributed to council as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you, Clerk. I'm going to ask my council colleagues for a little grace today. I know we have a lot of people here waiting to speak on to items that are before us. So if there is no objection, I would like to request that we move our council communications to the end of the meeting after the public hearing. Thank you. So I'm going to move on to the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
Just one quick item, Mayor, Council, and public. You'll notice that the Mayor and City Council and staff here on the dais are wearing an Anaheim Police Autism Awareness pin. And so Anaheim PD wants to recognize Autism Awareness Month ASD, autism spectrum disorder, affects millions of individuals and their families worldwide. To raise awareness of autism, the department has created an autism awareness pin to be worn by APD personnel throughout April. In addition to the department's autism awareness pins, the department is finalizing dates for an upcoming autism training for law enforcement and first responders. This program will equip our employees with the knowledge and skills to better understand and interact with individuals on the autism spectrum. The pins are not available for sale. However, APD autism awareness stickers are available for free at the police department main station front counter. Thank you, Anaheim PD.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you to the police department for sharing these autism awareness pins with us. So we're now going to move on to address our consent calendar. We have items 1 through 13 before us. Are there any council members that wish to remove an item? I will start with Council Member Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick clarification on item 12.
Thank you. Council Member Fessel?
A very quick, brief comment on item number 5, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I think that is it. Okay, wonderful. So why don't we start with item number 5? Councilmember Fessel, would you like?
Mayor, did you want to make
Oh,
a?
excuse me. I'm so sorry. Look at me.
I'll move the balance.
Thank you very much,
I'll
Councilmember
second.
Meeks. Thank you for your second. Councilmember Rubalcaba, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
And that is why you are Clerk of the Year.
Well done. So we're going to start with item number 5. Councilmember Fessel, would you like a staff report?
No, I really don't, Madam Mayor. As a matter of fact, Rudy, you don't even need to come down, but I appreciate the fact that you did. I just want to thank Public Works and all the engineering staff that is working on a number of intersections in Anaheim, especially in District 5, the La Palma and Acacia Street, which I'm sure any improvements will be appreciated by the adjoining neighborhoods. There's a few members in the audience here that live in that neighborhood, and I'm sure they're looking forward to watching dirt fly soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Where's Rudy? I just want to also thank Public Works for, first of all, going after grants to get this work done. And thank you, especially for me, for the Ball Road at Walnut Street changes that are coming. Thank you very much for working on that and moving it forward.
Thank you. With no further questions or comments, can we please move the item?
I'll move the item.
Thank you. Please vote.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item is item number 12, pulled by Councilmember Leon. Would you like a staff report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No staff report needed. I just wanted to double check with our Director of Public Works. The staff report says that we're declaring our intention to consider the vacation of certain public streets. And then it's described as a segment of Orange Avenue lying east of Brookhurst. And I believe it's west of Brookhurst, correct? I just wanted to confirm which location we're talking about.
That is correct. I'm looking at the exhibit that's attached to the staff report, and it is west of Brookhurst.
Okay, so I guess just to note that on the record that it's west of Brookhurst, not east of Brookhurst, as stated on the agenda.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll move the item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim declaring its intention to consider the vacation of certain public streets, highways, and easements for abandoned number ABA 2023-00414, described as a segment of Orange Avenue lying west of Brookhurst Street and directly adjacent to Lot 2 of tract number 19192, consisting of approximately 1,952 square feet. And the public hearing is scheduled for May 21st, 2024. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So item 14 is a public hearing. Clerk, can you please read?
Thank you, Mayor. The item before City Council is a development application number 2021-0069, final subsequent environmental impact report number 352, and a mitigation monitoring program number 387, a general amendment, amendment number 9 to the Disneyland Resort specific plan number 92-1, zone code amendment, chapter 18.114, amendment number 17 to the Anaheim Resort specific plan number 92-2, a zone code amendment for chapter 18.116, zone code amendment for section 18.40.080, a structural height limitations, Anaheim Commercial Recreation Area. Amendment number 6 to the Anaheim Resort Public Realm Landscape Program. Amendment number 4 to the Anaheim Resort Identity Program. First amended and restated development agreement number 96-01, and a vacation abandonment of 3 segments of the streets right away. And this, the Disneyland Forward project site is located within the city of Anaheim, primarily known as the Anaheim Resort.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, may we please have a staff report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Before you now is item 14, a public hearing on the Disneyland Forward proposal. Before I turn this over to Deputy City Manager Ted White and the presenting team, I want to recognize the culmination of work that this represents. Staff from all departments across our city have worked on this proposal for nearly 3 years to the day. Your city team has done so in the best interest of those we serve and to provide the best information to this policy body. Few cities in the world will ever see a proposal like this presented for your consideration tonight. But in Anaheim, this is what we do. I want to thank the entire city team for the incredible work they've done. I also want to thank our community for being engaged. The input we've heard has made tonight's proposal better. And for everyone with us tonight, whatever brought you here, we are glad you are here and thank you for joining us in this important item. With that, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, I ask Deputy City Manager, Planning Director Ted White to present item 14.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ted White, your Deputy City Manager and Planning Director. With me this evening are Heather Allen, Deputy Planning and Building Director, as well as Steve Mattis, our outside counsel, and Tim Kremen, also our outside counsel for the CEQA analysis. This is a request for various project entitlements related to the Disneyland Forward project, which, if approved, will provide for the continued long-term growth of the Disneyland Resort. The Planning Commission at its March 11th meeting recommended City Council approval of the land use components of the project. The presentation this evening will provide an overview of the Disneyland Forward project, discussion of the requested entitlements, review of key components of the development agreement and environmental analysis, community engagement, and conclude with staff's recommendation. The Disneyland Forward project builds on the previously adopted specific plans for the Disneyland Resort and the Anaheim Resort, referred to as the Disneyland Resort Specific Plan, or DRSP, and the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan, or ARSP. I'll be using those terms this evening. Both were originally adopted in the 90s, and although separate plans, they complement one another for the overall enhancement of the Anaheim Resort. The Disneyland Forward project continues to support the original purpose of both plans and facilitate investment for the continued long-term growth. Specifically, Disneyland Forward would allow already permitted development to shift across Disney properties within the DRSP and ARSP under a streamlined review process. The only actual increase in development proposed is for an additional approximately 4,300 employee parking spaces. Otherwise, Disneyland Forward does not increase the amount of development square footage for theme park or retail dining and entertainment uses or the allowed number of hotel rooms. Importantly, it also does not request any public funding. The map on the left shows the existing DRSP districts, which are the theme park district in orange, hotel district in yellow, parking district in pink, and future expansion district in blue. The DRSP allows 6.85 million square feet of theme park uses in the theme park district and 5,600 hotel rooms in the hotel district. To date, Disney has used approximately 45% of their approved density. The properties shown in purple are in the ARSP CR district and are allowed to be developed with hotels. And just to note, these are the Disney-owned properties. The map on the right depicts the proposed districts and overlays. Disney could move all or a portion of the unused theme park square footage to the west side of Disneyland Drive in the areas of orange and hatched orange, or to the existing Toy Story parking lot south of Catella and east of Harbor. The hatched pink property at Harbor and Ball is currently used for employee parking, and the project proposes an allowance of an additional 4,300 employee parking spaces on that site. There is no expansion of Disneyland or Disney properties across Walnut Street to the west or southerly beyond the Toy Story parking lot into any existing residential neighborhoods. There are a number of actions outlined here that are required for council consideration of the project this evening. I'll discuss each of these on the following slides. The first is an amendment to the general plan land use element project because the project is located within an area that has specific density limitations that's different from other parts of the city. The table LU4 of the general plan will be updated to reflect the amended district names and new overlays. The project also requires an amendment to the general plan circulation element, which currently identifies future extensions of Gene Autry and Clementine through the project area east of Harbor and south of the project and south of Catella, the current Toy Story parking lot. The project proposes to eliminate these planned future extensions to activate these properties and better integrate with the Disneyland Resort. This change also required approval by the Orange County Transportation Authority of an amendment to the Orange County Master Plan of Arterial Highways. In February, OCTA conditionally approved the amendment, which is contingent upon the city's approval of the general plan amendment. Additionally, by not developing this planned segment of Gene Autry as a public street, it preserves an existing residential community outlined in red on this slide, which is currently developed as the Sunrise Palms Apartments. The requested amendment to the circulation element would reflect changes to the adopted lane configuration at the intersections of Harbor and Convention Way, as well as the intersection of Hastor and Gene Autry due to the removal of the Gene Autry Way extension. The city's general plan element and the bike master plan will also be updated to reflect bike improvements on Walnut Avenue that will upgrade a planned Class 2 bike lane to a Class 1 shared two-way bike and pedestrian path on the east side of Walnut. It would be raised and separated from vehicle travel lanes by a landscaped parkway. Planned bikeway improvements on Disney Way will also be modified to relocate a planned Class 1 bike path from the north side of Disney Way between Harbor and Clementine to instead go north on Clementine along the west side of the street. This would be a shared two-way bike and pedestrian path, which will connect to a dedicated bike parking area in the future transportation facility constructed by the project. Additionally, the project includes construction of the bikeway on Disney Way from Clementine toward Anaheim Boulevard. The project requires an amendment to the Disneyland Resort specific plan document and the corresponding zoning code to comprehensively update the text, graphics, and imagery to reflect the proposed project. The amended specific plan would include new criteria for 360-degree architectural treatment for new theme park uses visible from the public right-of-way or abutting residential zones, as shown at the top right. Setbacks and heights would also be modified to address residential adjacencies by providing greater setbacks at taller heights, as will be described further below. The project also requires an amendment to the Anaheim Resort specific plan and the corresponding zoning code to incorporate theme park and parking overlays that were described previously. The zoning code would include new code sections that provide regulations for these new overlays, which would incorporate many of the same provisions as the corresponding theme park and parking districts in the Disneyland Resort specific plan. In response to public comments, we wanted to highlight specifically the regulations proposed to address the potential of new theme park areas near Walnut Street and or south of Toy Story as they relate to nearby residential uses. Starting with Walnut Street, buildings will be required to be located a minimum of 50 feet from the property line. The height of buildings is regulated by the sky exposure plane, which allows additional height with additional building setbacks. In the next slide, we'll look at a cross-section with these regulations showing the relationship of development in the existing parking lot to the residential neighborhood across Walnut Street. On the left side of the screen is a depiction of the residential neighborhood, and on the right across Walnut Street is the existing parking lot, or where the parking lot currently exists. The section shows the structural setback at 50 feet minimum with 30 feet of landscaping and the requirement for a perimeter wall. The project proposes a 2-to-1 sky exposure plane up to 140 feet in height. It means the building can increase 1 foot in height for every 2 feet of additional setback to a maximum height of 140 feet. After 140 feet, the standard requires 4 additional feet of setback to get 1 additional foot of height, up to a maximum 250 feet. In other words, a setback of 670 feet would be required to construct a 250-foot high building. A maximum of 2 thematic elements are allowed west of Disneyland Drive that could be up to 300 feet tall when the location complies with the sky exposure plane. In practice, this means a thematic element that tall would need to be set back 870 feet from the adjacent property line, or nearly 3 times the height of the structure. The southern property line of the Toy Story parking lot also adjoins residential uses. Similar to Walnut Street, buildings will be required to have a minimum of 50-foot setback from the property line. Height is regulated there as well by a sky exposure plane, which allows additional height for additional building setback. In the next slide, we'll look at the cross-section for this. On the left side of the screen is a depiction of the existing neighborhood or apartment buildings, and on the right is the Toy Story parking lot. The section shows the structural setback at 50 feet with 30 feet of landscaping and a perimeter wall. The project proposes a 2-to-1 sky exposure plane up to 170 feet. A setback of 290 feet would be required for a 170-foot tall building. To comply with the sky exposure plane requirements, a building could either tier the upper floors or move the entire building as appropriate. 1 thematic element is allowed up to 200 feet when the location complies with these requirements. A setback of 350 feet would be required in order to develop a 200-foot tall thematic element. The maximum height in this area is currently 210 feet, so the proposed height is actually a reduction from the current standard. Relevant to both the DRSP and the ARSP, the applicant proposes to amend the zoning code to streamline review of further development on Disney properties. City staff would confirm through that review process the development is in conformance with the specific plan, the zoning code, all conditions of approval, mitigation measures, and development agreement terms prior to any issuance of building permits. Today, much of the development in the DRSP is permitted by right already. However, there are uses in certain areas that require discretionary review by either the planning director or planning commission. As part of the project, implementation and administration of development on the Disney properties would be revised to allow for administrative review of future development. Staff would again confirm that development is in conformance with all development standards, conditions of approval, environmental mitigations, etc. Most of the conditions of approval for the project, as proposed, were carried over from the original DRSP conditions. Conditions that were completed with the original project were removed, and conditions that would continue to be applicable to the project were modified by staff from respective city departments to reflect updated standards and regulations. Staff also added new conditions to require a wayfinding program for the east parking area and operations plan, for city traffic engineer review, for any new public parking, and for any new public parking facilities. Also, the project requires that there would always be vehicular access to the west parking area from Magic Way, as shown in the photo. We'll hear a little bit more about that later. The project proposes to amend the height map that governs allowed heights in the Anaheim Resort to provide for the DRSP to regulate building heights within a larger portion of the theme park and southeast districts, and the ARSP to regulate building heights within the theme park east and theme park west overlays. These changes would not affect allowed heights on non-Disney properties, which is the important takeaway there. The Anaheim Resort Identity and Public Realm Landscape programs regulate the landscape and streetscape elements within the Anaheim Resort. The project proposes to amend these documents to allow for the use of improved technologies and more low-water plants. The Public Realm Landscape Program would include new landscape concept exhibits, updating and removing them from the DRSP and ARSP. The identity program would also be updated to describe the general locations of pedestrian bridges proposed by the project, consistent with the proposed amendments. Additional photos and graphics would be updated with current images of the identity elements and landscaping. Up next, we turn our attention to the proposed development agreement. The existing development agreement between the city and Disney was executed in 1996 and has a 40-year term to expire in 2036. It covers properties owned or controlled by Disney within the resort. Disney has 7 obligations under the DA. 5 have been completed and 2 are ongoing and continue to be monitored annually with the development agreement annual review. Most recent annual review was approved in December of this year, or of last year. The proposed amendment to the original development agreement would update the existing agreement to provide continued certainty to Disney to facilitate growth and investment in the resort. The amended agreement would establish a new 40-year term from the effective date of the agreement, anticipated to be through 2064. This acts as an approximate 28-year extension on the original DA. The amended agreement updates those agreements and assurances to reflect the needs of the city and Disney as they've evolved over the 28 years since the original approval. Importantly, the amended agreement also sets a 10-year minimum development investment commitment and provides meaningful new community benefits. A key interest of the city is the continued investment of Disney in visitor-inducing attractions, lodging, and amenities. This, of course, is important because of the significant economic and fiscal benefits to the city and region. Investments in theme parks, hotels, and retail dining and entertainment uses drive increased general fund revenue to the city through the collection of transit occupancy taxes, sales taxes, and property taxes, as well as generating significant short-term and long-term job growth. The adopted budget for fiscal year 23-24 shows the continued financial benefits to the city from the resort, equivalent to 31% of the general fund. The same metric was 11% of the general fund in 1995, prior to the construction of California Adventure. To this end, the draft first amended development agreement includes a commitment from Disney to invest a minimum of $1.9 billion in theme park, hotel, or retail dining and entertainment development within 10 years of approval. If Disney's investment exceeds $2.5 billion within the first 10 years, they will not be required to pay an additional $5 million as encouragement for further investment. The housing affordability crisis in California has been at the forefront of state, regional, and city policy discussions for several years, with a widespread understanding that additional resources are needed to help this challenging issue. The draft DA includes a commitment by Disney to provide a total of $30 million to the city to fund a city-created and controlled public housing trust. Disney would deposit $15 million within 1 year of approval, and the remaining $15 million within the next 5 years. The city would have full discretion as to how the money is used in support of Anaheim's affordable housing programs, with a focus on leveraging these new funds with federal, state, and regional funding sources to support the production of new affordable housing units. Disney has committed to provide an additional, an $8 million payment for parks within 1 year of project approval. The funds are intended for citywide park improvements outside of the Anaheim Resort. The funds could be used alone or leveraged or to leverage other funding sources when advantageous to the city to seek competitive grant funds. As consideration for the proposed street abandonments and changes to the planned roadway network, Disney will pay $40 million for the existing right-of-way and planned future streets, also referred to as mapped streets. The appraised fair market value is just under $40 million based on the appraisal prepared by CBRE and reviewed by the city's consultant. The revenue from the mapped streets, which is approximately $21 million, is earmarked to fund transportation improvements, including a potential east-west connector connecting the resort, Platinum Triangle, and Arctic train station. The remaining revenue would be unobligated revenue to the general fund. Disney will participate in cost sharing with the city with a contribution of $10 million for sewer improvements along Catella Avenue. These sewer system upgrades will benefit the resort community and upstream properties in the Center City corridor. The city has already begun design of the improvements, and the DA provides a schedule for phased payments at varying project milestones. The draft development agreement will extend Disney's commitment to continuing their workforce development and jobs program at commensurate levels to their current program, which serves approximately 10,000 Anaheim residents annually through direct employment and other programs. The city would have input on the program over the next 40 years to ensure that it continues to be updated to respond to changing workforce needs and communication methods while meeting the baseline obligations. The development agreement also includes provisions outlining the city and Disney's mutual interest in establishing a staffing reimbursement agreement for the provision of enhanced plan check, permitting, and inspection services, which will help expedite the development process for projects within the resort. The project includes amendments to the zoning code that would remove the current discretionary review process for Disney Vacation Club projects and instead be reviewed through an administrative process. The DA includes language requiring a transit occupancy tax revenue neutrality agreement for all future DVC projects to ensure that TOT revenues would be equivalent to those revenues received from comparable hotel products. Disney has also agreed to support any future city-initiated modification to the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District that would include vacation ownership resort units in the existing assessment. The DA and environmental mitigation measures provide that Disney and the city will enter into a fire operations agreement and a police operations agreement, pursuant to which Disney will reimburse the city for costs of public safety personnel, facilities, and equipment that serve the project. The FOA includes provisions for reimbursement of certain personnel and equipment, as well as criteria for incremental increases. The FOA includes provisions to construct and maintain a fire station in the theme park district. The POA includes provisions for reimbursement for personnel and equipment. The POA also includes provisions to construct and maintain certain facilities, including a police substation in the theme park district and a police satellite office in the Southeast District or Theme Park East overlay. The project includes the abandonment and vacation of 3 segments of existing public right-of-way, known as Magic Way, Clementine Street, and Hotel Way. The abandonment of Disneyland Drive was originally also identified as part of the project in 2021, but was dismissed by the applicant and is not evaluated in the environmental analysis and is not part of this request. The DA provides Disney with the option at their discretion to exercise the abandonment of any or all of these existing roadways within 20 years from the date of execution of the DA. Until such time as Disney exercises the option to abandon any or all of these roadways, the city's property rights and responsibilities will remain in their current condition. Based on the review of property rights and traffic analyses, and the promises, covenants, and considerations, which I'll discuss more on the next slides, the Anaheim Public Works Department concluded that the existing road segments are unnecessary for public use, which is the standard of review for an abandonment. Magic Way is located between Disneyland Drive on the east and Walnut Street on the west. It's owned by Disney and is encumbered by easements to the city for a public road, public utilities, and other public purposes. It is currently improved as a street, and the abutting properties to the north and south are under Disney's sole possession and control. Under the formal vacation of Magic Way, ownership will revert back to Disney, and the city will reserve a public utility /service easement across the entire abandoned right-of-way for all existing public facilities in place at the time of abandonment. The project also includes conditions and obligations to permit pedestrian and emergency vehicle access upon abandonment and vacation. Specifically, retaining non-ticketed east-west pedestrian circulation through the theme park district during normal hours of operation, connecting major destinations to Harbor Boulevard, Walnut Street, and Disneyland Drive is a requirement of the project approvals. The project also includes the installation of a pedestrian signal at Walnut Street at Magic Way. Additionally, as previously mentioned, the project is conditioned to maintain access to the west parking area from Magic Way. There is a large vehicular entrance to the parking structure from Magic Way towards the east side of the structure. Magic Way as it exists today was constructed in accordance with original project approvals to discourage access from or onto Walnut Street. The design of the median on Walnut restricts both through and southbound turning traffic. The operational traffic analysis for the project considered the abandonment of the 3 existing roadway segments, including the subsequent closure of non-emergency vehicles on Magic Way at this intersection. The operational traffic analysis concluded that the project would have no discernible effect on traffic patterns in the study area. In response to public comments regarding the use of Magic Way, a supplemental analysis for Magic Way was prepared and reviewed by the city traffic engineer. The supplemental analysis took daily as well as AM and PM counts on a typical weekday, a typical Friday, and a weekend average. The analysis confirms that approximately 80% of the Magic Way daily trips use the easterly intersection at Disneyland Drive, which will remain open following abandonment. The supplemental analysis also identified that 99% of the Magic Way daily trips are Disney trips. The analysis also found that most cut-through trips occurring during the AM peak on Friday amounted to 30 trips that use Magic Way to head in the direction of the I-5 freeway. The supplemental analysis confirmed that the approximately 3,100 daily trips affected by the closure of Magic Way at Walnut Street, the majority of which either originated or had a destination at a Disney property, would relocate to an alternate route consistent with the conclusions of the operational traffic analysis. The supplemental analysis does not change impact conclusions or require new mitigation measures and is therefore not considered significant new information under CEQA. There is neither a CEQA nor operational issue with the closure of the west end of Magic Way at Walnut Street. Clementine Street is located south of Catella Avenue. It is also owned by Disney and is encumbered by an easement to the city for a public road. It is currently the driveway into the Toy Story parking lot, and the abutting property to the east and west is under Disney's sole possession and control. Upon the formal vacation of Clementine Street, ownership will revert back to Disney, and the city will reserve a public utility service easement across the abandoned right-of-way for all existing public facilities. Hotel Way is located north of Disney Way. It's owned by Southern California Edison and leased to Disney for ingress and egress to the Pumbaa parking lot, and is encumbered by an easement to the city for a public road. Upon the formal vacation of Hotel Way, ownership will revert back to Southern California Edison, and the city will reserve a public utility easement. Disney will be able to continue to secure access rights from Southern California Edison. Development of the project site has been the subject of previously certified environmental impact reports and approved addenda. The city analyzed the impacts of the resort specific plan in EIR number 311, which the city certified in 1993. And the city analyzed the impacts of the Anaheim Resort specific plan project in master EIR number 313, which the city certified in 1994. As well as supplemental EIR number 340, which the city certified in 2012. When an EIR has been previously certified for a project, CEQA includes a strong presumption against requiring any further environmental review. When further review is required, it is focused on the substantial changes that result in new or substantially more severe significant impacts. Consistent with these regulations, the city determined that the project required preparation of a subsequent EIR, as it has been determined that the project's changes to the Disneyland Resort project and the ARSP project may create new or substantially more severe significant impacts than those identified in the prior EIRs. Mitigation measures have been carried forward from the prior EIRs, along with new mitigation measures applicable to the Disneyland Forward project. The initial study prepared in 2021 to determine the scope of the environmental review eliminated 3 topics completely from further analysis in accordance with CEQA guidelines. That left 16 topics to be analyzed in the draft SEIR. For each of the 16 topics, the analysis evaluated the changes to the resort, to the Disneyland Resort project and the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan project proposed by Disneyland Forward to determine the level of impact and identify mitigation measures as applicable, and then compare that to the conclusions of the prior EIRs. For the topics of hydrology, water quality, and population housing, the application of mitigation measures reduced both to a less than significant impact, consistent with the impact conclusions of prior EIRs. For the 11 topics shown on the bottom half of the screen, the application of mitigation measures reduced the impacts to a less than significant impact. However, this impact is either new or a substantially more severe impact, significant impact than found in the prior EIRs. Even with implementation of comprehensive mitigation measures, impacts related to 4 of the 16 topics would remain significant and unavoidable. These are construction and operation air quality, operation greenhouse gas emissions, construction noise, and cultural resources. I'll talk about each of these in detail, although I'll try not too much detail. The draft EIR found that the project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact during construction and operation related to regional air quality emissions. For construction, this generally relates to emissions from exhaust and dust. Operational emissions are related to energy use, vehicle trips, and sources such as landscape maintenance equipment and architectural coatings used for routine maintenance. Project size is particularly relevant for operational emissions. This finding is consistent with the impact analyses in EIR number 311 and SEIR number 340. A number of mitigation measures to reduce air quality impacts have been identified, including those to reduce and control exhaust and dust during construction and increase energy efficiency and reduce vehicle trips within the resort. The draft EIR found that the project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact related to greenhouse gas emissions as well. This finding is consistent with the impact analysis in SEIR 340, but new when compared with the impact analysis in EIR number 311, as CEQA did not require this analysis to be done when the city certified EIR number 311 in the 90s. A number of mitigation measures to reduce GHG impacts have been identified relating to energy usage, vehicle usage, waste disposal, water usage, and construction equipment. The SEIR found the project would result in temporary, significant, and unavoidable noise impact during construction using a generalized assumption of construction activity consistent with the project during a grading phase, which typically uses the loudest pieces of equipment. This finding is consistent with the impact analysis also in SEIR number 340, but new when compared with the impact analysis of EIR 311. A number of mitigation measures to reduce temporary construction noise impacts have been identified, including the installation of construction noise barriers and assigning a noise disturbance coordinator to respond to neighborhood complaints. Lastly, the draft EIR found the project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact related to historic resources because the draft EIR identifies a potential Disneyland theme park historic district. 3 individual features are already identified as historic, which are the Main Street Railroad Depot, Pirates of the Caribbean, and Hungry Bear Restaurant, as well as the Pope House, which is potentially eligible for local designation. There are currently no development plans that would result in substantial changes to the potential historic district or any of these structures at this time. However, because of the need of the project to be able to change over time and substantially alter or demolish these buildings, the impact of the project is significant and unavoidable. This impact is new when compared with the impact analyses in EIR 311 and SER 340. At the time of the adoption of EIR 311 in 93, Disneyland had been established for less than 40 years and therefore was not eligible for consideration as a historic district. The draft SEIR requires the implementation of mitigation measures to photo document any contributing feature to the potential historic district or individually designated or potentially eligible features or buildings for archival purposes prior to any substantial alteration or demolition. I wanted to take a minute to touch on a few specific topics raised in public comments in previous meetings. The first topic is fireworks. The South Coast Air Quality Management District, or AQMD, under Rule 402, which is their nuisance rule, as well as AB 2588, known as the Air Toxics, Hotspots, and Informational Assessment Act of 1987, is responsible for the regulation of fireworks with respect to air quality. According to information obtained from AQMD, the Disneyland Resort has been reviewed under AB 2588 since 1989, with fireworks and pyrotechnics included in this analysis since 1998. Toxic risk values of the facility were then and continue to remain below actionable levels. Additionally, since 2004, through the Rule 402 process, Disney has focused on the elimination of black powder from their nightly fireworks shows through an agreement with AQMD. Separately, Anaheim regulates the noise from fireworks through the Anaheim Municipal Code. These three mitigation measures are identified for the project. In California Adventure, lower noise-producing fireworks are required for the 11 p.m. show. This measure was carried over from the earlier EIR number 311. Also, for the expanded theme park district, Southeast District, or the ARSP theme park overlays, there shall be no aerial fireworks like the image on the top. Fireworks in this area will be like the phantasmic, or the bottom image, with any explosion points of explosive fireworks at an elevation of 50 feet or less, and any non-explosive and/or non-explosive stage pyrotechnics. A noise study is also required to demonstrate compliance with code requirements. It should also be noted that Anaheim Fire and Rescue issues operational permits for all fireworks. Their review ensures displays are conducted with people and structures at or exceeding the applicable required minimum distance established by the National Fire Protection Association for the type of fireworks proposed. The noise analysis prepared a series of hypothetical worst-case scenarios to evaluate impacts, develop appropriate mitigation, and test project design features. New theme park uses west of Disneyland Drive or south of Catella will require a minimum 12-foot high wall, in addition to the following attraction-specific setbacks that have been established to drop operational noise to city standard or lower. Those include for indoor rides within a building, such as Space Mountain or the Haunted Mansion, they must be 200 feet from the center of the attraction to the property line of any residence or other noise-sensitive use. Outdoor family attractions, such as Teacups or Mater's Junkyard Jamboree, as examples, must be 400 feet. And 400 feet away from a property line, as well as have a 30-foot high building or noise barrier between any residence or other noise-sensitive use. Outdoor thrill rides, parades, and large shows must be 550 feet from the center of the ride or attraction with a 30-foot high building or noise barrier, meeting minimum sound reduction requirements between and separating the attraction and the noise-sensitive uses. Additionally, regular and complaint-based monitoring will be required for the expanded theme park areas. Using the area of Catella Avenue and Walnut Street as an example, this exhibit shows the implementation of the mitigation measures for the different types of attractions. Required setbacks and sound attenuating walls and/or buildings would ensure that theme park uses meet the city's noise requirements and protect those adjacent uses. The project includes a number of standard requirements and mitigation measures related to construction noise and air quality. These include requirements such as limiting construction hours, requiring noise barriers, requiring watering to limit dust, and prohibiting truck idling. The public review period for the draft SEIR lasted 45 days, and during that time, the city reviewed comments from 85 agencies and interested parties, in addition to oral testimony from 31 individuals during the Planning Commission CEQA workshop. Of the 85 written public comments, 8 were from state and local agencies, while 77 were from organizations and individuals. 7 of the letters provided comments relevant to the information contained in the draft SEIR. All of the comments were reviewed, evaluated, and technical responses were prepared. Final SEIR number 352 in front of you tonight includes the draft SEIR, comments and recommendations received on the draft SEIR, a list of persons, organizations, and public agencies that submitted comments on the EIR, the responses of the city as lead agency to environmental issues raised during the review and consultation process, corrections, clarifications, and additions to the draft SEIR, which do not alter conclusions of the SEIR, and mitigation monitoring program number 387 prepared for the project. None of the information contained in the final SEIR constitutes significant new information, changes to the analysis or conclusions of the draft SEIR, or otherwise raise any concerns that triggered a requirement for recirculation of the document under CEQA. Further, staff has reviewed all comments that have been received, including public comments that have been made at public workshops and hearings with respect to the project after preparation of the draft EIR. We believe that no significant new information about environmental impacts was raised, resulting in the need to recirculate the document. Under CEQA, significant new information must show significant impacts or the necessity for new mitigation measures which are not adopted. Information that clarifies or amplifies information in the EIR does not constitute new significant information. Furthermore, under subsequent review standards, the extent of the project impacts are fully disclosed in the SEIR. Because of the significant unavoidable impacts related to air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, construction noise, and cultural resources, the City Council must adopt a statement of overriding considerations to present the justification for the significant impacts related to the project that cannot or have not been mitigated or resolved. The statement of overriding considerations identifies that the decision-making body has balanced the benefits of the project against its significant unavoidable environmental effects and has determined that the benefits of the project outweigh the adverse effects, and therefore the adverse effects are considered to be acceptable. CEQA guidelines provide that the specific reasons to override the environmental impacts be supported by substantial evidence in the record, which can be from the environmental analysis and/or other information in the record. Staff therefore recommends that the City Council consider a number of benefits to the project when balancing the 4 significant and unavoidable impacts. These benefits are based on the environmental analysis, the community benefits identified in the development agreement, as well as the city's own historical financial data, which shows that investment in theme parks and hotels generate jobs and economic benefits. The latter corroborated by the study prepared by the Woods Center for Economic Analysis and Forecasting at Cal State Fullerton. A minute to talk about community engagement. The city created a project webpage in 2021 to provide a landing page where available project information would be consolidated upon release, and the public could easily sign up to receive notices for city meetings and workshops. Staff held meetings regarding the environmental process in 2021 prior to starting the draft SEIR, and in 2023 when the draft SEIR was available for public review. This year, in January and February, City Council and Planning Commission workshops were held on the project and development agreement in advance of the Planning Commission public hearing on March 11th. In addition, last week, staff held an informational open house to provide an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions on subject matter experts. All meetings were advertised on social media, and emails were sent to those who signed up to receive notices about the project. Approximately 12,000 mail notices each were sent for the scoping meeting, the CEQA workshop, the Planning Commission public workshop, and Planning Commission public hearing. The applicant separately conducted their own outreach efforts, which they indicated included over 100 individual and group briefings of neighborhood residents, businesses, stakeholders, and local and regional agencies. They reached out to over 100,000 households via mail, with over 2,000 Anaheim residents expressing interest in the project, and held 13 community coffees, reaching nearly 800 community members. I would also note that at least 17 news stories have been produced in print and or on local television news since the announcement of this project in 2021, including coverage of the Environmental and Development Agreement workshops. Following the Planning Commission public hearing and in response to concerns raised by community members about the future closure of Magic Way, an additional development agreement provision was added to ensure that previously planned city improvements at Ball Road, Walnut Street, and Ball Road, Disneyland Drive intersections are completed prior to the abandonment and vacation of Magic Way. We heard this, one of these items for Ball Walnut improvements considered earlier tonight. Section 3.1.9.2A in the first amended DA has been amended to include the following language, which I'll read into the record for purposes of this. Disney will not seek and the city will not finalize abandonment of the Magic Way Road segment until the city has completed its currently planned improvements to the intersections of Ball Road and Walnut Street and Ball Road and Disneyland Drive, the contracts for both of which are expected to be awarded not later than 1 year after the effective date of this agreement, the contract of which the one was we just saw tonight. Additionally, in response to concerns with truck deliveries at Gate 26 on Walnut Street, the applicant has agreed to an additional condition of approval to immediately limit ingress and phase out egress in the near term. Specifically, condition number 30 has been added to the project that I will read as follows. No later than 30 days after the City Council's action on Amendment Number 9 to the Disneyland Resort Specific Plan, number 92-1, the property owner shall cease using Gate 26 on Walnut Street as an authorized access point for vehicle ingress to the project site, and no later than 5 years after said City Council action date shall cease using Gate 26 as an authorized point of vehicle egress from the project site onto Walnut Street. In no event shall these shifts in vehicle access be considered to restrict emergency and or security vehicles from using Gate 26 for access to and from the project site, or prevent the property owner or developer from allowing use of Gate 26 for vehicle ingress or egress in exigent circumstances. In conclusion, we're finally here. Staff believes that the Disneyland Forward project continues the city's long-term vision for the Anaheim Resort to grow and expand as a nationally recognized tourist, convention, and entertainment destination. The project positions the Disneyland Resort to remain competitive in a global market by providing flexibility to develop a wider range of attractions, hotel accommodations, restaurants, and shopping opportunities, which investment supports the long-term growth of the resort and ultimately translates into city revenues that help serve the residents of Anaheim. Staff recommends council approval of the project, and our team is available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Are there any questions for council at this time? Are there any questions by council members at this time? I'm just going to start with Council Member Leon and then Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions, but I know that we want to try to get to the public as soon as possible, so I'll reserve them. I just wanted to, Ted, you mentioned at the beginning about Disneyland Drive. I just wanted to confirm for the public that what we're deciding on tonight does not involve any abandonment of Disneyland Drive. Is that correct as part of this project?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Leon. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz and then Councilmember Diaz.
Mr. White, I want to thank you and your team for the work you did on the last two items you mentioned. That has been such an important issue for those residents west of Disneyland. And I know it took extra effort to get there because that wasn't part of the original agreement. But thank you for hearing the residents. Thank you for reading those emails and listening to the comments, and even answering calls. It is important that Magic Way stay closed until the city can do its work on Ball Road. I thank you for including that in the agreement and reaching that agreement. Also, Gate 26, not a part of Disney Forward as it was presented up until just very recently. Again, thank you for listening to the residents and their pleas to take care of that street. And I know the team had to pivot and work extra to make that happen, and I really appreciate that, as do the residents who will be able to use Walnut more safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. White, could we go back to page 33? There we go. Could you explain to me what the revenue neutrality agreement means, what that means?
Yes, thank you. So a timeshare, or in this case, what they call the Disney Vacation Club, is not subject to a transit occupancy tax. However, in the city's interest of collecting TOT and ensuring that there is an equivalency of revenue generated to the city, timeshares that are developed in Anaheim are subject to an in lieu agreement of sorts, which is what that technical term is, the revenue neutrality agreement. So that a timeshare pays the equivalent of what the TOT would be on a hotel of the same kind and manner.
So in other words, it was kind of a loophole in here, and that have been, if this is approved, it's taken away now. So that means that we're going to collect tourist taxes from when those rooms are rented, right?
We do. This requirement has been in place, and existing DVC or Disney Vacation Club products do pay an in lieu, and we have in lieu agreements with them currently. And so it's not a loophole that we're closing, but we are creating what we believe is a better version of the neutrality agreement to ensure that that it really does make sure that we're collecting as close as possible to the exact same amount that we would from a similar hotel type of use. One of the provisions of this agreement is there was previously in the existing specific plan, there's a limit on the number of DVC or timeshare products that could be developed within the resort. This loosens that up for Disney. You could hear from them, and certainly if you're interested, they can explain more about where the market is going. But they believe very strongly that the market is very strong in future DVC timeshares. They expect that much of their future product would be in this type of product. So we wanted to make sure that we get it right. And in doing so, we established this net neutrality revenue agreement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Just one question on the requirement for the improvements at Walnut Ball and Disneyland Drive to be completed. It says the city's planned improvements. Are those defined more specifically in the agreement? I know that was something that was added on as part of this project recently. I mean, what are the planned improvements? And I just want to make sure that they're documented somewhere so that we're clear with the neighbors and residents that we're making improvements to those intersections.
We're going to ask Rudy Amami to speak more about the details on those specifics.
They are planned. One was approved by the council this evening. One, Rudy will talk about, is to come forward to the council, I think, Rudy, within the next 6 to 9 months.
Yes, Councilmember Meeks, thank you for the question. The two projects are, one was approved this evening, and the second one was a project that was planned and approved for funding by the ATID. Will be awarded later this year and will go under construction before the end of the year this year. So those are two identified projects that are planned and funded and identified by the agreement. So those will be built out before.
Okay, I just want to make sure that they are defined and specific enough that the community knows we're complying with this contract when this agreement, when we move forward with those projects. So those are defined, those are the projects, and we'll move forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the detail. I have some questions regarding the development agreement. There's language in section 3.2.2.4, and I've spoken to Assistant City Manager Greg Garcia about this, and the language kind of alludes to limiting the opportunity for a special assessment. So if you can elaborate on that, I just want to make sure that we don't have language in this agreement that would prevent us from, having a future parking assessment tax or gate assessment.
That language in 3.2.2.4 is specific to like assessment districts or mellow roost districts. That language does not prohibit the city from proposing such a tax. It does allow Disney to oppose a tax if it's in the context of a mellow roost or a maintenance district. But specific to your question about, for instance, a gate tax or a parking tax, as long as the tax is imposed on a citywide basis, meaning on similar types of uses, then the city does have the right, and Disney acknowledges the right that the city has in the development agreement to go through the process of adopting such a tax. That would require a vote of the people, but Disney cannot stop that from going forward. In fact, they acknowledge the city has that right in the development agreement in section 6.30.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then I also have a question regarding and I think this is on page 30 of the development agreement, but the fire and police agreements, I know that those were to be negotiated at a later date, but do we have any detail on what some of those included? And I specifically have questions about the alternative financing. I just want to ensure that the city is not going to be responsible for financing those, and Disney will in fact be paying for that out of pocket.
That is correct. The city is not responsible for that. Disney will be paying for that. The two of the actions that the council will consider tonight will be the draft police operations and the draft fire operations agreements. Those are actually the alternative financing agreements, and in those agreements, as the council will recall, there are the obligations to provide staffing, both from the fire side and the police side. There are the obligations for the substations. There are obligations for equipment. Those two agreements are actually alternative financing arrangements that are referenced elsewhere in the document.
And I saw those in there, but the alternative financing isn't clear. But that is not bonds that would be taken out by the city to pay for this funding or any subsidies related to. This is all, even for the substation development, that would all be something Disney would be paying for, or is that something that potentially the city could be subject to?
No, that is correct. Those are things that Disney would pay for. And just a little bit more about the concept of the alternative financing arrangement. That terminology exists because there are mitigation obligations, environmental mitigation obligations that have been identified. And there are ways to satisfy those obligations either through payment of like impact fees and whatnot by Disney, or by having an alternative arrangement that it makes sure that that impact gets addressed. And so one of the items that was identified was kind of issues associated with staffing or the substations, and the police operations agreement and the fire operations agreement directly address those, and those are Disney obligations.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, did you have another question?
I do, and this is, I think, probably more for Mr. Amami. You talk about street abandonment in our city. And we had an item tonight, I think it was item number 12, setting up a hearing date for street abandonment. Is this unique to the resort? How often do we do these street abandonments?
Going back to about 2018, we went back and looked, we do about 2 to 3 per year. So we average about 2.5 per year. This year, we're on track to do about 4 or 5 this year.
And is it in one particular area of the city or across the city?
Across the city.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Ted, if you can bring up slide 34 and eventually 35, and I see that we have our fire chief close by here, and probably the police chief's close by too, if we need them. Tell me a little bit about, again, my question is based upon Councilmember Ribicalva's sort of introduction about the funding of these. Is it too early to know where these are going to be placed? We already have fire station number 3 in the resort district. Are we talking about another fire station? What is the difference between a fire substation and a fire station that we are all generally familiar with?
It'd be great to hear from the chief too.
That's what I was hoping.
Weigh in on that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good evening, council member. Yeah, so in going through this, really a fire substation isn't something that we currently have. It is a temporary housing for paramedics that are on site that have limited things that they would need during the day: showers, office spaces, locker, a place that they can, a day room, and a place that they can eat meals, that they can be moved over there during peak staffing to decrease response times for the paramedic units and the ambulance coming out of Fire Station 3 or Fire Station 6. So that's what this will look like. It is not a 24/7, 365 operation like the other fire stations.
And Chief, you used the word temporary, but I think what you probably mean is that it is a facility that is only used, say, part-time for those firemen or paramedics that are assigned to the district for a particular length of time? I mean, when you see...
Yeah,
say-
that's correct.
yeah,
I'm sorry. that is
temporary
correct.
sounds like
So
we're
it
going to
would be
build it and then tear it down in a month, but that's not...
during park hours or during peak staffing determined by us and Disney, when they feel that the paramedics would be better served to be on site to reduce staffing times.
I completely
or response
understand.
times.
Is it too early to know where this might be? I mean, is this going to be connected to a hotel or in a back of house location or something? Or we don't really know yet at this point?
We don't really know yet. I think as the development goes on, to find the best place that we don't have to move out of and relocate because they want to use that property. We had our paramedic squads on site at one time, and that's what happened is they needed that area, and that's when we relocated them to Fire Station 3 and 6, which in the long run actually worked out better. But it's going to be kind of to the lay of the land and really see how it develops to where that would ultimately go.
So Chief, despite the fact that we don't know exactly as we sit here tonight, there will be one.
That is correct.
Ted, that's part and parcel of the development agreement.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Ted, I'm going to ask the fire department, I think the same thing. If you want to speak for them, excuse me, the police department, probably the same question. What a police substation looks like and where it might be and when it is staffed. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Rick Armendariz, Police Chief. So we currently have a police substation at Disney. It's currently a double-wide trailer located on the premise. And part of the police operational agreement is to establish a more permanent facility, if you will, that will allow the housing of our staff that's assigned out there to include showers, lockers, office space, conference room, and then a facility for storage of our bicycles as well as parking. So that's part of the description and the overview of the police substation.
And so, Chief, that's not unlike what we heard from Chief Pat. And again, while we don't know exactly where it will be located, it is included in the development agreement that there will indeed be one. Is that correct?
Correct, and I believe we also do have some timelines on when that process will be built.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just two quick questions, and then we'll turn it over. Wanted to just thank you for taking the extra step. I know our staff has done a really good job of doing community outreach. But as we know, at the end of projects like this, the more it garners media attention, the more we have neighborhoods that are getting involved, collectively talking to each other. Other questions are being raised. And I think it's a really important item to point out that our staff has taken a lot of time to meet with residents. I know that you have sat with me and even taken the time to do one-on-one phone conversations and meetings with residents. And so I do appreciate the team being so willing to give of your time to talk about some of these important issues. And that's how a lot of these organic issues then come to the top. I know the Mayor Pro Tem referenced a lot of the questions and concerns about the ingress and egress of trucks on Walnut. But one of the items also that has come up is around how we do appraisals of some of the streets that we are anticipating that may be abandoned. And so you referenced the CBRE appraisal that was then looked at by our consultants. I was wondering if you could just provide some background as to why we did not do our own appraisal, and then what are the qualifications of our consultants that looked at this, and are they MAI appraisers, and did they think that the range that was given to us by CBRE it was in line with the data and analysis that they did?
So the review that was done by the city's consultant was done by an MAI appraiser. They looked at the methodology that was used by CBRE and thought that the methodology was in the range of a normal market approach for an appraisal. And so they did concur with the process that was utilized. For the council's benefit, this is a somewhat unique set of land interests that are being valued, because you have both actual streets that are being proposed to be vacated, and then you have what are just referred to as map streets. So they're actually showing on a map within the circulation element, within the county's master plan of arterial highways, but they don't actually exist as a road right now. And so the methodology for that and that type of valuation is somewhat unique. And the city's consultant appraiser also looked at that issue and thought that the methodology that was used was appropriate.
Thank you for that clarification. Do we have any other further comments? So before we move to comments in the presentation by our applicant, I wanted to take a moment to have council members disclose any ex parte communications. I will start with Council Member Rubacalva.
And then to report at this time.
Thank you. Council Member Fussell?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I've met with, over the last 2 years, Disney at least twice, spoken with them a few times, as well as spoken with some residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fessel. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also met with the applicant a number of times, as well as community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. I met with Disney representatives twice. And about 2 years ago, I met at one of the park, at one of the presentations with one of the consultants, as well as some residents of District 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
I also met with the applicant, Disney, and their representatives, and several community members.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz?
I also met with the applicant 2 or 3 times, or at least members of the Disneyland Resort staff, and with many, many residents.
Thank you. I wanted to turn over to Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying the ex parte. So yes, I have met with the applicant a couple of times, most recently last week. And then I've also met with several community leaders regarding this, as well as attended several of the events hosted by our city, as well as the applicant.
Thank you. This is starting to sound a bit like a broken record, but I also met with the applicant as well as their consultant and have attended some of their community outreach events that they did in some of the parks throughout the city of Anaheim, as well as have met with many community groups and individuals on this project. So I think that's the last, so I want to open the public hearing. We are going to start with the applicant. Following that, the city clerk is going to announce any comments received electronically, and then we're going to invite in-person speakers to address our city council. After we receive all of our public comment, the applicant will have an opportunity to then respond, and then council will have, again, another opportunity to ask any follow-up questions that may have arisen in either the applicant's presentation or in our public comment. So I would like to now invite the applicant to address the city council, and the time for your presentation is 20 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, the Honorable City Council, and city staff. I'm Ken Potrock, President of the Disneyland Resort. I am so incredibly proud to be here tonight representing Disneyland Resort on a legacy project that will set the stage for what I think we all believe will be an immensely bright future for both the resort and the city of Anaheim. Walt Disney knew exactly what he was doing when he chose Anaheim to build his one-of-a-kind theme park in the 1950s. He partnered with Mayor Charles Pearson and City Manager Keith Murdoch, leaders who had a bold vision of what Anaheim could become. Today, almost 70 years after Disneyland opened, it's safe to say that Anaheim has evolved beyond anything that they could have imagined. 2 professional sports teams, a bustling convention center, over 180 hotels, nearly 70 community parks, incredible entertainment, dining experiences, and of course, a thriving resort district centered around the happiest place on earth. Whether it was building Disneyland in the 1950s or partnering with Mayor Tom Daley and City Manager Jim Ruth in the 90s to transform Disneyland into the resort destination it is today, the relationship between Disney and Anaheim has worked because we've shared a bold collaborative vision for what this city could truly become. Tonight, we are here again, making history together. For me, it is a tremendous, tremendous responsibility and privilege to follow in the footsteps of Walt Disney and partner with all of you. This is our legacy project, a partnership between Disneyland Resort and Anaheim that will impact generations to come. Guests today want more immersive and integrated experiences, like the popular Star Wars Galaxy's Edge right here in Anaheim, or the new Zootopia Land at Shanghai Disney Resort, or the World of Frozen in Hong Kong Disneyland Resort. We are ready to bring the next level of immersive entertainment here to Anaheim, where lands, attractions, retail, dining, entertainment, and lodging are no longer separated, but can be integrated together in very exciting ways. And we are committed to starting right away with a minimum investment commitment of $1.9 billion in the first 10 years that will bring engaging new experiences and entertainment to loyal fans and new audiences. And my emphasis is on the new audiences. These investments will bring life to some of our most powerful Disney stories and keep our resort relevant with the broadest of appeal to a variety of different audiences and age groups. But please, let me be clear. Let me be clear. The time is now. The Walt Disney Company has committed to investing $60 billion in its theme parks worldwide over the next decade. Let's bring a large portion of that investment here to Anaheim. It takes 3 to 5 years for Imagineers to bring an idea to fruition, and the company is deciding which parks will receive funding right now. Right now. We want to make sure we get part of this investment. I would kindly say more than our fair share part of this investment. We have the space here in Anaheim and the vision. With your support, we can ensure that Disneyland Resort and Anaheim continue to thrive for decades to come. We've all heard about the Avatar experience that is at the top of the list for Disneyland Resort. But what we can do with this experience regarding the size and scope is inherently influenced by Disneyland Forward. We want to go beyond replacing and reimagining current attractions and lands. And we want to bring new, expanded experiences like Cars Land, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and Avengers Campus to the Disneyland Resort. We know that when we add new experiences for our guests, everyone wins, including our cast members and the community. 1 in 7 of our cast members live right here in Anaheim, and 1 in 8 are enrolled in our Aspire program, which provides fully paid college tuition. To date, over 1,000 Disney Resort cast members have graduated with college degrees. And in the past 5 years, over 1,200 cast members were promoted from hourly to salaried roles, continuing our commitment to provide resources and opportunities for our cast to progress in their careers. Disneyland Resort is also proud to be a premier employer and destination of choice for military members and their families, with over 900 veterans employed at the resort. You will hear from a variety of these incredible cast members tonight. Disneyland Forward will not only provide more leadership roles for our cast, but it will also give us the opportunity to hire new cast members into competitive paying jobs with benefits and affordable health care and child care for those eligible, and opportunities for mentorship and training. It's a really interesting stat. We currently have 1,700 people on the hiring wait list, 1,700 people on the wait list for hourly roles at Disneyland Resort. Our applicant to hire ratio is an amazing 9-to-1. Clearly, Disneyland Resort is an employer of choice. Imagine if we had more roles for all who want to work here. And investing in Disneyland Resort is a win for our community. We've been embedded in the fabric of the Anaheim community for the past 70 years, and our giving and volunteer support touches every corner of this great city. We're also proud of our workforce development program, which impacts over 10,000 Anaheim residents each year. We are honored to partner with 15 Anaheim-focused organizations like the Anaheim Union High School District, Chrysalis, and the Anaheim Family YMCA. Together, we provide residents with mentorship, preparing the next generation to enter the workforce, and assisting those re-entering the workforce. To date, we have provided over $6.5 million in workforce development grants and donated thousands of Disney volunteers' hours. I'm also excited for you to hear from a few of our community partners tonight about how we're working together for a stronger Anaheim. But first, I have to invite, and I'm really thrilled to invite, Dr. Emil Puri, Dean of the College of Business and Economics at Cal State Fullerton, to share exactly what an investment like this could mean for Anaheim. But before Dr. Puri comes up, I'd like to show a video to better illustrate the potential of Disneyland Forward and why we are so incredibly excited.
The Disneyland Resort has been an integral part of the Anaheim and Orange County community for nearly 70 years, bringing joy and happiness to millions of guests from here and around the world. And we're also building community. Programs like Disney Aspire, providing cast members with 100% university tuition paid up front to help them achieve their educational goals, supporting military veterans, and making wishes come true for children with life-threatening illnesses through Make-A-Wish. All this while serving as an economic engine that creates jobs, supports local small businesses, and contributes millions in tax revenue to the city of Anaheim. It's why we're so optimistic about the future, with the potential of Disneyland Forward bringing new attractions, lands, and other immersive experiences. Even more magic to the Disneyland Resort. Disneyland Forward also includes an unprecedented commitment to the Anaheim community, addressing immediate needs, as well as deepening our commitment as a great employer dedicated to building skills, experience, and opportunity for our cast members. It was Walt himself who famously said, Disneyland, quote, will continue to grow as long as there's imagination left in the world. So Disneyland Forward is a multi-year plan for the future of Disneyland Resort, creating magic throughout the resort and beyond by unlocking new adventures and paving the way for a thriving economy and prosperous future for Anaheim. $1.9 billion invested in new theme park experiences and lodging over 10 years that experts say could generate nearly $30 million a year in new revenue to the city. First and foremost, we're creating new jobs in Anaheim, thousands of them, construction jobs and operations jobs. We're contributing $30 million to jumpstart a new affordable housing trust in Anaheim and $8 million to city parks, making a sustained commitment to mentoring and career training for Anaheim residents, and $85 million for improved traffic flow, circulation, and public safety. And all of this without seeking a penny in public funding, all on land Disney owns in the resort district. As Disneyland Forward takes its next steps toward the future, we invite you to be a part of this extraordinary journey. Join us as we create a great, big, beautiful tomorrow, just a dream away. Imagine the possibilities.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you, City Council members, for giving us the opportunity to share the results of the analysis that we did for Disneyland Forward. Before I begin, let me introduce two of my colleagues who work with me. Aaron Pop, who is here, and Adrian Fleissig, who is teaching tonight. But Aaron will be here if we need to have him answer some questions. Disneyland asked us to evaluate the impact of possible scenarios of expansion for Disneyland Resort. The scenarios that they presented us with that we were asked to analyze, one of which involved a $1 billion expansion of the theme parks. And this is the one we're talking about now, though we analyzed two other scenarios. Now, this scenario, this expansion, is supposed to have two phases: construction phase, which is supposed to last 4 years, according to information given to us. And after the 4th year is over, construction is completed, a theme park will be in operation. So we estimated the economic impact of both the construction phase and the expansion and the operation phase of this particular project. Now, to analyze the economic impacts, we use an industry standard methodology called IMPLAN, impact analysis for planning. That's a standard method that is used throughout the country, has been used for a number of years, decades in fact, and its theoretical basis goes back to 1970s. So it's a pretty well-established methodology that we used. Data for the starting point was all presented by Disneyland in terms of attendance, in terms of expenditure, what kind of expenditure, and all the other details that we needed to run the model were provided by Disneyland. Now, we estimated the impact on 3 geographic areas: Anaheim, Orange County, and California, but we're going to talk about only Anaheim here today. And we looked at 4 different impacts: impact on employment, on labor income, wages and salaries, economic output, which is the value added, some of all the output that is produced will be produced by this project, and the tax revenue, fiscal consequences of this expansion. Now, before I give you the results of what we did, let me go through a couple of technical definitions because it's helpful to have those in mind to understand what the results mean. In this methodology implant that we use, it starts with a direct impact, which is what Disney spent on buying goods and services, hiring people, paying them wages. Can you move the slide up, please? Direct expenditures. They include cast member wages, vendor expenditures, and third-party operator revenues, for example, in other areas of the Disneyland, and spending by the guests. So these are all direct expenditures into the system. That generates a second-order impact, these expenditures, which we call secondary impact, but they are made up of 2 different things: indirect impacts that are from purchases that the suppliers made. Disneyland bought something from a supplier, then the supplier has to go back and go down the chain, a supply chain, and buy things from other people. So that leads to a second-order impact of the initial direct expenditure. But also, people get paid when they're working either for the vendors or the Disneyland themselves, and they spend their money and buy goods and services. So that has an economic impact, and that's called induced economic impacts. So if you add the indirect and induced impact, we call it the secondary impacts. So we have direct expenditures, direct impacts, secondary impacts, and the total impacts are the sum of the direct impacts and the secondary impacts. And finally, we looked at the fiscal impact, the tax revenue that this economic activity will generate. So let me show you the results of our analysis. Notice that the dark line represents the direct expenditures and the light line represents secondary expenditures. Looking at employment, in the construction phase, we estimate that 958 jobs will be created as a direct measure, direct expenditure by Disneyland in building the theme parks. And 162 jobs will be created through indirect results because the direct expenditure took place, for a total of 1,120 jobs per year. For a 4-year construction period, you multiply it by 4, and you get 4,480 jobs from construction of the theme park, from expansion of the theme park. After that, we have operations of the theme park, and every year we estimate that 2,132 jobs will be created in running those theme parks, and 160 indirect jobs for a total of 2,292 jobs every year on a sustainable basis, so long as park keeps using that expansion of the theme parks. When we look at the labor income, wages and salaries, the direct measure of that is $101 million per year for a total of $403 million from construction that will be generated in salaries and wage income. And operations will generate $120 million per year from, again, labor income that is paid to people who are running the theme park. When we look at total output, the construction will generate $287 million per year for a 4-year total of $1,147 million, or $1,147 million from construction, total value of output. And when the theme park is in operations, the total revenue generated on an annual basis will be $253 million. Total output generated will be $253 million. Now let's look at the tax revenue that generated, or the fiscal impact from both construction and from operations. From 4 years of construction, the total tax revenue we estimate will be $11 million for all the 4 years. For operations, the total revenue generated will be $15 million year after year. Every year the theme park, the extended theme park, stays in operation. So that's an annual figure. So these two summarize the fiscal impact of the expansion that Disneyland proposed and that we analyzed. We estimated that increase of $15 million represents about 8% of the pre-pandemic 2019 tax revenue that the city was getting from Disney, based on the data that are publicly available. So that sort of summarizes the results of our analysis as well as the methodology that we used. Thank you.
And if I may, Mayor, we have a minute left on
Got it. Thank you, Dr. Puri. So you're going to hear from many people here in the conversation, in public comment, and I'm excited to hear about that and hear that kind of feedback. I think what you can see is that economic impact is quite powerful. I think that economic impact has a ripple effect. You know, with 140 small businesses in Anaheim that really get impacted by that, with 180 hotels that get impacted by that. When you begin to think about one of the things that we're so focused on, it is the fact that this has been, as Mr. White discussed, a 3-year process of deep, thoughtful thinking. And we are incredibly excited about this opportunity being presented to the city of Anaheim, and this opportunity being something that really will capture the potential of what we have in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to open the floor for public comments. Clerk, can you please call forward the speakers and announce any electronic public comments?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'm noting for the record for item 14, the public hearing, we received 130 public comments electronically. Those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website. I'm noting we do have 92 public comment speaker cards to address the public hearing. 19 of those are in the noticed area, so those speakers will be given 10 minutes, or the remainder would be given 3 minutes. And Mayor and City Council, just so you know, I do have staff in the open outside area asking if those that have not submitted a card, just to ensure that they do have the opportunity to come in and they address the City Council. So we are making our rounds inside just to ensure that we get every public comment card submitted. So we'll go ahead and start with the first speakers.
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question? So in the noticed area, we have how many speaker cards currently?
19.
19, and they get 10 minutes each?
That's correct.
And then how many do we have that have submitted cards already that are in the non-noticed area?
So we had 92 total, Mayor, and 19 that were in the noticed area. That gives us 73 that would be in the outside the noticed area, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So are we going to obviously start with the noticed area first?
Correct, Mayor.
And our first speaker, Laura Grids.
Feel free to bring her up.
Wow, 10 minutes? I have 10 minutes. I'm not going to take 10 minutes of your time, but that's Gabriella back there, by the way. She's my favorite thing. So thank you to the Anaheim City Council and Mayor for allowing me this opportunity to speak. As an Anaheim resident living directly across the street from Magic Way and the Disneyland Resort, I'm proud to share my full support of Disneyland Forward. This plan gives beyond generous support to our community, will continue to build on the foundation of Walt Disney's dream. Whether people in opposition admit it or not, Disneyland has helped generations of Anaheim residents and visitors the ability to live greater and a more beautiful life. It is clear that Disney thinks of its neighbors as their project has been developed with residents themselves for over years of time. The meticulous planning was to ensure everything they build will also be best for the Anaheim community. And, you know, Disney is deeply devoted to Anaheim, as we know. I could speak all night about the incredible benefits that will come along with the approval of Disneyland Forward, but I'd like to share one thing that will mean the most to myself and my daughter, who is here tonight, as you know, and if you didn't know, is in support of Disneyland Forward as well. The most important thing is the closure of Magic Way and the crosswalk Disney intends to build on Walnut. Living across the street on Walnut and Cerritos for years, I want to make sure I'm clear. I've never once needed nor used Magic Way as a shortcut, as a few residents state they have done. The street was never intended to be a shortcut as devised in its original plan that we learned about several times through many officials. And it was a part of the shifting of West Cerritos that led to it being a part of the resort area. I can also say, being across the street, that very few cars that use this byway actually use it legally. And there's several things that I've seen, from accidents and people almost being injured or physically being injured because of people turning to make that shortcut at nighttime as I'm walking home with my daughter from Disneyland. That's an unfortunate thing I've seen over the years, and Magic's Way closure for through vehicle traffic is crucial to the safety of our neighborhood. The crosswalk on Walnut will allow my family, along with countless residents and cast members, to safely cross the street and enjoy our neighborhood and the Disneyland Resort. I believe this will, along with the Disneyland Forward plan, will allow Anaheim to undoubtedly thrive further. Walt Disney was a dreamer that made so much magic a reality in the world. I will end with a song excerpt that you heard earlier from the Sherman Brothers, who wrote countless songs for Walt. It means a lot to me and my family. There's a great big beautiful tomorrow shining at the end of every day. There's a great big beautiful tomorrow, for it's just a dream away. I'm a dreamer. My daughter's a dreamer. Anaheim dreams big for its community and its future, and so does Disneyland. With your vote to move Disneyland forward, our dreams, like Walt's, will become history and make for a great big beautiful tomorrow for Anaheim and honestly the world. That is the remarkable impact that each of you will make when you move Disneyland forward. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
The next speaker, Beverly Grids, and if we can have the other speakers start to line up, Mike Manter and Dale Janish.
Good evening. First off, I would like to thank Disney from the bottom of my heart for being such an incredible neighbor. I live right on Walnut, and I have the highest standards when it comes to my environment, my home, and its value. For nearly 3 years now, Disney has asked what Anaheim residents need, and they listened. Disney answered all of our concerns with solid solutions. Disney asked, they listened, and they delivered. Unless one was ignoring Disney's desires to get residents involved, one would have attended at least one of the many informational events throughout the Anaheim over the past 3 years. Disney even did a special event just for Pepperwood and Kaleidoscope because those are some of the closest neighbors to the resort. Disney wanted to make sure every single resident in these two complexes, as well as Anaheim in general, were well informed and had the opportunity to speak up. I do need to touch a little bit on Magic Way to ensure everyone understands Disney's plan is to keep Magic Way open to pedestrian traffic. They are planning to build a lighted crosswalk. Now, Disney's not going to build a lighted crosswalk and then not let people cross into the west side of the resort. And if anyone is still concerned about the loss of using Magic Way as a shortcut, then shame on them for being more concerned about a few moments it will take them for additional traffic to get to work, as opposed to being concerned about the safety of the residents and the people that walk along Walnut. The numbers add up. $85 million to improve traffic flow and safety, $30 million to fund affordable housing, $8 million to improve city parks, 8,960 construction union jobs, 4,584 operating jobs, $202 million in additional revenue for Anaheim in just the first 10 years. How many other neighbors have ever done anything even close to this? Bottom line, when Disney wins, Anaheim and the residents win. Lastly, I couldn't be more excited to see my home value increase with the expansion of the Disneyland Resort. Not sure about any other speakers here tonight, but I actually own my own home, and I'm in favor of the Disneyland Forward. Please show the residents of Anaheim that you, our city council, love Anaheim more than a handful of sour grapes that dislike Disney more than they love Anaheim. Please vote to approve Disneyland Forward tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mike Banter, Dale Janish, and then Francis Notaboom.
Good evening. I'll try to follow up with that as brief as possible. Thank you, Beverly. Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Michael Manter. I'm actually a proud Anaheim resident and in full support of the Disneyland Forward project. Unlike most people you hear tonight, I'm not part of a local business. I'm not from the area, lived here for years, or a cast member. In the summer of 2020, after many years as visiting as a tourist, my husband and I moved to Anaheim, and 2 years ago, moved to the Kaleidoscope community at the corner of Magic and Walnut. As a tourist, I rarely ventured outside the resort, and if I did, it was to find a quick grocery store or a place to eat or go to another tourist destination. I never realized the impact the resort had on locals. While not perfect, I realized the Disneyland Forward project helps address the concerns and needs from all sides, including traffic, pollution, control, and noise. They have adapted their approach while listening to the community, which shows their commitment to Anaheim and those that call it home. The most talked about portion from a local standpoint I've heard is the purchase of Magic Way. Until the Disneyland Forward project, I thought Magic Way was already owned and operated by Disneyland. My personal belief is closing to vehicles, not pedestrians, will help remove unwanted resort traffic from Walnut while creating a safer spot for locals and those visitors along Walnut. Just today, on the way to this meeting, I had to avoid cars making illegal U-turns onto Walnut from Magic. I'm looking forward to the next several years and seeing how Disneyland will help impact the future of Anaheim and making it a worldwide destination, home to the only Disney park visited by Walt Disney himself. Thank you.
Oh, good evening. I am a Disney cast member, and I have been for almost 50 years now. I one of the original volunteers, a project leader. We put a park in for the community. One of the first projects I did as a volunteer. And so I've been involved with the community, and I serve on the board of directors for Kaleidoscope condominiums, and my home is right there on the corner basically magic way. So I know that area really well. I'm really in favor of the project. I think it will be a great benefit for Anaheim, and the concerns about noise and stuff like that, there's going to be some noise during construction. But one thing I've found out that Disney responds to the neighbors. Work with Carolee on some projects here, but for example, Fantasmic, when it was first put in, the speakers were over on the island and they bounced off the building and you could hear every word from Fantasmic at my house. And the neighbors and I complained about it. Disney moved all the speakers so they were closer to the guests, turned down the volume, and you can't hear it hardly at all. Of course, well, you don't have it at the moment, but when it comes back, that's true. So they do respond, and they're a good company to work for. I have 11 guys that work for me, and they're really love working there. And one thing that a lot of the union trades haven't brought up is they have apprentice programs, and I'm working on the Cypress project, the Splash Mountain redo right now, and we have a lot of apprentices that are getting great training over there while they're doing their jobs, working with journeymen, and getting better paying positions for the future. That's one thing that's been brought up. It's helping people up. The Disney Aspire program, I have several friends in that, and they're getting their college degrees. Disney's paying for it. As for the starting wage is higher than City of Anaheim is publicizing on their marquee for the Anaheim Convention Center. So there's a lot of pluses there, and I've enjoyed working there for almost 50 years now. And I just really, really hope you approve this, because I think it'd be a great benefit to the whole city. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor Aitken, Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, and City Council. My name is Frances Noteboom, and I've been here before to speak to you on Disneyland Forward, as we live less than 300 feet from the Simba lot. I would like to outline the dates of all the meetings we've had with the Disneyland Forward team for the record, as I thought it would be important, and I would also like to thank Disney. Our first meeting was on April 12th, 2021. Our second was a webinar on May 4th. We had a personal meeting on May 27th, individual meetings on June 30th, resident meeting on July 8th. This is all 2021. Webinar follow-up on September 1st, community coffee at Stoddard Park, May 14, 2022, resident meeting August 29th, 2022. Community coffee at Majeska Park, November 12, 2022. Community coffee at Ponderosa, December 10, 2022. Walnut Neighbors Open House, May 3rd, 2023. Walnut Neighbors Open House, June 12, 2023. Walnut Neighbors DEIR update, September 21st, 2023. Individual meeting with small group of Walnut residents, January 30th, 2024. Walnut Neighbor event at Pixar Place, February 20th, 2024. There were 10 other community coffee events at other parks throughout the city that I did not attend. Furthermore, we attended the city's public scoping meeting on November 2021, November 20th, the CEQA workshop on October 9th, January 23rd, City Council workshop, and February 26th, Public Planning Commission workshop. We met with Public Works, Raphael Cobian, Ruby Amami, and Norma Kurtz. On June 26, 2023, re-traffic calming on Walnut as it is related to the Disneyland Forward project. All told, we attended 19 meetings in 3 years, and I think that's a record. During the Walnut residents' meetings, we met with Somas and the Gibson Company, all of whom were available to us for questions and concerns. Disney have been very transparent about the whole project from the beginning, and they've incorporated changes based on recommendations from us, such as where theme park attractions can be built, sound barriers, walls, and setbacks. I don't have anything else to add that hasn't already been voiced. Suffice it to say that Disney is a great neighbor. They have always responded in a timely manner to any issues whatsoever, and we look forward to a continued great relationship with both Disney and the city as we watch all this come to fruition. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mike Miranda, and the next following speakers, Brianna Foster and Laura Castro.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mike Miranda. As she stated, I've been a resident of the city of Anaheim for 32 years and a Disneyland Resort cast member for 43. I come in complete support of the Disneyland Forward project. As a resident, I benefit every day from the city services, police, fire, parks, trails, you name it, that the revenue of the Disneyland Resort and the Anaheim Resort contribute to our city. And with the benefits package included in this project that includes millions of dollars for affordable housing, parks, traffic improvements, and pedestrian safety, I'm excited to see what the future of this city will look like. As a cast member, I get involved in a lot of community efforts through our volunteers program. I'm also a member of the OLA leadership team, which focuses on the Hispanic and Latinx cast members. Part of the projects that we get to be involved in is the OLA Readers, where we go and read to our elementary school students across the city. And another project that we got to participate was at the Orange Grove Elementary, where we went and presented a career day for 2nd and 6th graders, which was truly impactful for not only me, but I hope the students that we spoke to. It was hard to keep their attention, but we did our best. At Disneyland, I lead the Disney University, where all cast members start their career, regardless of your role. So if you're the president of the Disneyland Resort or a cast member that works in our theme parks, you begin your first day with me and my team. And this is where we get the opportunity to teach them what it is to be a Disneyland cast member. Part of that is teaching them about the history and heritage and our unique culture at Disneyland. And we share a lot of stories and quotes from Walt Disney. And one of the quotes we like to share in most of our learning experiences that Walt said was that Disneyland will never be complete as long as there's imagination left in the world. And I believe the Disneyland Forward project embodies that excitement, that imagination, in order to kind of progress forward for all of us here in the city of Anaheim. So I want to thank you for your service to our city, and thank you for your time tonight.
Hello. Thank you so much for the time tonight. My name is Brianna Foster, and I made 2 decisions in high school that changed my life. I hired into Disneyland as an hourly hostess at the Red Rockets Pizza Port, and I enlisted in the Army Reserves. As an Anaheim resident, 20-year member of the Army Reserves, and a Disney cast member, I want to thank the entire council for your time today to hear about the deeply personal impacts this project will have on our lives. And specifically, I'd like to share this with my representative from District 3, Council Member Rubalcava. Like you, Ms. Rubalcava, me, my wife, and my 2 little girls, 6 and 8, live nearby in the colony. My oldest daughter attends Franklin Elementary, go Franklin Falcons. And my 2-year-old daughter is a huge fan of the giant space she gets to run around in at Pearson Park. I'm not sure if I'm as big a fan of running after her, but watching her run around with that abandon and smile on her face that she gets is really worth the sore knee later on in the evening. I need your support for this initiative. My youngest will get to benefit because of this initiative from the current wonderful city-sponsored programs that my oldest gets to participate in, like the dual immersion program at Franklin. This and the many, many programs like it that are supported by the city, funded by Disney, and led by some of the most dedicated teachers I've ever had the honor of knowing, build critical life skills that responsible citizenship and community means something which could not be more vital than now to teach or to role model. and veterans like me need your support. Disney has been there for me throughout my 20 years in the reserves and continues to provide truly actionable support for service members looking for their next community after exiting the armed services. The above and beyond support of Disney allowed me to serve in the reserves from my enlistment as a junior, and my GI Bill in the reserves ultimately allowed me to buy our home here in Anaheim. It's hard to serve as a dual citizen and a soldier, but it's even harder on the families. But because of Disney, my wife had resources to help her when I was gone. And I didn't have to worry about many of the things my fellow service members had to, including being passed up or promotions or having critical experiences to grow their career growth because they missed the time with their employer. In fact, Disney not only recognized this, they supported my service and my career by recognizing what that means in the transference into a civilian career path. And so I ask you, esteemed council members, support Disneyland Forward for my girls. Support Disneyland Forward so Disney can continue to help veterans to find a new community, to actively serve and support our children so they can continue to learn the importance of public service and the community support you all show tonight. Thank you.
The next speaker, Laura Castro. Tony Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Tony Lopez. My wife and I reside in the Walnut neighborhood in District 4. I'm also fortunate enough to be a cast member of the Walt Disney Company, where I work in the human resources segment. I am proud to stand up here and say that we wholeheartedly support this great and beneficial project, Disneyland Forward. Being a cast member for the last 4 years has been an honor and a privilege, to say the least. It's inspiring to see all the ways Disney engages with its community, including the Volunteers Program, which my wife and I regularly participate in. Around Thanksgiving, this Thanksgiving, we assisted in feeding thousands of families a hot Thanksgiving meal as part of the We Give Thanks program. This is just one of the ways that Disney takes care of its community. One of the benefits of living so close to the parks and to my office at the Team Disney building is having the opportunity to ride my bicycle to work. Although it's a mere 7-minute ride, I truly, truly love passing so many smiling faces heading into the resort. It always reminds me how truly special this company is. The dedicated bike path along Walnut Avenue would continue to promote bicycle travel for commuters like us. The crosswalk along Walnut would also improve safety for nearby residents and guests, providing an easy path to and from the resort. I am extremely proud to be employed by the Walt Disney Company, but I am also equally proud to call the city of Anaheim our home and our community. Living along Walnut Avenue, I have a unique opportunity to see the benefits that the Disneyland Forward project will offer to both employees and residents. And I strongly urge you to vote in support of this project. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Mike Lawley. I've lived in Anaheim and worked for Disneyland Resort for the past 9 years, and I'm incredibly supportive of this project. My wife, 2 daughters, and I moved out here 9 years ago from Orlando, and our plan was to work here for 3 years on a short-term assignment and move back. And that became impossible, not because of Disneyland, but because of the community of Anaheim built around it. We planned on working here for 3 years. Fortunately, we got very lucky and there was an expansion happening right at the end of that time. We had the opportunity to stay and our daughters wouldn't have had it any other way. They continue to be proud students at the public schools here in Anaheim, and thanks to their incredible teachers, their coaches, their friends, their community, their faith, we are committed to putting our roots here into the deep future. Fortunately for us, the time in Anaheim has become the best time of our lives. It wasn't planned, but the great community that has been built here makes me so thrilled and privileged to feel like I can add my voice to the tapestry you're hearing tonight, knowing that for both ourselves, our children, we look forward to being a part of this beautiful community that has an incredible opportunity to ensure that its best years are ahead, and that can only be possible if you vote yes on Disneyland Forward tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Creighton Boggs.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to share with everyone tonight. My name is Creighton. I live on the east side of the resort near Chapman and Harbor, and I just wanted to share my enthusiastic support for the project. In the time that I've lived in the neighborhood, I've seen our neighborhood get cleaner and safer as a direct result of the tourism that comes from the parks. I'm confident that this expansion will only result in more improvements for Anaheim, but also the surrounding communities. I'm particularly excited about the developments that have been discussed for the east side of the resort. I think this expansion will generate over $200 million in additional revenue for Anaheim in the first 10 years alone to fund projects and services that benefit all residents. In addition to that, Disney's pledged to better our community by providing $30 million for affordable housing and $8 million for parks that takes effect as soon as this is passed, not down the road, but as soon as this is passed. And most importantly, this expansion will result, This expansion will result in nearly 9,000 construction jobs and over 4,500 long-term jobs. Those are quality jobs that are going to drive the economic engine of our community. And they pay more than minimum wage and they have good benefits. Well, I know our neighbors have expressed concerns about the impact of losing Magic Way, which is less than 1,200 feet long. The actual study conducted doesn't support those fears. Not only would allowing Disney to convert Magic Way to a pedestrian route help residents to safely access the resort, as some of our other neighbors have discussed, but the millions that Disney plans to contribute to traffic flow and safety all over the resort will help people all over Anaheim, not just in the limited area around Magic Way. In particular, I feel that people are missing that the plans also include a parking structure on the east side with direct freeway access, which will actually assist with taking local traffic not only away from the area around the west side of the resort, where people are focused on the loss of Magic Way, but taking them off of local roads entirely, which will help local commuters like myself and others. The east side development also includes pedestrian access, which would allow visitors to access all of the local businesses on Harbor Boulevard that thrive as a direct result of the resort. I don't see how this is anything other than a win-win for our community. Disneyland has been a good neighbor to Anaheim for decades and has made massive commitments to actively invest in our community. And I would urge the city to approve this project so that that relationship can continue to flourish for the benefit of all the citizens of Anaheim and the surrounding areas. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed council. My name is Thomas Moxham. My closest cross street is Magic and Walnut. If this vote would negatively impact any Anaheim residents, it's me and those who live in my community. Over the last few years, Disney has done an extraordinary job interacting with residents such as myself, working directly with us to find our concerns in order to ensure that this project will not disrupt our lives in any meaningful way. They've taken our needs into account. The crosswalk in this plan is a direct result of their collaboration and will improve the safety of local residents. It seems like the most controversial part of this project is the closure of Magic Way. As I said, I am one of the residents living closest to Magic Way, and if this plan passes, I will use a crosswalk at that location far more than I've ever driven on the street itself. I'm here tonight to say that I support this plan. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. For the past 17 years, I've lived on Walnut Street across the street from the project. So my interest is in protecting the integrity and aesthetics of my neighborhood. I don't have a financial or a business interest in this project. No project or change is perfect, but I have been interacting with this project for the past 3 years, and I can confidently say that city staff and the Disneyland Forward project team have really gone above and beyond to get us to this point. I believe that the project has genuinely factored in the needs and wants of ordinary neighbors like myself. One of the biggest sources of contention, as you know, is Magic Way. I'm part of the tiny minority that personally uses Magic Way both on foot and by car on a regular basis. Overall, the way I see Magic Way's closure is this is a give and a take. Disney is taking away a through street, but in return, our neighborhood is getting a tremendous number of functional and aesthetic improvements. This is an instance where I think the give is much greater than the take. First, the crosswalk that we're getting is a huge deal for many neighbors like me who, like it or not, are jaywalking across Walnut Street to get to Disneyland. Cars constantly speed up and down Walnut. I've gotten used to it because it's frankly the only thing that I've ever known. But it's dangerous to cross Walnut in this area. So an important benefit of the crosswalk is it will slow down vehicle traffic on Walnut Street every time it's in use. And I can tell you from experience, it will be in use a lot. At peak times, there's probably someone crossing every few minutes. Second, I believe the new Class 1 bike paths up and down Walnut also are an important give. Bike paths create more of a neighborhood feel, and bike lanes in general serve as traffic calming measures. Again, anything that slows down traffic even a little will be a win for our neighborhood. I understand some in our community are asking for more time to review the project. My response would be the city and the Disneyland Forward project team have been doing outreach to neighbors like me who are going to be most affected by this project for the past 3 years. The closure of Magic Way alone has been on the books for about 2 years. Meanwhile, I believe that it was as a direct result of the feedback from neighbors like myself that we are getting all of these gives and takes in this project. So in sum, yes, change and like no change or project is perfect, but in this case, the gives, I believe, outweigh the takes, and that's why I feel good about supporting this project.
Good evening, council. Thank you for the time. Thank you for allowing all of us to be heard. My name is Jesse Watkins. I'm the general manager of the Best Western Plus Pavilions. We're on Catella, right across from Disney. I've been an Orange County resident for over 40 years. I've been going to Disney since I was a child, now as a father of a couple 20-year-olds, and hoping to go in the future as a grandfather. We've seen Disney grow and how much that's meant to the community, how much that's given to the community, providing revenue for the infrastructure, for the first responders. We've heard Disney speak firsthand how much they provide. We've heard their employees talk about everything. And I know for myself and a lot of my peers in the room as hoteliers what that means to us. My hotel's been there since the mid-60s and how much it's meant to provide employment for generations of employees. I personally have employees that have been with me for about 35 to 40 years, and it's all due to Disney. So again, just want to vocalize my support for Disney. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Laimana. My parents moved to Anaheim in 1979. I grew up over by Manchester and Broadway. I have worked in Anaheim for 26 years. Over the years, Disney has given back a great deal to the city through volunteer hours, donations, attracting visitors to the area. With Disney Forward, they will be giving back even more money towards housing, donations for schools, libraries, more employment opportunities, along with bringing in more volunteers and visitors for the local businesses. More funds will be generated for the general fund. I look forward to the opportunities Disney Forward will bring to our employees and their families. The entire city will benefit from Disneyland Forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dave Lieberman. I've owned a home near the Disneyland Resort for 17 years, and I am a cast member in the Enterprise Technology Division of the Walt Disney Company. The City Council of 30 years ago could never have imagined a day when hotels, retail, entertainment, and even residential could be interwoven within each other. It just wasn't a land use that was considered. But this formula has found so much success, from the Irvine Spectrum to Disneyland Paris, from the Americana brand to the now under development OC Vibe development around the Honda Center. About the abandonment of Magic Way, are we really going to allow this project to be hamstrung for a road that 40 people a week out of a population of 360,000 people use as a convenient shortcut to the freeway? What about the parking? The parking is going to be moved from the Toy Story lot or the strawberry fields, for those of us who've been here for a while, to a location that's way closer to the freeway that has direct freeway access. It's going to alleviate some of the traffic issues that we as locals have to deal with when Disneyland-bound traffic has to compete with for space along Disney Way, Catella, Ball Road, Harbor, everywhere. Allowing Disney this freedom to reimagine the property will bring fresh ideas to that property, and it's going to bring more people to the area. Between that increased tourism, which increases the businesses on Harbor Boulevard, and Disneyland's own contributions directly to Anaheim's economy, we as Anaheimers stand to reap a great deal from this proposal. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Taylor, and I live in the Pepperwood complex across from Magic Way. And I'd like to read you an open letter to the mayor and our council members. I'm speaking to you today as a mother to a little girl who just turned 1 and already has a pair of her own sparkle pink mouse ears. We are a Disney family, and I'm excited for the new rides that this expansion could bring. However, I feel betrayed that Magic Way is up for sale. After attending 2 informational presentations about Disneyland Forward hosted by Disney, a March 11th newspaper article was the first time that I heard that Magic Way was for sale. Disney representatives had previously assured me that they were looking into working with the city on a pedestrian access. While true, they failed to acknowledge that a sale of public land was taking place. A street was turning from public to private. I hope I never teach my daughter to tell half-truths. Instead, I want to teach my daughter to stand up for what she believes in and always make herself heard. She has already seen me vote and speak to my council members. I hope she never sees me sell my voice for less than 2% of the annual city budget. To sell Magic Way is to remove citizens entirely from future conversations in the street's use. Yes, they might have a pedestrian walkway planned now, but once it is theirs, they could just as easily remove it. It will be theirs and theirs entirely. Voters will have no say in its future use. We live in the community directly across from Disneyland. Magic Way is our access to these parks. Some of my neighbors use this access as a way to rent their home as their livelihood. If this land is sold, this access could disappear without any voter input. I want to envision a future in which I can give my home to my daughter, and she may walk her own daughter into the park, sparkly mouse ears in tow. I hope she will not have to raise her daughter looking only at the backside of a walled fortress. On behalf of parents with a dream to walk their grandchildren to Disneyland, please stop the sale of Magic Way. Thank you.
Hi, I have lived at Pepperwood Village for the last 40 years. And during that time, we have enjoyed direct access, pedestrian access to Disneyland and to downtown Disney. When our daughter was very young, when she was, well, not very young, she was a teenager, we made sure that she had an annual pass, and she would go in the summertime almost every evening over Videopolis. We felt like it was a wonderful place for her to be safe and enjoy, and it was great. and we had direct access. Through the years, we had direct access to the hotel grounds and to Disneyland and to downtown Disney for our grandchildren. We many times we would go into the park. We would go to downtown Disney. We purchase princess dresses for our granddaughter, and that was such a wonderful experience. Going forward, we want our great-grandchildren to have that same kind of access, that pedestrian access. Through the years, that access has been restricted bit by bit. If we don't have pedestrian access on Magic Way for the residents in Pepperwood Village, that would be a shame. We need to have that access for our grandchildren and going forward. Thank you.
Sonia Harrington.
That was my husband that just spoke, and he said pretty much everything I was going to say. I just wanted to say one thing. One time we went to, I think we went to the hotel to buy some candies, some Disney candies, and when we came back out, they closed on us Cerritos Avenue. We couldn't get back home, so we had to find a detour. Now I'm afraid they're going to do the same thing on Magic Way. Please let the pedestrians go through. I mean, we bought our home 40 years ago to have access to Disney, and now it's like being cut off. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Randy Lewis, and then following Randy Lewis is Adriana Perez Rosas and Francisco Rosas.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Randy Lewis. I'm a resident of the Pepperwood complex. I also happen to be on the HOA. I come here as a private residence tonight. First thing I want to address is Magic Way. I see that when on the agenda, it's motion by motion by motion. What I'm urging you is do not approve Magic Way at this point. Not only are we talking about a crosswalk, which I think is a fabulous idea. Yes, we definitely need to have a crosswalk across Walnut to keep the jaywalkers safe. Maybe even a lighted crosswalk would be a great idea. But closing Magic Way to through traffic for automobiles is a really bad idea. Even when we fix Ball Road at Walnut and at Disneyland Drive, if you close Magic Way, you're just going to dump more cars onto it. You know, we heard some ridiculous suggestions on April 10th of, well, you could just go up to Catella, go back down, go to Gene Autry Freeway. Why can't I just go straight for 1,100 feet? This is not in the best interest of the city by closing a public street. When we talked to some of the Disneyland people, they said, well, it's not really, it was never intended to be a public street. It is a street. It's a public street. It was never a design feature. A design feature is a pink dress on a Barbie, not a public street. You know, I was going to leave it at that, but then I started thinking during the presentation about the statement of overriding consideration. What that entails is, hey, look, we know there's going to be noise pollution. We know even worse, during construction, there's going to be air pollution. Who's that going to impact? People in my neighborhood. Pepperwood, Walnut, Kaleidoscope. How do we mitigate that? Oh, we don't. We just say, oh, you know, the economic benefits outweigh that we may be poisoning some of our own population. Let's think about that a moment. And what are we basing that information on? What is the statement of overriding consideration? Economic? What are we basing the economic report on? Well, from a report from Cal State Fullerton. Oh, Cal State Fullerton. Have you seen that report? No, we haven't seen that report. Disney Commission report. We haven't seen it. What you're looking at is a 9-page executive summary. You're not looking about how the sausage is made. Simply, hey, look, here's a sausage, an economic sausage that's going to give us the right to poison the people of the city of Anaheim. Thank you very much for your time. I urge you once again, do not vote for Magic Way.
Hello, esteemed council members. My name is Adriana Perez Rosas, and what I find curious is that a lot of this pro-Magic Way support comes from Disney cast members. If that's not unbiased or biased, I don't know what is. Let's be real. I am also a resident and homeowner in Anaheim, and unlike previous speakers, the bottom line for me is not how much money I'm going to make from my, house. It's about quality of life. It's about this disgusting, corrupt, and just never-ending hunger for Disneyland. How much do you want? You have so much. You have so much. Can you stop? Can you stop swallowing and eating? Are you ever full? Is your greed ever enough? Disneyland, you are offensive. And what's offensive is that you kept us homeowners and residents waiting outside in the cold for hours. We will not be displaced. My Mexican-American community is here to tell you that we will not be displaced. We are homeowners, we are residents, we are brown, we are white, and we are sick and tired of your corruption. You are corrupt. Your mayor was corrupt. Who else is corrupt here? We pay taxes. We buy homes. We go grocery shopping. We spend money. Respect us. Respect our community. We are Mexican American, and you are going to displace us. Stop it, Disneyland. You already took Cricri. Jiminy Cricket, that was Cricri, you guys. Enough! When is it enough? Greedy, disgusting, and vulgar. Money is not the way to happiness. When is enough enough? And then you bring people who work for Disney? You're offensive. Whoever is here working for Disney, you're offensive. And my husband is a veteran.
Mayor, council members, greetings. As my wife mentioned, I am a combat veteran, 18 years under my belt with multiple tours. And it's one thing that Anaheim and the state has shown me is there is no respect for us veterans. You all walk over us like we don't exist. We're the most homeless population in California with the highest suicide rates. Yet here you are, filling this room with Disney employees, people that have benefits for this Disney expansion, yet you ignore the homeowners. You ignore the taxpayers that really do make a difference in this community. And not only that, you're gonna close a street to privatize it, which is not only gonna increase the noise pollution and the traffic on Ball Road and Walnut. We already have our streets overtaken by tourists that don't want to pay the parking fee at Disney. And what do we get out of it? We get our streets littered with garbage that end up in the storm drains. And then my wife and my tax money has to pay for the street sweeping that picks up this trash that Disney tourists leave. The street limit on Walnut, Vermont, and on Ball Road is 35 miles an hour. Because of these tourists that want to go to Disney and have the life of their time of their life, the average speed limit now is 55, 60 miles an hour with complete disregard with school buses and school zones. And yet here you are, want to close off a street just because somebody paid and donated to every single one of your campaigns.
Disgusting.
And you expect us to have faith in all of you? Nah. If this Disneyland Forward goes through, I am going to spend my time making sure that each and every single one of you will no longer have a seat and will be replaced by people that represent the residents of Anaheim, not the corporate conglomerate.
Mayor and City Council, I'm going to call Laura Castro. This is the name that we called previously, Laura Castro within the noticed area.
We'll move on to the outside the noticed area, Mayor, and this is for 3 minutes, and the first speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
Laura Castro going once, going twice. Never mind. Good evening, it's me again. I think you should table this. Just table it. Do not move forward, Disney, forward. Do not act on this event because there's so much more which has been previously said. There's the Cal State Fullerton report. We don't know anything what's in it. You guys got a summary or something, and we don't know anything. Also, if you're going to vote on this, the mayor, you asked each person who met with the Disney representatives, and yeah, that's right. But then how much money have each of you received from the Disney SOAR and their various groups? There's so many of them that, you know, oh, okay, that question's answered. Anyway, so we should have full disclosure of how much money each of you have gotten over the years from the Disney SOAR and their various entities, and or you should recuse yourself from voting. You should not even act on it. It should be, at this point, it's full disclosure versus going forward. And I don't see any other way, but there's too much more questions to ask than there are answers. And I think each of you maybe are going at this because you know, you want to see the fruition of this project. A lot of people would like to see this come. We're not going to know anything for 10 years. Hell, I'll be in Anaheim Cemetery by the time they even break ground. And so what are we going to get out of this by acting on it tonight when we don't know fully what is going on? The public does not know. You're just acting on faith. Yeah, just move it along, move it along. And I think you'll also see this in court. And I should caution you about closing Magic Way. Do not close Magic Way, because I think you're really asking for it if that continues. Thank you very much. I stayed up past my bedtime.
Everybody's leaving here. Guess they know it's coming. My name's Wes Jones, an Anaheim resident, and since nobody else will do the disclosure, you know that 4 out of the 7 council members here were elected with Disney PAC money. Let's hear it for Disney, yay! Yeah, that's good. And, you know, before we talk about Disney Forward, let's talk about California Adventure and how good that was for our city. You know, there's some billion-dollar bonds. By the time we got close to paying it off where we are now, we're $2 billion into it. City's broke. We've got one public pool for the entire city. We've got less park area than any other city in Orange County our size or population. We have to have charities come in and fix up our parks. And it just hasn't worked out, you know? See what else? As far as the forward thing, I have no real objection to you're building your little addition to your park. But I don't want to mess up the residents. That's why I don't think you really need a exemption for all CEQA lawsuits, because if you do it right, you won't get any. Let's see, what else? Yeah, you know, you're going to give us 40 million or 30 million for affordable housing, and you're going to give us like 4 million for Magic Way. You know, that's less than the 66 million we're getting ripped off for Gene Autry Way. That's what we put in there for the Gene Autry Way thing, and then Disney never completed it, so we've got the bridge to nowhere that we put in 66 million for. You know, all I really ask is you do right by the residents. And, you know, Disney has some bad habits here.
Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, well, thank you. I had some good stuff left, too.
Our next speaker, Kylie Johnson, and then following with Natalie Guzman Garcia and Rafael Beran.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm honored to be speaking to you tonight in support of Disneyland Forward as both a District 3 Anaheim resident and a Disneyland Resort cast member. Now, I'm not originally from Anaheim or Southern California. I actually grew up in Northern California wine country. And because I love wine so much, a lot of people ask me why I chose to move to Anaheim. I knew from a very young age that I wanted to be a part of Disney, and as I grew up visiting Disneyland on my family's annual trips, I knew that this was the place that I needed to be. So as soon as I could, I applied for the Disney College program, which supported me in moving to downtown Anaheim so I could work at my favorite place in the world. I spent that semester away from my schoolwork so I could serve gumbo in bread bowls in New Orleans Square, making great friends, networking with inspiring individuals, and taking Disney University courses. Even though I moved back to finish at my community college, I knew my next step was transferring to a university near Disneyland to finish my degree. As soon as I moved back down here, I applied to work at Disney immediately. This time I was creating magic in Fantasyland, sending families on flying elephants and operating some of the most iconic attractions in the world, until beginning my professional career in this building and then heading back to Disney as a communications intern. 8 years later, I've accomplished more in my career than I ever could have imagined. On top of what I originally set out to do, I've had so many doors open for me to advance my career. I've met so many incredible people. In fact, I owe all of my community to Disney, as I've met all of my friends by working there. At a time when masses of Californians are leaving the state, my family included, and we're seeing the lowest numbers of young people settling and building families in Orange County, Disney plays a crucial role in bringing people here like me and supporting them in building their lives here. Little did I know at the time that my internship with the city was laying a foundation that would come full circle as I ask you to vote yes on Disneyland Forward for the future of Anaheim and the next generations that call it home. Thank you.
The next speaker, Natalie Guzman Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Guzman Garcia. I began my career at the Disneyland Resort in 2010 in an hourly retail role, unsure of what my future would hold. 14 years later, I can say with certainty that it was the best decision of my life. 2 years ago, I was selected as one of 2 Disney ambassadors, serving as the official spokesperson and cast member representative of the Disneyland Resort. It will always be the honor of a lifetime, and I'm still awed that I, the daughter of a working class immigrant from Mexico, was selected to embody the very spirit of Disneyland. Disney has always been a part of major milestones in my life. It's where I met my husband, a fellow cast member, and where I fulfilled my dream of earning my bachelor's degree through Disney Aspire, which fully covers the cost of tuition for hourly cast members. In my current role, I support our Disney Volunteers program and community outreach efforts. And today I am proud of my accomplishments, not just as a cast member, but as an individual who has made a life for herself as a resident in the city of Anaheim. The Disneyland Resort has supported my goals for 14 years, so now it's my turn to support Disneyland Forward. I'd like to officially deliver the Disneyland Forward record of project support to city staff. I want to note the unprecedented community outreach and engagement that has resulted in an impressive archive of support from a diverse list of residents, businesses, elected leaders, nonprofits, and labor groups. I am officially submitting into the record 731 support letters and 2,169 petitions in support of the project. I would also like to read into the record the language of the petition. Dear Mayor Aitken and City Council members, as an Anaheim resident, I urge you to support Disneyland Forward. Disneyland Forward will pave the way for Disney to meaningfully invest in the community for decades, create thousands of jobs for local residents, and infuse the city's general funds with millions in additional tax revenue every year with no public subsidy. According to experts, this includes 8,960 new construction jobs, 4,584 new jobs during operation, $202 million in additional tax revenue for the city in the first 10 years alone. Disneyland Forward also contains a $30 million commitment to fund affordable housing projects in Anaheim within the first 5 years alone, the first and largest investment in affordable housing for a non-residential project in the city's history. Disneyland Forward would contribute $85 million to improve traffic flow and pedestrian safety throughout Anaheim and pave the way for a long-desired pedestrian signal and crosswalk on Walnut Street, enhancing pedestrian access to Magic Way. I hope you will support Disneyland Forward, which will directly benefit residents and our city for generations to come. Thank you very much for your time.
Buenas noches, good evening. My name is Rafael Barron, and I am also a Disneyland Resort cast member. I also like to share about the delivery of the Disneyland Forward record of project support in Spanish as well. Me gustaría entregar oficialmente el registro de apoyo de Disneyland Forward al personal de la ciudad, destacando el alcance y la participación comunitaria sin precedentes que ha resultado en un impresionante apoyo de una lista diversa de residentes y partes interesadas, incluidas empresas, líderes electos, residentes, organizaciones sin fines de lucro y grupos laborales. Estoy presentando oficialmente el registro 731 cartas en apoyo al proyecto y 2,169 peticiones en apoyo del proyecto. Me gustaría también leer en el registro el texto de la petición. Estimada alcalde Aitken, miembros del Consejo Municipal, como residente de Anaheim, los aliento a que apoyen a Disneyland Forward. Disneyland Forward prepara el camino para que Disney invierta seriamente en la comunidad por décadas, cree miles de trabajos para residentes locales e infunda el Fondo General de la ciudad con millones adicionales de ingresos fiscales cada año, sin subsidios públicos. Según expertos, esto incluye 8,960 nuevos trabajos en construcción, 4,584 nuevos trabajos durante la obra, 202 millones adicionales de ingresos fiscales para la ciudad son los primeros 10 años. Además, Disneyland Forward incluye un compromiso de 30 millones para financiar proyectos de vivienda económica en Anaheim, solo en los primeros 5 años, la primera y mayor inversión en vivienda económica para un proyecto no residencial en la historia de la ciudad. Disneyland Forward contribuiría 85 millones para mejorar el flujo de tránsito y la seguridad peatonal en todo Anaheim y prepararía el camino para señales y cruces peatonales en Walnut Street, realizando el acceso peatonal a Magic Way y realizando proyectos largamente deseados. Espero que ustedes apoyen a Disneyland Forward, lo cual beneficiará directamente a los residentes y a nuestra ciudad por generaciones venideras. Gracias por su tiempo.
Mayor and City Council, we're going to have that translated by our translator.
Mayor and City Council, we'll go ahead and just move on with the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Esteemed Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, honorable members of the City Council, appreciated staff members, and members of the public. My name is Jeff Ball, and I have the distinct privilege of serving as the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Orange County Business Council. The focus of Orange County Business Council is economic development for the region, and I am here to speak in support of this amazing opportunity before you, Disneyland Forward. In my role, I have the opportunity to interact with economic development organizations from all across the country. And even for projects of much smaller scale than this, the discussion is almost always something around tax breaks, financial incentives, and whether the developer has the capability to perform. As we all know, Disneyland Resort is not asking for any tax breaks, and in fact is committing to many significant investments directly back into our community. And there is no disputing the strength and capability of Disney. At this point in the process, we are all very much aware of the tax revenue, job creation, and other benefits, including increased opportunities for our local and small businesses. But this also comes with Disney's demonstrated history of alignment with career training and skill development opportunities that are so important for members of our community. Disney's dedication to its employees is apparent through initiatives such as Disney Aspire, which covers 100% of tuition fees for 16,000 employees. Furthermore, Disney offers competitive wages and benefits which underscore the company's commitment to its workforce and the local community. No wonder they have an impressive average annual employee tenure over 11 years. Disneyland Forward will contribute significantly to the overall well-being of Anaheim residents by strengthening city services and generating employment opportunities. This not only enhances the immediate economic landscape, but also fosters a sense of pride and prosperity within the community, making Anaheim an even more desirable place to live and work. $2 billion of private investment, no tax breaks, no financial support, all coming from a proven contributor. Thank you, Disney, the Disney team, for bringing such a well-planned and impactful investment opportunity to the city of Anaheim and to our region. At a time when private capital is so precious, you have chosen to invest in Anaheim and Orange County. We appreciate you and acknowledge the careful planning and consideration that has gone into your proposal. The Orange County Business Council encourages you, the Anaheim City Council,
Sir, I'm sorry, your time
Disneyland
is up.
Forward as presented this evening. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chuck Davison, and I am here tonight as the board chair for the California Travel Association in strong support of Disneyland Forward. The California Travel Association is the influential and unified voice of advocacy for California's travel and tourism industry, representing member organizations across our great state. Our members include convention and visitors bureaus, destinations, hotels, resorts, attractions, restaurants, and others in the tourism ecosystem. Visitors to the Golden State infused almost $150 billion into our economy in 2023, which exceeds spending beyond 2019 levels before the pandemic devastated the tourism industry. Spending supported 1.2 million jobs and generated $12.2 billion in local and state taxes. And as you've seen from the proposal presented tonight, Disneyland Forward continues to grow the overall economic impact, jobs, and local and state taxes for this great community. The Disneyland Resort is one of the jewels in California's tourism crown, and Disney's invested billions of dollars in the resort, and with Disneyland Forward, Disney will continue to invest in Anaheim and the community. In our world, we talk a lot about the tourism ecosystem, which you may be familiar with. It works like a wheel or like a clock, starting at the top. If you build a place that people want to visit, you'll build a place that people want to live. And if you build a place that people want to live, you'll build a place that people want to work. And if you build a place that people want to work, you'll build a place where business has to be. And if you build a place where business has to be, you'll build a place that people want to visit. You see, it all starts with a visit. And through the power of Disney's marketing strategies, we expect the investment in Disneyland Forward to be promoted throughout the nation and the world, bringing tourists from all points around the globe to California. The thing that often gets left on the wayside with tourism is that tourism is at the heart of diversity and inclusion. When you think about traveling somewhere, you never think about traveling to a place that just looks like the community in which you came from. You think about traveling to a place that looks different, a culture that looks different, a people group that looks different. And the Disney Forward opportunity presents great opportunity to bring additional people from additional communities and additional diversity into this great city built on inclusion. This will create a multiplier effect of jobs and tax revenue, generating a positive economic growth, not just for Anaheim and Orange County, but again for our entire state. And it's for these reasons that the California Travel Association supports Disneyland Forward and encourages you to approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor Aiken, council members, City Manager Vanderpool, and most especially tonight, your City Clerk, Teresa Bass. Congratulations on that. I think it has something to do with Teresa because I am from the City of Garden Grove. My name is John O'Neill. I'm the council member from the City of Garden Grove, and our City Clerk is Teresa Pomeroy, so we love her over there. So I'm going to give her a Big Star Award over there too, but congratulations. I come before you tonight to speak in support of this, and actually unanimously from the City Council. Mayor Steve Jones, myself, and the entire City Council, the City Manager, Lisa Kim, we all support this. We looked into the traffic study that affected Garden Grove and the resort. We have a resort district, about 11 hotels that bring in about $30 million a year in TOT tax alone, not to mention the jobs and the community support that that hotel resort provides. But that money, to give you an example, pays entirely our costs for our fire service with the Orange County Fire Authority. It also lets us do paved streets, improve water lines, and do all sorts of community events. But not only that, but it provides the jobs that the people that live in Garden Grove. And I can tell you, I'm a product of that. My first job at 13 years old with a work permit was at the Magic Lamp, Magic Carpet Motel. And I worked there from 13 till I was 19, which by the way, at the time at 19, I got into an approved skilled trade apprenticeship, the IBW in Orange County. And that has opened up so many opportunities for me. So I got to work at the motel at 13 to 19, got an apprenticeship, got to work at Disneyland many times, actually worked on the original construction of Splash Mountain when I was a fourth-year apprentice. And being able to live in my own community and work those PLAs and community workforce agreements, pay top dollar. Most people aren't aware of this, but Disney's 82% of their workforce is unionized, and most of them since 1955. They are a good partner in this community. They pay top wages. They have great benefits. They educate their workers. Anyone that wants to get a college degree, they will pay for it, and they will work with, you've heard the members talk tonight. So I wanted to come to you tonight and just our support in Garden Grove is unanimous, and you are at a historic moment here. When I'm sitting here in the audience, I'm thinking of April 1954, of whatever that council that was sitting at that dais was thinking then when Walt Disney was here talking about his project that was about to get underway. We're at a historic moment here in Anaheim, and I hope you do the right thing and have no delay, and this project needs to be approved and have an imagination to move forward over the next 70 years so that another council 70 years from now is entertaining more things that we can do in Anaheim. So anyway, we've gone on long enough. By the way, thank you for your work that you do. It's hard to sit on that side of the dais. It's hard as a staff to spend years putting documentation together and doing everything right. So thank you, thank you, thank you for what you do on a daily basis. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Lowry, representing the Orange County Food Bank. And I'm thankful that there are people that can write and read huge environmental impact reports and negotiate the fine details of agreements that will take into account the needs of a diverse community. But I also know if I work on complex projects and get into the weeds, sometimes I'm at risk of losing sight of the trees or the forest through the trees. And so this process has allowed me to kind of reflect on the Disneyland Resort and what a great asset it is for our community. What a gift it's been for the Orange County Food Bank and the people that we serve. We know that in the eyes of the world, Orange County first appeared on the map when Disneyland was born. That Mickey Mouse is one of the most recognizable figures in the world. That the Disneyland Resort is the largest employer in Orange County. And it's an economic engine that fuels the economy not only for Anaheim, but for the larger region. And if I were to reverse engineer this conversation, I'd have to imagine that absent the Disneyland Resort, would there be an Anaheim Convention Center, or a Honda Center, or an Angels Stadium, or an Orange County vibe? And if I had to imagine what might grow out of Disneyland Forward, I can only dream about the things that might grow out of that. So I know that it's an unfortunate part of human nature that sometimes we begin to take for granted the things that we're most familiar with. And that's sometimes people, and it's sometimes things, and it's sometimes places. And I'm blessed to live 10 minutes from the Disneyland Resort. I live 10 minutes from Disneyland when there are millions of families in America that spend years dreaming about maybe one day being able to visit that place. And some do, and some never receive that benefit. I live 10 minutes from the Disneyland Resort, and we're the envy of the world. I live 10 minutes from the Disneyland Resort, and I'm thankful for this opportunity, for what it means for the city of Anaheim, what it means for this community. And I urge support of the Disneyland Forward proposal.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sabrina DeMayo Lockhart, and I am the Executive Director of the California Attractions and Parks Association. We represent California theme parks, water parks, family entertainment centers, as well as the businesses that provide professional services and equipment to the attractions industry. I'm here proudly to voice CAPA's enthusiastic support for Disneyland Forward, recognizing the far-reaching impacts this will have on California's tourism industry. We've heard a lot about the tremendous local benefit this project will have, but I'd also like to widen the lens a little bit and talk about what this means for California as a whole. Disneyland Forward is a catalyst for statewide economic growth. This significant expansion will draw visitors from across the globe, and this will have a ripple effect on our tourism economy. That means more overnight stays in our hotels, more diners filling seats in our local restaurants, as well as more opportunities to visit nearby destinations and attractions. This project reflects years of work, and congratulations to everybody who had a hand in bringing it to this vote tonight. It's no small task, and it's really a case study in community engagement and making sure that neighbors' voices are heard and reflected in the final project. I urge you to support this project so that we can propel California's tourism industry forward. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of Anaheim. My name is Newton Viancu. I am a field representative here on behalf of Assemblymember Philip Chen. Unfortunately, Assemblymember Chen wasn't able to be here tonight, but he asked me to be here to show our support for the Disney Forward project. We support this project mostly because of four main things. It's going to boost the economy, help with affordable housing, job creation, and unprecedented coalition. Regarding the economy, according to the city, Disneyland Resort generates a staggering $8.5 billion in economic activity annually, serving as a cornerstone of our local economy. When Disney invests, Anaheim wins. Hotel taxes represent the single largest source of tax revenue for Anaheim, accounting for more than half of the city's total revenue. According to the city, with the opening of past attractions like Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Avengers Campus, revenue generated from the hotel taxes soared to an impressive heights of $162.6 million and $177.7 million, respectively. When it comes to affordable housing, Disneyland Forward's $30 million commitment to fund affordable housing projects represents the first and largest investment in affordable housing for a non-residential project in the city's history. This unprecedented $30 million commitment will enable the city to leverage matching funds from state and federal grants and jumpstart affordable housing projects in Anaheim. The Disneyland Resort is dedicated to addressing the broader regional housing crisis facing our community by investing affordable housing for Anaheim families through its first ever $30 million commitment. When talking about job creation, Disneyland Forward will create thousands of quality jobs in Anaheim. According to experts, Disney's investment of $1.9 billion in new theme parks and lodging could create nearly 9,000 new construction jobs and more than 4,500 new jobs during operation. By supporting career training and job skills development for up to 10,000 Anaheim residents yearly, Disney is providing crucial opportunities for our community. And lastly, when talking about unprecedented coalition, Disneyland Forward has a diverse range of support from Republicans, Democrats, small businesses, labor unions, and more. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. I'm Chris Shepard. Nice to be here, happy to be here. I'm speaking as a cast member and also a resident of Anaheim. And we've heard a lot about what we know Disneyland Forward can do for the community, our cast, residents, but I want to talk a little bit just personal about myself. I was 17 when I first started working at Disneyland. That was a long time ago, so you don't have to gasp, but I got on a train from San Diego. My mom and I lived down there with my siblings. My dad was up here, and thought it'd be a great place to work. I put on my Sunday suit. I had one. I was 17. My resume was probably about 11 pages because I didn't know you could do an 11-page resume. And I put everything you could put in a resume for a 17-year-old. I got the job. I was a canoer paddling around the rivers of America. I thought I'd stay in shape by running around Pearson Park, which I did. That was 36 years ago. I've been all over the world since then. I've worked for Shanghai, Hong Kong, Paris. I'm now vice president of special events and broadcast production here. And I want to tell that story to just say, I now have my own children here. I'm a parent, I'm a dad, I'm a husband. My wife and I both work for the company. We both are residents. We're big in our little league. We enjoy our parks. District 6, we just did pretty well in the District 30 Little League this weekend, battling Villa Park. But, you know, I just want to say that to be able to have an opportunity for our children to potentially be running around Pearson Park or East Anaheim Gym and then have a career is amazing. That's what I've been able to do. I've become a man here. I've become a dad here, and I hope I'll be a granddad here. And so I urge you to say yes and approve this because that's a personal story for me, and I'd like to be able to see anyone else choose to have that same path. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Gloria Alvarado, and I have the privilege and the honor to represent over 250,000 members in Orange County who belong to a union, their families, and their communities. I'm Gloria Alvarado, the Executive Director of the Orange County Labor Federation. Walt Disney once said that it takes people to make the dream a reality. I have the honor to represent the people that make it magical and that create the experience for all of those who work at Disney. I'm here to urge the Anaheim City Council to support the Disneyland Forward initiative. The Orange County Labor Federation, as I mentioned, represents workers from the hospitality to the building trades. And everyone took a stand on March 28 and said, we need to support Disneyland Forward. So it was a unanimous vote. And we took it because we believe in the jobs, in the good union jobs that this initiative will create. We believe heartily that every single worker will have the opportunity not only to have a good job, but will have a good job with benefits. It will not only uplift Anaheim, but it will uplift Orange County. This is why we're here, and we are supporting the Disneyland Forward initiative. And we want to make sure that it is understood that a partnership like this will only create more income for our beautiful Orange County. In Anaheim, let me tell you, one of the biggest things that I do every day is inform community at large that Disneyland is not in LA, Disneyland is in Orange County. And this is why it's so important that we support these kind of projects. Again, we urge the Anaheim City Council to support the Disneyland Initiative Forward by embracing this visionary project. You will affirm your commitment to fostering jobs, economic development, and career advancement for all the residents in Orange County. It's not just a blessing for Anaheim, but it is a blessing for all of us in Orange County. We thank you for listening to us. And again, we urge you to support this amazing project. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed mayor, honorable council members, city staff, residents of Anaheim. I'm Brent Finley, president and CEO of the Anaheim Family YMCA, and certainly have the distinct pleasure and honor to have that role. We urge you to vote to move this project forward. I'd like just to, I'll say, share the incredible gratitude that we have for the Disney organization. I'm sure our founding father, Charles Pearson, would be proud of the work taking place in our community right now as we build a stronger community through this partnership. Disney has been an incredible partner and investor at the YMCA. We've built programs that allow kids to be successful in life, learn to swim, become active and better people in the community. And again, our motto is that no child is ever turned away from programs at the YMCA. It's support from an investor and a great partner like Disney that allows that to happen. So thank you very much for all your hard work that's going into this project. We look forward to the great days ahead. Thank you very much.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. My name's Ross Bunch. I'm a member of the Building Trades, and I am a proud member of the Operating Engineers Local 12. I want to do a little background. I joined the Operating Engineers in 1993 as an apprentice. I was able to buy my first home in actually 1991. I was able to buy my first home in 1994. I got married several years later. Me and my wife have raised two children together. My oldest son started college this year. My daughter will start college next year. And all of this couldn't have happened without a good paying union job with good wages and good benefits. I strongly urge you to approve this Disneyland Forward. I think it will create thousands of jobs for thousands of people for several years. So thank you.
I'll get it right this time. Esteemed Mayor and City Council, I am Thomas Drennan. I too am a member of the Operating Engineers Local 12. I'm a member of the Building Trades and I'm part of the Labor Federation. I'm not going to repeat what my partner said. I'm going to continue with family in Anaheim. I've lived in Anaheim my whole life. And quite honestly, I disliked Disney. They wouldn't hire me. I lived on the other side of town. And then my mom worked at Kwikset. I blamed Disney because my family never took me. And yet I'm here in support of this project because when I met my wife, her family lives right across the street, you know? And another thing I hated about Disney was when I stayed with them when I was an apprentice, the damn fireworks kept me up and I had to be up at 4 a.m, you know? But seeing her grandmother who worked at Disney part-time, and when her grandmother passed away, she had some stocks that Disney gave her an option of having, and it was that money that helped us buy a home in Colony Park. You know, without that money, without that little bit of thing that Disney did, we wouldn't have a home. You know, like I said, her dad was a Vietnam veteran, and he loved Disney. They had family passes every year. And my mother-in-law specifically asked me to ask that this project be pushed through as well. You know, that being said, as an operating engineer, the apprenticeship program was the best thing that ever happened to me because not only did I have a good wage, more importantly, I had benefits. I had medical benefits when I got married for my daughter and my stepkids. Yes, it comes out of my wage, but that's something that we all vote upon. You know, everything that comes out of my check is voted upon. But without the apprenticeship, I was never going to college, and I was never really going to have any career simply because of the background that I had. This apprenticeship has given me a life that I've never dreamed possible. It's unfortunate that a lot of people are nearsighted and can't see the big picture and can't see what Disney brings to the table. Do I want more for the city of Anaheim? Absolutely. I want everybody to have free passes. I want everybody, you know, of course I want more, but when it comes to work, when it comes to the community, look at the restaurants, look at all the hotels and the spin-off liquor stores and everything else that benefits. I've got friends from across the world, and if I was to tell them I was from Irvine, they'd look at me like, what are you talking about? Where's Irvine? But when I say I live next to Disneyland, they get all excited, and they all want to stay with me. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tony D. Trinidad with the Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 36, and we represent painters, drywall finishers, floor layers, and glazers in the finishing construction industry. And we are also here today in support of the Disneyland Forward project. We believe projects of this size and magnitude will create many good career opportunities and sustain good paying jobs for the city of Anaheim. However, recently there has been some pushback against smart development, including projects like this, and it results in the loss of good paying union jobs and sustainable careers. We need to open up and provide more opportunities and pathways for low-income communities here in Anaheim and surrounding areas by giving them a chance to work towards the middle class. And one of the ways we can contribute to that is by making sure projects like these are approved. It's also comforting to know that this project will be built with the highest safety and environmental labor standards in the state of California. So please, we urge you to support this project and vote for it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and of course, staff. My name is Andrew Gonzalez. I'm the OC rep for the LA&OC Building Construction Trades Council, otherwise known as a union boss. And yeah, I'm greedy. I want jobs. I want jobs for residents here in Anaheim. I want jobs for residents here in Orange County. And what this project represents is jobs, and plenty of them. And with the first ever PLA on the parking structure being constructed here, we're talking about local hire. It guarantees that Anaheim residents have first bite at the apple of these construction jobs. And it's my dream, and I've said this before, it's truly my dream, that a young person sees all the great jobs we're providing here today and says, I want to be a part of that. I want to join that. And they begin our career, a career here in the building trades, join us as an apprentice, and for the next 40 years, spend their career building the happiest place on earth. I've urged you to support this project. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, executive staff. It's good to be back in Anaheim. My name is Ernesto Medrano. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. I was the Orange County representative once upon a time, but now Andrew's in place. And I'm here to urge you to please vote for the staff recommendation of this project. This is an iconic, historic project away from any other time, and you will probably never have a chance to vote for anything more historic and important than this project tonight. This project is extremely important for many reasons, for the career pathways it's going to provide to our members, and also for the future generations. Disneyland, in its wisdom, sat down and negotiated a partnership agreement with us that's going to provide the opportunity for Anaheim residents to be able to come to work on this project first, veterans, our Helmets to Hard Hats program, and also the graduates of the apprenticeship readiness program that we have. This agreement and that partnership is going to provide more diversity, more inclusivity into the construction sector. It's extremely important to see what we're able to accomplish here. I also want to say that we also represent 13 of the 26 local unions to our craft maintenance council, and we had some pretty good negotiations last year, and I want to acknowledge that to Disney. We got over 20% wage increases over the next 5 years, and some instances were higher than that. Our folks make the magic happen in the backstage, whether it's your plumbers, your electricians, your laborers, your plasterers, your opera engineers, your teamsters. I mean, all of those crafts are working back there very hard to make sure that the magic is taking place at Disney. This agreement is going to be extremely iconic for us and important. The other thing is we're having conversations as we speak now with Disney to talk about apprenticeship readiness, the workforce development concept of the future. Our apprenticeship readiness program, our nonprofit, has graduated placed over 1,500 folks into apprenticeship of the students that have graduated. Of those 1,500, now over 95% are people of color, 58% are Latino, 34% African American, and 19% are women. We partner with groups like the Anti-Recidivism Coalition and the Women in Non-Traditional Employment Roles, just to name a few. We're very serious about empowering those folks that haven't had that opportunity and to have that second chance or last chance to come and make a career. And let me tell you, when you come and make a career here, it's good. You have a good health care, you have good pension. We build iconic projects such as the SoFi Stadium or the Westin Anaheim Resort, such as the expansion of Star Wars or the NBC Universal Harry Potter Land. We're good at that. We're ready to come up here. Our members are ready to don their hard hats, their work boots, their tool belts, because you know what they're ready to give you? They're ready to provide you with an honest day's work for that honest day's pay. So please vote yes for this important project. Thank you.
The next speaker to step forward, Kevin Rafferty and Trang Day Glace.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Rafferty. I've been a Disney cast member for 14 years and an Anaheim resident even longer. I'm here today in support of Disneyland Forward. My roots in Anaheim go back to all of my grandparents. My dad's parents first moved to Anaheim in 1958. My mom's parents have lived in the same house in Anaheim since 1960. They continue to share a fence with Walt Disney Elementary School, and my mom remembers seeing Walt Disney there when she attended, and the special support Disney provided, like the Disney characters created for the school's auditorium. Later, my parents would both work at Disneyland, meet and get married. Their first home was in Anaheim. I would also eventually meet my wife, Courtney, working at Disneyland, and our first home was in Anaheim. Around the time I started working at the Disneyland Resort, one of our Disney Volunteers projects was building a teaching garden for Walt Disney Elementary School. I remember seeing my grandparents' house over the fence as my fellow Disney volunteers and I helped to build and plant the garden funded by the Disneyland Resort. You can see how Disney gives back generation after generation and how over the years, Disneyland and Anaheim continue to be part of each other's fabrics. They have grown up together, and with Disneyland Forward, this is still the beginning. Disney is turbocharging growth at Disney parks around the world. Let's do so at the Disneyland Resort. I also have grown up with Disney. My dad, who started as a dishwasher on Main Street at Disneyland, had a 40-plus year career as a Disney Imagineer. He helped create Cars Land, for example, part of an expansion that has generated billions of dollars in economic activity for Anaheim and the region. Now that I work at Walt Disney Imagineering, I'm so excited for what the future could look like for the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim. Plus, Disneyland Forward will provide millions of dollars in tax revenue and thousands of new jobs. I love living in Anaheim, and I've seen the positive impact Disney has on our community. On one side of my neighborhood is Imperial Park, one of several Anaheim parks for which Disney sponsored and helped to build a playground. I helped build it myself, and it made me proud that my employer was enhancing my own neighborhood. At the park on the other side of my neighborhood, Eucalyptus Park, the Disneyland Resort met with residents of our neighborhood about Disneyland Forward as part of a community outreach effort. My neighbors and I have been included from the start in Disney's thoughtful approach to this investment involving the community. With the Disneyland Forward commitment of $8 million to improve parks outside the resort area, our parks will get better with Disneyland Forward, and so will our roads, public safety, job opportunities, quality of life, and the future of our city, a city that means so much to proud residents like me and my family. Thank you.
Next speaker, Trang Day Glasse.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. I live in the noticed area. Let's start with the current issues facing residents in the Disneyland area. Traffic, and more traffic. We have to live with traffic jams on a daily basis, with road closures and detours at the will of Disneyland events as a bonus. People come to Disneyland to have fun, but the local residents bear the brunt of endless problems: air pollution, daily traffic congestion, and noise pollution. Residents on Walnut Street bear a special burden of trespassers, tree works and munching noises, and incessant traffic noise, to mention a few. Within walking and breathing proximity of the proposed construction site are public schools and community facilities that thousands of residents occupy on a daily basis. The traffic problems will only get worse with a project of this scale. These traffic problems affect the daily lives of tens of thousands of people. It is already a bottleneck for parents to drop off their kids at school in the morning around the Disneyland area. Stoddard Elementary School, for instance, is only 1 block away from the proposed construction site. Down the street from Walnut is Bessie Ross, also with hundreds of students enrolled. There's also the YMCA complex, where students spend their after-school hours. A project like Disneyland Forward will only further exacerbate the current problems and harm our health. Take noise pollution. This project will violate the law of noise protection in California. And I quote, Health and Safety Code 46,000. All Californians are entitled to a peaceful and quiet environment without the intrusion of noise which may be hazardous to their health or welfare. It is the policy of the state to provide an environment for all Californians. But how many residents in the impacted zone are not even aware of the scope of this proposed project and how it will hurt their lives for years to come? Imagine having construction cranes flying over the sky as you come home from school, hearing heavy machineries moving around all day long and shaking up your neighborhood. Imagine having to shout every time you would need to talk to your children because the construction zone drowns out your voice. When you vote, put yourselves in the place of the residents and answer these questions. 1, am I willing to put my family in harm's way by voting for this project without understanding the full costs that come with it? 2, is it ethical for me to ruin the childhood of so many children who will have to suffer from increased noise pollution, air pollution, and all sorts of disruption to their lives should this project ever happen? And 3, do I have the right to disregard the voices and concerns of the people who are directly impacted by this plan simply because I do not live in the zone and will not need to account for the negative consequences for myself or my family? As a mother of 3 young children, I would like to ask each of you to imagine yourself having to tell your own children, especially school-age children who love their home, that as parents, you had made the wrong choice to make a home for them in Anaheim, that because the city decided to approve this project, you will now be driven out of your home by this frenzy of noise, dust, pollution, overflowing traffic. If you cannot imagine yourself doing that, then do not condemn residents like myself into that wrecking situation. It is imperative that the city of Anaheim inform the public in clear and truthful ways about all the hidden costs, the unavoidable risks, and the endless problems that come with the Disney Forward proposal through communications that are not wrapped in convoluted double talk. Community outreach and public notifications should also reflect the demographics in the area and account for the language plurality of the residents. But first and foremost, to disregard the human cost from a project of this scope is unthinkable. There is the noise pollution, the drain on our local and natural resources, the environmental impacts from having an intense conglomeration of hotels and resorts in a concentrated area like Disneyland, so on and so forth. Today, I'm thinking of all the residents who can't be here. Many residents are entirely left out for one reason or another. In my diverse neighborhood, there are retired teachers, young families, expecting parents, people with chronic conditions, folks with mobility restrictions, elderly people who are confined to their homes, people with disabilities, immigrants who do not speak English, etc. How possible is it for all of these residents to carve out the time to be here to share their concerns? What have you done to ensure that these residents fathom the scales of changes and disruptions that the proposed project will impose upon them? When I attended the informational session last Wednesday at the committee room, I was told that the environmental study for this proposal was supposed to be a public process. But how do you define public process when implicated and impacted residents are not even considered in the study? Somehow, even though the project is located within a very densely populated area, the human occupants of that environment had no say and no voice in the study. We were rendered mute, and this is appalling and unacceptable. For the city of Anaheim to undertake a project of the scope of Disneyland Forward without the comprehensive and inclusive considerations for all the harm and the repercussions to its own residents is unacceptable, unethical, and unsustainable. I commend you to vote no on this item until proper and ethical public discourses and engagement are carried out. Here are a few recommendations. Conduct a comprehensive and inclusive study on the harms and costs of this project that cause local residents. Provide listening sessions for residents to share the concerns and input on the project and whether it is the right thing for Anaheim. Immediately enable a public forum with transparency and integrity to facilitate discussions from residents and concerned citizens. Provide a clear study for the impact of the fiscal implications this project will impose on the local community. For instance, a project of this scale will suck up a large amount of water, which is a precious resource in our city, and so consequently will drive the cost of water up for all residents. Also, taking Magic Way away from the public will cause more bottleneck traffic on Ball and Catella and the adjacent areas. Cerritos is forever chopped up for us. Let us not block off another road from ourselves and generations to come. We voted for you to represent us, all the people of Anaheim. We want to make sure that you do not take lightly our trust, our votes, and our voices. The American democracy is structured in a way that enables all voices to be heard. Your vote will speak the loudest, whether you are a public servant or not. Disneyland claims to be the happiest place on earth. We ask that you do not make our neighborhood the unhappy place on us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Emma Burrows, and I'm here with the Anaheim Orange County Hotel and Lodging Association. The membership and board of AOCHLA stand in strong support of the Disneyland Forward project and urge you to vote in support of this tonight to make this project reality. It's not every day that the city has an opportunity to make a landmark planning decision that will demonstrably improve the condition of the city, but this is certainly that opportunity. First and foremost, but let's talk about economic growth. The project represents a massive investment in Anaheim's economy. With Disney committed to investing billions of dollars into this project over the next decade, Disneyland Forward promises immense opportunities for growth for a local economy and in terms of jobs and revenue for our city. But it's about more than that. Disneyland Forward will deliver substantial benefits to Anaheim and its residents. From affordable housing to parks, traffic improvements, and pedestrian safety, this project is designed to enhance the quality of life for everyone in our city. This project is a legacy opportunity on par with Walt Disney's original pioneering vision decades ago. AOCHLA stands in strong support of the Disneyland Forward project, and we hope that when it comes time, you will vote yes. Thank you very much.
Wow, it's so intense in this room. My name is John Gutierrez. I'm the Senior Vice President for the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We represent over 100,000 Hispanic-owned businesses in Orange County. And as I'm looking at all my notes, I didn't know what to speak about this afternoon because everybody's spoken about all the great things this project is going to produce. But I will tell you, the one thing that stood out the most in my notes is that Disney last year helped 350 kids make a Wish Foundation that have life-threatening medical conditions. 350 kids. Yes, let's give a round of applause to that. Let me tell you, as a business owner of the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, I own and operate a hospice company. If you know what hospice is when you have less than 6 months to live. And I've been at the bedside of people dying, both myself, my nurses, and my doctors. And there's nothing more sad in the world than to see a small child dying of some sort of cancer or disease. Mr. President of Disney, who was just here, I know he just stepped out, but I wanted to thank him personally because, let me tell you, making an impact on these children, and not only that, their parents that are going through so much, says a lot about this organization. Let me tell you, $8.5 billion is what Disney impacts every year in our economy. It's supporting a lot of our businesses. And I can tell you, first and foremost, after the pandemic, a lot of our businesses are struggling. A lot of our businesses are shutting down and closing their doors, which is pushing those people to poverty and those kids and those families in the streets. So the fact that this project is going to impact our community, it's just, there's no reason why you shouldn't support this. We need this in our economy right now, more than ever, especially after the pandemic. Our businesses need it. Because I'm at the boots in the ground working with all of our businesses in the community. It will create many jobs. It will help many families. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council leaders, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ariel Elias, and I'm a cast member at the Disneyland Resort, and I enthusiastically support this initiative. I think it would be beneficial to explain and give you the why by giving you a little bit of background on myself and how I believe Disneyland Forward will impact our community, the city of Anaheim. I joined the U.S. Marines at 18 years old. I was looking for a challenge and an opportunity to serve my country. During my time in service, I deployed to the Middle East, to both Iraq and Afghanistan. As I approached the end of my 20 years of service, I was looking for a place for my family and I to call home. I was looking for that next chapter. Disneyland provided me that opportunity through the Heroes Work Here program, a program that's designed to help transitioning veterans enter the workforce. Now, as a cast member, I am part of that initiative that is now helping other veterans join the company. Disneyland Forward is projected to create over 4,000 jobs. This initiative creates a unique and exciting opportunity for our transitioning veterans, my peers. Our veterans are in dire need of employment as they transition from service. Through Disneyland Forward, we will directly impact this generation of capable and ready veterans that are ready to work today. They will not only have served their country, but they will now serve the city of Anaheim, the Disneyland Resort, and its guests. Additionally, I currently serve as a supplier diversity manager for the Disneyland Resort. My role exists to facilitate business with minority and diverse companies. This presents a significant opportunity for those minority and diverse businesses here in the local community. With an investment of $1.9 billion, it's going to create opportunities for those companies to bid on projects, to bid on services, and to win contracts. Our Anaheim veterans and minority companies have a significant opportunity within reach, and it's up to us to help provide it. Please make this possible by voting yes on the Disneyland Resort, on the Disneyland Forward. I want to thank you for your time and consideration today.
My name is Julian Sebastian Gutierrez, and I'd like to point out that while Disney has had a significant opportunity to speak to the City Council through the usage of presentations and through their employees and transplants, Anaheim's residents have had to wait outside throughout this entire meeting in order to address you. Unfortunately, Anaheim's residents do not have an annual budget of over $7.5 million to contribute into campaigns or a government relations department. The average income of Anaheim's residents is $76,763. We believe that if Disney wants to make a meaningful contribution to Anaheim, it needs to be in the form of a 2% gate tax and a hotel transit occupancy fund, which a gate tax alone will contribute $82 million a year into the general fund, which is significantly more. Significantly more than the $48 million promised to the affordable housing and infrastructure. If imposed, if imposed into the general fund, this can actually be contributed in a meaningful and long-term way into affordable housing and infrastructure in a way that will not just be in a one-time payment, but will actually be more long-term than what Disney is proposing. Additionally, I'd like to point out that a lot of the representatives from Disney has spoken about economic growth. But unfortunately, the economic growth that is being proposed will only support the tourism and service industries, and not the many other districts that make up Anaheim. We believe that if contributing to the general fund, Anaheim will be allowed to divert funds not to just one tiny part of Anaheim, but into more districts of Anaheim that represent what the population actually looks like, instead of just a multi-million-dollar conglomerate. It should invest in the people and not in the businesses. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie. I'm a Disney cast member, and I'm also an Anaheim resident, and I'm in favor of Disneyland Forward. I moved to Anaheim in 2018 with the Disney College program. After the program ended, I stayed here, and over time, I developed a passion for communication and began pursuing that as a career, which led me to begin a master's program at Cal State Fullerton through Disney Aspire. I never would have been able to go back to school without Disney. I hope to see Disneyland Forward get approved because a period of growth for the resort represents not only more jobs for our community, but more career opportunities for myself and other young professionals like me. Thank you.
The next speaker, Idris Rodriguez Ritchie. We'll go to the next speaker, Alexa Garcia. Oh, I'm sorry. Please step forward.
Thank you. I apologize about that. I have a lot of hair and it got stuck in my backpack. Good evening. My name is Idris Rodriguez Ritchie, pronouns they or he. I have the pleasure of being an Anaheim resident and also a cast member. I wanted to share a little bit about something you haven't heard here today. Oh, and also resident of District 3. A little bit about what you haven't heard here today. I have the pleasure of co-leading our Pride chapter for Anaheim, Orange County at the Disneyland Resort. We have a few thousand cast members that are members of the LGBTQI+ community and allies of our community. I happen to be a non-binary person, and I happen to know that for people like me, the Disneyland Resort is a beacon of hope. It's a place where we're supported, we feel welcome, we feel at home. And I wanted to share that with you, that as an employer, for many people in my community, the Disneyland Resort is the only place that they feel safe. We're people where sometimes our families reject us, we don't have employers that support us, but the Disneyland Resort does. They create a space for us. And the way we've done that at the Disneyland Resort is by supporting things like our volunteers. So me, for example, the resort has supported me for identification purposes only as being a board member on the board of directors of the LGBTQ Center of Orange County. They've done so by supporting the center through grants, workforce development grants. They've done so by supporting grants in other organizations. They've done so by providing me time away from work to be able to volunteer here in Anaheim, for example, at Magnolia High School, helping students practice interviewing, a very important skill in life. And so I stand here before you, and I choose to be here before you to respectfully request that you vote in favor of Disneyland Forward, and to tell Mr. Potrock here, who I've had the pleasure of working with in many instances, that this is a wonderful thing. Your cast members that are residents of Anaheim support this, and we are here today, standing here to ask that you vote in favor of this. Thank you very much.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alexa Garcia. I'm a project manager for Cast Experience at the Disneyland Resort and a proud resident of Anaheim, also District 3. I'm here to speak in favor of the Disneyland Forward project. I've worked at the resort for over 12 years, starting as an attractions hostess, continuing my time just across the street here at the Walt Disney Travel Company, so I'm very familiar with this area here. And then having the honor of serving as one of the 2017-2018 Disney ambassadors for the Disneyland Resort. Stepping into that Disney ambassador role accelerated the financial support that I needed to be able to finally purchase my own home here in Anaheim in 2017. The Disneyland Resort is at the heart of this community, and I am proud to be able to give back to this city through Disney by participating in programs such as Big Brothers Big Sisters of Orange County and serving the past 7 years as a project leader for several Disney Volunteers projects. Today, my role focuses on the strategy behind all that it is to work at the resort, from professional and personal development, the overall well-being of the cast, supporting our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and creating the unique and fun experiences that you can only have while working at Disney. Personally, I was able to take advantage of our education reimbursement program and received my master's in organizational leadership in 2021 through Disney. This is a place of development and opportunity for those who seek it. Lastly, I want to share that I will never forget the day that we reopened after 400 days, over 400 days of being closed. It was a heavy and beautiful reminder in that moment that what we do and who we are together is incredibly special, not just to our surrounding community, but to the world around us, and has been for almost 70 years. I'm excited to see what the future holds for the Disneyland Resort. And by saying yes to Disneyland Forward, you are saying yes to new opportunities to develop stories, experiences, and the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, everyone who came here today to listen to all of the fun commentary that's been going on. My name is Daniel Wright. I am an Anaheim resident homeowner of District 3, so thank you very much for being here. You've heard a lot of my colleagues. I'm also a Disneyland cast member, that we see is kind of more abundantly clear that this wonderful city has such a great employer at the Disneyland Resort that gives us the opportunity to not only live in a place where we see ourselves, but also to work at a place where we see ourselves and where our guests see themselves. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about this evening. You recently met Edrith, who is my fellow co-chair for Disney Pride Anaheim OC. And when I first came back to the Disneyland Resort, it was after 11 years on active duty in the US Navy, coming back as part of the veterans initiatives to find employment for veterans here, as Errol also mentioned previously. That was a really important factor for me when determining where I was going to work for my future, for my family, and also for myself. The other piece that really drew me back to Anaheim after a few years away was the fact that when my family started to grow, we were living in an area where we did not see ourselves. My oldest son, Oliver, is African American. So when we're growing up in an area in South Orange County and don't see ourselves walking down the street, that was an area of contention for us. And we wanted to find a place where we saw ourselves going to the local parks. So what we did was we took our family up here to Anaheim, where we proudly walk around and find families that look like us, neighbors that look like us, families where my children can see themselves growing and living here. Another amazing benefit that the Walt Disney Company has offered me was to grow my family in a way I never thought it possibly could. The company offers a family building benefit for eligible cast members to help cover costs for adoption, fertility, and surrogacy services. And my family would not look what it looks like now without that. So thank you, Ken. My youngest son, Finn, is from Mexican and Guatemalan descent. So as we look around the rich culture that is here in the city of Anaheim, and when I show up to work with my fellow cast members and colleagues, I see my family here in the city that I live in. I see my family at the place that I work, and I see my family in the guests that come and visit us by the thousands day after day. I strongly ask for your support for Disneyland Forward so my family can continue to see themselves into their next generation. Thank you.
This EIR did not use the appropriate baseline for the project. Instead, out of the resort, a hypothetical baseline. Disney states that using the approved entitlements as baseline is appropriate, even though less than half have been developed. They reference a case of the Sierra Club versus the City of Orange. While a great read, and you know I love to read, it is in no way similar. A better reference would be Better Environment versus the SCA QMD. The California Supreme Court invalidated a project's EIR on the basis that it inappropriately used a projected baseline. Although the facility was not operating at fully permitted capacity, the EIR used permit limits as the baseline for measuring a project's impacts rather than the current condition. In reviewing an EIR, the paramount consideration is the right of the public to be informed in such a way that it can intelligently weigh the environmental consequences of any action and have an appropriate voice in the formation of any decision. Information in this EIR must be painstakingly ferreted out to try to comprehend any impacts. This has misled the public as to the reality of the actual environmental impacts that would result. There is no extensive, detailed evaluation of impacts of the proposed plans on the environment in its current state. A quote from the Brown Act. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for the people to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. The EIR is misleading, inadequate, and should be rejected. This is not what you want your legacy to be, a problem you inherited from a former disgraced mayor. A Pepperwood resident approached me in the back because he forgot to state this. Regarding Magic Way, it cannot be sold until the bonds are paid off. So stating that it will remain open until street improvements are completed is just another half-truth. That's from the development agreement 3.1.9.2. In closing, I'm going to state the same statement I said months ago. When you sign that statement of overriding consideration, you are telling thousands of residents that they don't matter, that financial gain is more important than their health and safety, that their quality of life isn't important, nor is the health of their children or their grandchildren. That is a truly powerful statement that will have consequences for decades.
I'd like to highlight some misinformation. This is fine from the city's website. Number one, the proposal does not request any new acreage. This is untrue. The proposal asks for the amendment of 3 streets and 2 future street extensions. That would add 11 acres to the Disney properties. 2, we're looking at transferring the responsibility to relieve public costs for roadways primarily served for Disney's benefits. When pressed, city staff admitted Magic Way is in great condition. It has never been repaved. It will not need to be repaved in the near future, so the actual cost savings to the public is 0. 3, closing Magic Way will make it safer. Is it currently unsafe? If so, why hasn't the city taken any action? The city has failed to provide any data to back up this claim. 4, depending on what's built, Anaheim is projected to see $15 million to $244 million in additional yearly revenues at complete build-out of what would be allowed under this project. First, depending on what would be built, this is the kicker. The city has no idea what will be built, when it will be built, or where it will be built. What other developer could approach the city with this type of non-plan? I'm guessing none. Second, that's a huge range, $15 to $244 million. Clearly, the economic impact report is incredibly vague and is just a guesstimation of revenues. Lastly, the complete build-out was already scheduled to be completed 13 years ago. So that estimated $15 million to $244 million a year in revenue is not a new benefit, it's one that we were robbed of. The city has lost, using Disney's numbers, between $195 million and $3.1 billion in revenue by them not completing what they were already supposed to complete. Yet, the development agreement only has a merely $5 million penalty for them not meeting the minimum investment. They've already proven they've not done it in the past. While I'm sure you all believe that it will be political suicide to vote against Disney, wouldn't it be better than being tied to another potential FBI scandal? It has a bankers in the world.
Good evening. My name is Jason Smith, and I am an Anaheim resident of District 6 and a cast member at the Disneyland Resort. My background is engineering, and I moved to Anaheim with my family almost 9 years ago to support the most recent wave of Disneyland Resort growth, including the development of Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Avengers Campus. The future investment enabled by Disneyland Forward will create thousands more jobs, which means thousands more opportunities for families like mine to become part of the Anaheim community and contribute to it in meaningful ways. In my current role, I have the privilege of leading our Downtown Disney and Arrival Experience teams. Arrival Experience includes our resort transportation and parking group, who works in very close partnership with the Anaheim Police Department and Anaheim Traffic Control on a daily basis to ensure the safe and smooth flow of vehicles and pedestrian traffic around the resort. We know firsthand how valuable the proposed traffic enhancements in Disneyland Forward will be for the community. These include improving pedestrian access from the Walnut Street neighborhoods while eliminating cut-through traffic in the area, and investing in roads, intersections, bike lanes, and pedestrian bridges throughout the resort area to improve pedestrian safety and traffic flow. These are just a few of the many reasons that I enthusiastically support Disneyland Forward and ask that you vote in favor of this bold vision for Disneyland and for Anaheim. Thank you.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, I'm the General Manager at Disney California Adventure Park and immediate past chair of the California Restaurant Association. My name is Gary Vigetti. Now, we've had a lot of passion here tonight. I'm going to take the tone down just one bit. I brought a prop with me, okay? See this picture? That's my twin brother and I at our very first visit to Disneyland at 4 years old. I think it's kind of cute. It's been sitting in a frame for 46 years. And I grew up in Northern California, and our parents didn't have a lot of money. My dad was a Teamster, local 287, and my mom was a librarian. We were able to come down every 2 years. We drove down in the middle of the night in the back of a truck. It's illegal now. And we stayed at the campground. When I tell people that story, they say, there was a campground? Yes. There's been a lot of things. Well, we've moved forward. In fact, my parents so trusted the Disneyland Resort and the city of Anaheim that when we were 16 years old, my brother and I were able to come down by ourselves. And we stayed in Anaheim Marriott. That's how much they trust you. So the one thing we really haven't talked about are the memories, the millions and billions of memories just like this that were created when we had so much development. Also, 30 years ago, I was hired specifically because this group approved the construction of Disney California Adventure Park, Downtown Disney, and Disney Grand Californian Hotel. That's why I'm here, because you said yes 30 years ago. And I urge you to say yes again, because these two boys now actually get to work together. I work in California Adventure, and he's an executive chef in Disneyland. It's been a dream. So many memories created, so many pictures taken, so many volunteer hours. This investment will mean more police officers, more firefighters, more volunteers, more construction jobs, more cast members, and many, many more memories. I strongly urge you to please say yes again. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable City Council members. My name is Tina Riley, and I work for the Anaheim Hotel, the Wyncombe Building, and the Westin Anaheim Resort, Wyncombe Hospitality. I'm here to, first of all, thank you. What you all do is so selfless. You work very, very hard, go through headaches and late nights, and I just want you to know how much we appreciate you. I'm honored to be here to support Disney Forward. As a person who has sold this destination for a long, long time, both with Wyncombe and in partnership with Visit Anaheim, I can tell you that Disney has been an incredible partner for us. Their $1.9 billion investment is going to be a game changer. I'm going to keep it quick because I know everybody's tired. But please do vote for Disney Forward tonight. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Honorable council members, Mayor Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, City Manager Vanderpool, and all city staff. My name is CJ Lewis. I'm here with Stovall's Hotels, and I'm a member of the Stovall family. The Stovall O'Connell family has been active in the Anaheim community since the early 1960s. And my great-grandfather, Al Stovall, came to the city over 60 years ago. And if he were here today, he'd be amazed at how far our great city has come. I'm here today to speak in support of the Disneyland Forward project. This project will ensure that we have a strong and incredibly bright future for Anaheim and its residents. It will create more life-changing opportunities for all who live and work here in Anaheim. There's never been a more exciting time. With Disney's affordable housing commitment, generous charitable contributions to Anaheim and all of Orange County, job creation, and huge boost to TOT, the city of Anaheim and its residents will benefit greatly and flourish together. This is a historic time for future generations and for everybody who lives and works in this great city. And I'm just here to express our gratitude and thanks to Disney and the city for everything they do every day. The city's best days are ahead. Thank you.
I'm really short. Hi, my name is Laura Iwasaki, and I'd like to tell you my story. I am a resident of Anaheim, and I'm also a 40-year cast member of the Disneyland Resort, and I'm here in support of the Disneyland Forward program. I'm also a Disney volunteer, and I've spent over 1,300 hours of service as a member of the Disney Volunteers. This program provides an opportunity for me and my family to give back and reinvest in our community. We are recognized as the Volunteer Family of the Year. When I started 40 years ago as a hostess at the Blue Bayou restaurant, and you can see what started as a part-time job, well, that summer job never went away. I am now a cybersecurity engineer in technology, a career that didn't even exist when I started working for Disney. The resort has amazing opportunities for casts should they decide to work part-time or get a free college education or to make a career like I did. Other opportunities that the resort has afforded me included assisting with the opening of Disney's California Adventure, Hong Kong Disneyland Resort, and the Shanghai Disneyland Resort. So I've been able to travel all over the world on behalf of Disney. I can only imagine the job opportunities and career paths that await others with the Disneyland Forward project. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Council, Mayor. As a cast member, and more importantly, resident of City of Anaheim District 3, I know there's a lot of District 3 here today, so ready to represent. I'm so proud to express my support of Disneyland Forward. Anaheim continues to be a top destination focused on families and our community. Speaking of families, I moved here with my mom because of Disney and a fantastic career, not just a job, but career opportunity that have afforded me and benefiting my family. Anaheim is home for Disney. Anaheim is my home, and I know Disney always has Anaheim and its residents on its mind. This plan allows Disney to continue to be forward-thinking within the land they already own. Walt's dream of a family home away from home, AKA happiest place on earth, would take a historic leap forward tonight. Anaheim and Disney are forever intertwined. Anaheim's success is Disney's success, and Disney's success is Anaheim's success. As a resident, I want to thank city staff that has worked tirelessly to be transparent and keeping the residents of Anaheim's interests at the forefront. I'm excited to witnessing something magical tonight or tomorrow after midnight, if that happens. Thank you again for your time and your support for our future and our legacy. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for your time today. I'll try and keep it brief as we have such a large crowd. My name is Corey Collins, and I'm a manager of content strategy at Disneyland. But more importantly, I'm a lifelong Anaheim resident. I started in an hourly role in attractions over 20 years ago, and after graduating college, began my career as a salaried cast member. When we had the opportunity, my wife and I decided to purchase our home in Anaheim and remain in the community where we grew up. I've seen firsthand the impact of the past Disney expansion with expanded programs, Disney volunteers, and Disney donations present at my son's schools, Dale Junior High and Dr. Quinn Marshall Elementary. I've been a volunteer myself many times as part of the career development program by securing volunteer grants for local nonprofits. I have personally seen and felt the impact to the community. Disneyland Forward is estimated to bring in $202 million in additional tax revenue for Anaheim in the first 10 years alone. These are funds that could be used to help all Anaheim residents. Economic development, cleaning up Beach Boulevard, finally opening the new shopping center, the list goes on. And these are all just in District 1. Disney has worked diligently to reach out to all parts of the city over the last few years, even in West Anaheim, taking feedback and adjusting plans. I've attended the Planning Commission meetings and I understand the concerns from the opponents, but to me, the benefits to the city overall far outweigh the concerns. Members of the council, and particularly Mr. Diaz, my representative, I urge you all to move forward, move Disneyland and Anaheim forward. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, here we are again. Thank you. Thank you for having us all here. I can't think of any more fun night. My name is Doug Mangione, and I am speaking on behalf of the 2,400 skilled and trained men and women of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in Orange County, 200 of which work at the resort for the Disney Corporation doing ride and park maintenance. IBW both built this park and has worked in this park since 1956. We've had a great relationship with this employer. IBW is in full support of Disney Forward. Many of our members live and raise their families in the Anaheim metro area. We contribute to the local economy, spending money earned from the hours worked in the construction industry, many of those hours working in the Disney resort projects. We are invested specifically in this project because our members' families will directly benefit from these projects. In construction, our health care and pensions are based on hours worked. They're not a given. When we don't work, we lose our family health insurance. We are an organized gig worker economy who take a series of temporary jobs and through our union contracts and good employers, turn those hours into careers. And I know as a city council, you have to do what's best for the city and the residents, but many of my members are residents of this city and they support this for the reasons I mentioned. I've been coming to this chamber for almost 2 decades discussing development in the resort zone. And I believe that everything that after all the hue and cry that has eventually been built in the resort zone has enhanced your revenue and your stature as a world destination. And you know, this chamber, I feel it tonight, is filled with the ghosts of action past. We can feel them hovering over us. I can hear the chains rattling. But every action should not be related only to the bad ones. That can taint our judgment. We should view this project on its merit. Will this project cost or enhance the city of Anaheim and the citizens of Anaheim? We believe it will enhance. We urge you to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker, Adam Wood. Adam Wood. Edward Martinez. Hario Cortez. Frida Pacheco. Or Frida Pacheco. Tanya Navarro.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caroline Romero. I'm actually going for Tanya. She's currently not here. So I want to present myself. I am a CSU professor, so I am going to go about this specific time as a professor does. So I'm going to reach out to y'all, right? I want a show of hands of individuals who want to support the community of Anaheim. Community of Anaheim. We want to support the community of Anaheim. Okay, some of us don't. We want to provide affordable housing. Okay, some of us don't, even though it's part of your proposal. Okay. We want to have safe streets. Safe streets, okay? And street development. Again, the individuals who are offering this proposal are not raising their hands. So I agree with all these things. I'm gonna throw a curveball at you. I agree we should have safer streets. I agree we should have affordable housing. I agree we should take care of our community and have programs for our community. What I do not agree with is that we have to get in bed with Disney to do all of these things. We do not have to rely on Disney for the work that our council members and our city is supposed to be providing. That's the point that I want to bring up here. We agree, many of us who are actually part of this community, right? Who are actually part of these neighborhoods. By the way, I'm so close to Disney that when the fireworks go off, my house shakes a little bit. Fun times, something that I have to deal with every single night. Noise pollution, air pollution, all these different things. Y'all are proposing to close down streets. That specific Walnut Street is one of the only ways that I was able to get to my high school, the Ware High School, right? I was actually born here, continue living here, and I'm currently actually fight for this city. I'm part of coalitions who provide food for these cities. When I see the food bank here, you're not reaching my community. You're not reaching the people who actually need it. You're not doing enough. And I feel like Disney is not doing enough. And this city is not doing enough. And if the residents have to come in here, by the way, we can't get in here, and you get the applauses for the vote yes, because there's no space for us to be in here, because we work. I have to teach tomorrow. I have a lesson to plan. But I am here because it is important to be here. And I encourage y'all to step away from Disney to do your due diligence for this community. Do not rely on Disney to do the work that we want to see in our communities. For us to have to continuously rely on Disney's money to provide for our communities is shameful, especially when these very people who are part of these communities pay taxes. Where are those taxes going at the end of the day? If we were to get the amount that Disney gives you,
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time
to
is
be part
up.
of this specific session, to be in bed with them, maybe that money could be beneficial for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Penelope Lopez.
Hi, I have a headache. I got here at 3 and I still didn't get a seat inside because the line was so long. But anyways, my name's Penelope. I'm a resident of Anaheim and I'm also an organizer with Chispa. I'm here to urge you to delay the vote on this project. According to the fact sheets on the city website, the project was proposed in 2021 in the midst of a pandemic that really hurt our city and in the midst of a corruption scandal. We got crucial information about this project in January of this year, and you're already voting. Where is that energy for rent control? A community demand that goes back decades. Disney's $30 million commitment for affordable housing is not enough. Are you demanding and securing more community benefits from this multi-billion-dollar corporation? Over the past months, we've heard about Disneyland's extensive outreach for this project, yet I've only seen TV ads on my screen. When I learned about the informational events that Disney was hosting, it was through the word of mouth of my neighbors or other residents or organizations that filled the gaps in outreach. I just attended the open house last week, and it left me concerned because not a single paper in that building was in any other language other than English. There was 2 translators for the whole event. Spanish-speaking residents were in line trying to get the information they needed. How are 2 translators gonna cover a whole event? Is that really what transparency looks like? At the Planning Commission, Councilmember Diaz, your Commissioner Lucille Kring, her biased behavior was evident. I can't believe that the only person in that commission that had critical questions was shut down, shamed. That was embarrassing. Is that the transparency that we deserve as residents? Councilmember Leon, you're my council member. Mayor Aiken, You both ran on the promise of transparency and accountability. You swore when you knocked on our doors. And can you honestly claim that this process is transparent and is accountable to us residents? And I want to hear a clear answer. Our concerns are not imaginary. They're not an exaggeration. They are real. We've experienced the consequences of corruption. We experienced the consequences of rushed votes. We experienced displacement at first hand. Us. These are not just issues. These are our histories. These are our lived experiences. These are the experiences of our families, and they are not an exaggeration. They are real. And we deserve honesty and integrity from you and for this billion-dollar corporation. I don't even know what to say. I'm also a mom. My daughter was born here in this city. I'm raising her in this city. And honestly, I could not care less about her experiencing some fucking magic experience at Disneyland. I want her to live free from exploitation. I want her to live free of the fear from displacement. I want her to have clean air. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't even know how y'all are gonna vote today. I mean, yeah, I already. Good night.
Our next speaker, Mariana Angeles. Mike Robbins.
One of the problems, and the audience should know, is that the ordinary citizen who is somebody who wants to run from city council might spend $5,000 to $20,000 to run for city council. But Jose Diaz from Ken got $350,000. Natalie Rubalcava about the same, $350,000. Natalie Meeks, $700,000, and Stephen Fessel's got about $1.5 million. The complete perversion of democracy to even vote on this. These people shouldn't even be up here. The people they ran against would have won instead. And if they would have won, I believe that they would have asked in this project they would listen to the audience, they would listen to the neighbors, they would bargain with Disneyland. As a community representative, they wouldn't allow construction of the theme park rides and entertainment venues 150 feet from people's homes. They wouldn't take away a street that's completely unnecessary that people use as a cut through. Affordable housing. Jamboree Housing built 102 housing units for $61 million. They want to spend $30 million. That's 48 affordable housing units. You guys, so that's something, if these people were actually citizens that weren't paid for by Disney, these are things they would be bargaining for with Disneyland so that they could get 1,000 affordable housing units for their 14,000 new employees. If this were a democratically elected city council, members would spend years looking over the 20,000-page report. This is, Disney intends to invade our neighborhoods with impunity, evade regulations and taxations. And when you talk about pollution, this is from your own site. Disneyland, and that's the volatile organic compounds. That's you, Natalie, and you, Norma. It's all, you notice the dark red there. That's all, this is now. So as neighbors, we don't necessarily want that to expand exponentially. Certainly there could be expansion. And certainly if we had a council here that wasn't perhaps, who knows where you're gonna go with this. But if you weren't just purchased representatives, you would look at the neighborhood needs, and you would know the problems, and you would negotiate with Disney over a period of time to come to a proper resolution for expansion. Thank you very much.
I'd like to move back in line. I'd like to have the full council when I make my comments.
Well, I'll take 6 out of 7. I understand you're not really voting on Disneyland Forward tonight. You're just voted, but you are voting on whether or not you're giving away Magic Way, and I ask you not to. Disney Forward doesn't need it. Disneyland doesn't need it. The people of Anaheim need it. Ken, you're Ken, right? Thanks. We need to keep Magic Way, or our traffic will be much worse. And I don't think you want to be the council that gives away Magic Way. But I'm going to use the rest of my time reading a comment from former Councilman Jose Moreno, even if some of you don't like him so much. I urge you to motion and vote for a continuance on agenda item 14 this evening. This is a monumental decision for the city of Anaheim, its businesses and residents. It's clear from public displays of concern that there are substantive items still to be understood, and with the continuing cloud of corruption that's plagued our city over the past several years, it behooves the council to slow down. Below are some essential elements that are not quite clear and need greater exploration and time. 1, the importance of publicly engaging with residents on what a substantive and meaningful community benefits package should consist of. The $30 million in Affordable Housing Fund seems substantial, but as calculated by city staff, this amounts to approximately 60 housing units. 60. In our city, wherein there are over 15,000 households living with rent burden and 1 or 2 paychecks away from homelessness per the city's housing element. While the $30 million can be leveraged to attract state and federal dollars, it's important to note these are still public dollars having to be utilized to house a private workforce that's not likely to be paid wages that they can afford to live on in Anaheim. As it doesn't appear that any of you have hosted or participated in community forums specifically on this generational decision within your respective districts, I urge you to pause and host community conversations with your constituents. I'll skip a little bit. He mentions the stadium negotiations of 2019. 2, the city should expect and receive a commitment from Disney that new temporary and permanent jobs, which seem to be in the thousands, will not incur or contribute further to the city's poverty rates, thus requiring greater city, school, and public dollars to mitigate. While Disney's projection, and that repeated over and over by the city public information officer, that millions of dollars in additional revenue are expected from Disneyland Forward expansion, there's no analysis yet, or at least not made public, of what the costs are for a city council, city, county, and schools to provide additional services and supports for a workforce jobs that do not pay livable wages in Anaheim and surrounding cities. I'll skip a little, although it's all important. You have it in your email. Despite your work over this past year to tackle the culture of corruption documented in the FBI investigations and ensuing JL report, there's still a dark cloud that hovers over these proceedings. There hasn't been any meaningful action of accountability taken by council as it relates to the behavior of executive leadership in the corruption scandal. Lastly, the applicant in this evening, okay, I'm going to run out of time, but you've got the rest of it, and thank you for listening.
The next speaker, they can step forward, Antonio Mahoka. Wanda Reynolds.
Good evening. I'm here, my name's Wanda Reynolds. I'm a member of the Orange County Heritage Council that has the annual Black History Parade and Cultural Fair. And I am the Youth Art Contest Coordinator. And I believe in some of the stuff that Walt Disney believed in. Imagination. To have students draw and participate in art and their imagination. I would like to first thank the Anaheim Central Library for hosting our contest winners, and also thank you, City Council and Mayor and members, and my city manager, Vanderpool. He came from Buena Park, where I live. Thank you all for your support. And on the light side, I see above the city seal, it says, "In God we trust." But to each one of us was the grace given according to the measure of the gift of Christ. Therefore, he says, when he ascended on high, he led captivity captive and gave gifts to men. Now this he ascended, what is but that also first descended unto the lower parts of the earth. He who descended and the one who also ascended far above all the heavens, that he might fill all things. He gave some to be apostles, some to be prophets, some to be evangelists, and some to be shepherds and teachers, some to be council people, some to be business administrations. But he gave it to all of us. And so I just ask right now that each and every one of us here trust in God and go forth. Thank you.
The next speaker, it's by their card number 4716, if they can step forward. Card number 4716. Next speaker, Gloria Aguno. Gloria. Next speaker, Greg Padilla. Mark Herbert, did you want to step forward?
Mark Herbert. Georgia Price is still waiting for answers to her questions raised over 6 months ago. She's not alone, I am too. I collected my questions, sent in 29 pages to written comments with 51 unanswered questions dating from the complete Disney Forward process. That might seem like a lot of questions, 51, but we're looking at 17,000 pages of the EIR plus 3,000 pages of the additional documents recently released. That works out to one question for every 400 pages. Whether the questions raised at workshops, hearings, or public comments, it didn't matter. Whether the comments were at the Planning Commission or Council, it didn't matter. Whether they were submitted in person or in writing, it didn't matter. They remain unanswered. Holding an informational open house 6 days prior to the council vote or holding an additional workshop hours before the final vote allows the council to check another public outreach box. It's not public engagement. It takes at least two parties to engage. Today, public participation is a box to be checked during the approval process, a box to be checked to avoid lawsuits. Since the Sadu years, the council listens to questions during public comments, workshops, and hearings and checks the box. This is public outreach. This is not public engagement. It's one way. Outreach keeps the public at arm's length. Engagement embraces the public. It invites the public into the planning process in a meaningful, substantive way. Let's put a face on this problem. And I'd like to talk to Sylvia, who lives on Walnut Street. She was evicted in November, and she'll be leaving in May. I spoke with her about 10 days ago. When the mayor and the mayor pro tem heard about the evictions, they walked Walnut Street in January. Things have changed since then. The mayor's office no longer returns Sylvia's calls. The housing department has been of no help. Their suggestions have been too expensive or unsafe. After 2 visits, code no longer responds. Her ceiling still leaks, in her apartment. Recently, she had a plant growing out of it. Sylvia has a spotless apartment. She admits to being a clean freak, yet there is black mold around the inside edges of her ceiling. Due to the remodeling of the apartment next door, she has lost half her electricity. She uses an extension cord to run her electric stove. In the remodeled apartments, the 50-year asbestos popcorn ceilings are not being replaced. They're being plastered over. They are not in an abatement process. Sylvia says we're forgotten. Nobody cares. I can't disagree.
Next speaker, Norma Cardoza. Greg Padilla. Caroline Romero.
I will be speaking for her. She had to leave today.
Your name, sir?
My name is Ernesto, but I will be speaking for Caroline today. Buenas noches. I had a speech written, but upon hearing all the sellouts and people in suits, I changed it. It's hilarious hearing them to talk about all the benefits for the city, but a year or two ago, the city didn't want to pass a gate tax. It's amazing hearing them be pro-labor when in Disney they have employees living in their cars or living paycheck to paycheck. And I can say that that is true because my brother worked for Disney. I want to tell all of its cast members here today to remember that when COVID first hit, how many people got laid off weeks in between the CEO getting a raise that was in the millions. You don't owe the mouse anything, and considering the mouse will drop you faster than it picked you up, I don't know why you are so staunchly vouching for itself. You work to generate a profit, not a magical experience. You work to generate money, not smiles. I come from a blue-collar family. My dad works in pavement, and he is currently gone for the rest of the week because he has to keep food on the table for not only for me while I work and my sister works, but also for my mom. I would have days where I would have to massage my dad's back because he would be so injured from using the shovel and other means to do that, but couldn't miss the next day of work, so I would have to fill in as a masseuse. I don't want any more money or any more tourists. I want solidarity, and I want you guys to do your job. I shouldn't have to be up here begging you and trying to look at side eye to these peoples and tell them that Disney does not help me in any sort of way. Tourists do not help with my bank account. Tourists do not help my dad, and tourists do not help my other family members at all. In fact, they harm them because now my sister's late for work, my mom's late for work, and on top of that, our prices get raised every single year. In fact, I work for one of your guys' high schools here. I'm not going to say which one. I hope you guys can actually come down to one of them and meet me and say hi and see how much we're drowning there. I specifically work for one of the most marginalized groups. I work for the Autism Focus department inside my school, and I can proudly say that Disney is not helping us. I am helping my students. My teachers are helping my students. It's not going to take a mouse and $1 billion corporation to expand and make even more billions to come and save us. That is up to each and every single one of you, and quite frankly, it is up to all of us here, not these people over here that Disney paid for them to be here and to stand in line to draw out the noise. Lastly, I want to say this before my time runs out. We need more resources for students and for your constituents that you say that you guys work for. It is honestly a really big slap in the face that these people even have the gall to come up here and to even try to propose a plan like this, considering that in your guys' high school district, 200 teachers, I repeat, 200 teachers are going to be ripped and out of a job come summertime. I don't know how many of you people worked in education. If you guys have, I will be honestly shocked that you guys are okay with this. These people are on the brink of homelessness. They are on the brink of starvation coming in the summertime. What has Disney done for us? And you guys cannot say anything because they don't do anything for us. They don't save us. The community save us. These people say that they care about the community, but whenever a community member comes up here and says something negatively, they don't clap. And quite frankly, neither do the people over here. And when I asked them, why aren't we clapping, they looked away. And that says everything that it does need to say. I don't want a repetition of Mayor Sadu all over again. And I know that you guys don't want it either, okay? And with that, I will say, free Palestine. Thank you.
The next speaker, Melanie Grant.
Evening, I'm Melanie Grant, also a member of the Orange County Heritage Council. And we come tonight in support of the Disneyland Forward project. The Orange County Heritage Council not only puts on the Black History Parade and Cultural Fair, and we'll be celebrating our 45th year with you February of 2025, but we also are an added voice for the vibrant Black community in Orange County, who not only live in Orange County, but our reach extends to surrounding counties where people also come into Orange County to work and to worship with us. We are in support of the project because it provides opportunities for our community. I'd like to speak to two different issues, the general community benefit and then also opportunities within the project itself. So one of the community benefits is affordable housing. We were concerned about the dollar amount for the affordable housing, but your deputy city manager, Mr. White, did explain that it will be combined with federal, state, and county taxes, and that it possibly can extend to 500 to 1,000 units. And we just ask that you do as much as you can to bring as much affordable housing as possible, not only at the low income, but also at the moderate income. We also are in favor of the addition to the parks, and we ask that you give particular attention to increasing the number of sports fields. Our youth need more sports time, and whatever you can do in that regard, we would greatly appreciate. One item that hasn't been talked about, we do support the neighborhood in the any changes that you can make to increase the pedestrian access to the immediate community and address their needs and concerns about traffic. We stand with them on that. We'd also like you to look at the broader Anaheim community. If you can put some of those community benefit dollars into making more walkable neighborhoods, more street trees, things that really beautify the broader Anaheim neighborhoods. So, you know, Anaheim is the home to the largest number of African Americans in Orange County, and we want our neighborhoods to be just as beautiful as possible.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you, and we support the project.
Next speaker, Victor Soto. Is Victor Soto, if they can please step forward? Jocabid Lopez. Kevin Brault.
Good evening, I'm Kevin Brault. It's been a long night. I'm glad to finally be here up at the podium speaking. I'm a 14-year homeowner in District Number 5. Anaheim's been good to me. Anaheim has some money, more money than cities around us have. They trimmed my trees, they've redone my gutters on my street, they've repaved streets, and a lot of that is thanks to these people sitting over here at Disney. I'm in support of this project. I'm a local union member. I'm 25 years with the Ironworkers, Local 433. They're the ones that allowed me to buy my house by providing a good prevailing wage. I've sent 2 kids to college. PLAs are good. I've heard someone speak bad about PLAs. There's been a lot of mistruths spoken by Anaheim residents in this room tonight. I wish people were more informed. This is not a hurry up vote. This has been a few years in the process. PLAs are good. PLAs support the community. We hire locally. Not only is this job going to create, or this park going to create 8,000 plus new jobs, but it's going to create careers that are lifelong for Anaheim residents through the PLAs that you guys have voted for. I don't know what else to say except PLAs are good. Unions create the middle class. There's been a lot of communication going on. I firmly support this. I've been waiting for hours to speak, and now I don't even remember all the notes I wrote down anymore. I've been here so long. But PLAs are good. Local hire is good. I don't know what else to say. Let's keep it short. Let's save a minute for somebody else, but please support Disney Forward. Please support your local unions like you do. Unions create the middle class. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Leonard De La Rosa. I'm a Western States Regional Council of Carpenters representative here in Orange County. On behalf of the carpenters, men and women in the construction field, we're excited to hopefully be able to construct this project in the near future. So as the Western States and the tradesmen, brothers and sisters behind us, we strongly urge that the City Council supports this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is John DeClean. I'm a 52-year Anaheim resident. I'm a homeowner in District 5, and I'm a graduate of Magnolia High School. I also am a proud 25-year member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I've spent half my career working at different projects in Disneyland, being able to be close to home to spend time with my children, coach their sports, coach other children in their sports, be a mentor for them, and I'm here to support this program. I want you to remember the last time this council tried to squeeze Disney for something more, we ended up not building a hotel.
The next is for a speaker with card number 4702.
Council members, Mayor, give me a quick moment. So, I grew up on Hastur before moving right down over here by Westmont and Euclid. And one of the reasons that I moved there in the first place was because, well, not me, at the time it was my family. They decided to move there for Disney. And because of that, obviously I don't live there anymore, but I cannot imagine how it is for people that are there as Disney lovers, receiving news that they have to move away. And I'm not even into Disney like that, but to put myself in their shoes is something that I ask you to do. And I just wanted to ask, how can we trust Disney on how with all these responsibilities of research that's not even fully disclosed in clarity? How can we trust Disney to take responsibilities like that? For Disney, they only pay $1 to the lease for the parking lot that is owned by Anaheim. It's been like that since 2017. Not the same council, but this council made that happen. They only pay $1 in billions they earn every year. It's just an obvious dark cloud that remains of corruption. And I see over here that says "In God We Trust," but you guys aren't even acting like Jesus' disciples. It's very disappointing, and you know what they say: what goes around comes around. There's been about 35 million annual revenue of Mickey and Friends that all goes to Walt Disney from when they got that tax break. The city of Anaheim spent about $108.2 million to build it, but it's just very pathetic that they only paid $1. But yet they have this plan. We're saying, oh, we're gonna build jobs, we're gonna do this and that. How can we trust you guys? Thank you.
The next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'm Richard Losario, third-generation union member, Anaheim resident, 46 years. Talking about jobs with Disney. My grandfather retired from Disney, helped build on the Matterhorn. I worked in Disney in 1994 on the Indiana Jones project. When I took my kids there when they were little, I had them touch the walls that I worked on. So pretty cool for me to say, hey, I worked on that piece and I did this piece and I worked here and there. My uncle works at Disney. I have an uncle that retired from Disney Burbank Studios. Nieces and nephews worked at Disney. Disney's part of Anaheim. I work in construction. I became diabetic in 1992. So in 1994, every hour I worked helped put all these things on my body now. Every day, every hour worked that somebody pays us, it's my life-saving medication. So union jobs to us, my union brothers and sisters, are key to everything. Disney's union. How many people can I say that I have 3 generations of family members that have retired and worked at Disney? I'm all for this project. Let's move it forward. I'll see you the next round of discussions. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next speaker, Angie Flores. Nick Ortiz.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Nick Ortiz. I'm here representing the California Chamber of Commerce, or Cal Chamber. Cal Chamber is the state's largest and broad-based business organization. We represent thousands of members in virtually every major industry, and our members collectively employ a quarter of the state's workforce. As you all know, tourism is a key pillar of California's economy, and we believe this project is crucial given Disneyland's history as a major tourism center and a vital anchor in California's tourism economy. It's critical that we encourage continual reinvestment to ensure the region and the state remain competitive and attracting visitors for decades to come. In short, if we wish California to remain a leading national and international tourism choice, we need projects like Disneyland Forward, so we encourage your approval. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Gloria Alvarado. Brian Kay. Art Lopez. CTM Disney. John C. Edmund Velasco.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Edmund Velasco. I am the president of the Musicians Union of Orange County and Long Beach. I represent over 200 musicians that work in the park. I actually worked there for about 28 years, and we are in support of this project provisionally. We want to make sure that the contracts, the musicians that they hire and entertainers that they hire will remain part of our contract that we have with Disney. Right now, they are sometimes skirting the contract by hiring outside bands to come in and perform for the guests. And over at DCA, we want to make sure that doesn't happen in the new expansion. We want to make sure that our contract is honored and I know that we have had a contract with Disney ever since 1956. And we just want to make sure that we strengthen that partnership with them. And we, like I said, we are in support of this Disney Forward provisionally. And first of all, I also want to, as somebody who actually has to attend these things often, I just want to just say, I admire your guys' ability to not have to take a bio break. So thank you very much.
Next speaker, Sandra Casares.
Again. Hello, everyone. I'm back again. I'm here to ask you to please hold off and review this project again. I know this project is all planned and done and set. It seems like protocol is to set up a few little circus shows to give the community information, to make them think you guys are considerate and you want to know answers and questions and answer all of our questions. But it's all fake. I've been to those places. Nobody knows what anything is about. I asked about affordable housing. How is that money going to be spent? How are we going to be able to track that money? How are we going to know how much it benefited us or is going to benefit us? We don't know. There's no plan. I met the the Cal State people with the report. We have the report, it's done, it's ready. Can I see it? Yes, go online, you can see it. Okay, I look online, oh, no report, it's a summary. No, nothing concrete, nothing set, no answers. I get you guys, you all want to keep your jobs. Everybody over here, all the union workers, everybody wants their jobs and want more work, and that's good. We all want the same thing, but we are citizens and residents of this beautiful city, and we're trying to make ends meet, and we're trying to understand how is this really going to help us? Affordable housing for who? How affordable is it going to be? Who's going to benefit from it? You guys are going to do a decision when you guys don't even have everything there. Have you guys asked to see that report? Have you guys asked to investigate more? No. I know a lot of you guys are getting benefit from Disney. I'm not mentioning no names, Natalie, I promise. But, you know, why? Why can't you guys do more research? Now, what about our kids? What about the schools? Disney, a couple years ago, promised sixth graders they will get their Disney trip as a reward for graduating or for passing grade. It only happened 1 year. That's it. They forgot all about it. All the promises Disney does for students doesn't go through. Now, traffic. The traffic area on Walnut, the traffic, okay, what about all the other streets? What about all down Ball Road, Magnolia, Euclid, where all the homeless, where all the schools, where all the kids cannot walk by because it's dangerous? What about there? No, but let's worry about the tourists. Those are, you know, the important people in this city, not the people that actually live here, not our kids that have to walk through that. That's not important. And then what about, and I'm sorry, I'm just super tired. It's 11 o'clock, I've been here since 3, and I don't know how you guys do your little cards, but the gentleman here was in front of me, Mr. Newton. He gave his card, I gave mine, and I'm here, and he already went like 2 hours ago. So I have no idea how you guys managed that. But again, can we just review this a little bit more? Let's not
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Hold on. Let's not go back to Angel Stadium Circus and ask for another report, another review. Let's do the transparency you guys always are promising.
Thank you. Next speaker, Cassandra Maldonado Ramirez.
Hello. I want to do a quick land acknowledgement. We are on stolen land. We are on the Hachiman territory. I have been dedicating my life, my last 4 years of my life and my whole career to this city, to doing nonprofit work with all city members, including the homeless community, including youth, including families from all race, from all genders, from all religions, all backgrounds. With that being said, I really do care about this city, and I am here to ask for a halt on this project. I am concerned the effects it causes on the city, including air and noise pollution, traffic congestion, higher housing prices, privatization of current public streets, and possible future displacement of Anaheim residents around Disney parks and overall gentrification of Anaheim. Earlier, I heard someone bring up the fact that they are so excited for their for their home value to increase. This is a clear example how this is only going to benefit the upper middle class and only benefit privileged and wealthy people. Once again, I ask you to halt the vote to approve Disney's project until we know all long-term effects and we take Anaheim residents into full consideration. No amount of Disney's expensive magic will outweigh the people's right to simply live and survive outside their doors. No amount of Disney magic is going to prevent the health issues that will arise with the air pollution that will be brought by this project. I plead you to please represent your community and not represent Disney. We should value people and your community over the profit and Disney. Thank you.
Next speaker, Daniel Jimenez.
Since we started this meeting today with the prayer, I'd like to start my time by acknowledging as well that we are currently standing on stolen native land, specifically Hachiman Juaneño territory. Good evening, Council. My name is Daniel Jimenez. I'm an Anaheim resident. I'm here to ask for a halt on the vote for Disney Forward project. I am concerned of the permanent and negative effects it can cause the city, including air and noise pollution, traffic congestion, higher housing prices, privatization of current public streets, a possible future displacement of Anaheim residents around Disney parks, and overall gentrification. Once again, I ask for the halt on the vote to approve the project until we know all long-term effects and we take Anaheim residents into full consideration. No amount of Disney's expensive magic will outweigh the people's right to simply live and survive outside their doors. I've heard so much privilege in the room. Privilege of being able to visit Disney, something me and most of my family and friends cannot afford. We have depended on relatives being cast members to enter the parks. I haven't been in the parks for a couple years now and absolutely do not plan on attending for the rest of my life. As some mentioned the happiness of their kids going to the happiest place on earth, I'd like to mention the reason why I will no longer be in any Disney park. Disney has sent $2 million in humanitarian aid to Israel on October 7th, yet have not sent any aid to Palestine and their nearly 40,000 deceased, including 15,000 kids and counting. 15,000 kids. What about their happiness? Where is their happiest place on earth? Keep that in mind for who you will be supporting and allowing to keep infiltrating our community, Council. Council, we will be back to see you about a permanent ceasefire resolution. Disney, you will see us again outside your doors. And you can cover your signs shamefully all you want, but we will be there. Free Palestine, land back, and free Anaheim residents from Disney's greed and corruption. Please vote no on Disney's project. Thank you.
The next speaker, they can step forward. Jason Polito. Rebecca Kovac-Stein. Oh, Jason.
Good evening. My name is Jason Polito. I'm proud to be a Disney cast member. I was on vacation here at Disneyland back when I was only 20 years old. into the casting center on Ball Road and apply for a job. It was that opportunity at Disney here in Anaheim that allowed me the chance to move from New Jersey to California. I have seen firsthand the benefits that come from this council approving initiatives for Disney. I work for Disney Vacation Club as a sales counselor and am responsible for selling the dream that provides guests the opportunity to own a piece of the magic. In 2023, the Villas at Disneyland Hotel opened. This was the first Disney Vacation Club property in nearly 15 years here at Disneyland. And I've seen day in and day out the overwhelming response by our guests. It's approvals like this that provide me the opportunity to have a job at Disney in Anaheim. I'm excited to stand here today in support of Disneyland Forward and ask wholeheartedly that you approve this project so we have the opportunity to continue to grow in the years to come. The time is now, as the Walt Disney Company has stated that it is willing to invest billions of dollars into its parks. Let's make sure we don't miss out on this historic opportunity to improve the resort here in our community. As Walt once said, Disneyland will never be completed. It will continue to grow as long as there is imagination left in the world. By approving this project, you will continue the rich tradition dating all the way back to the 1950s. And by doing so, ensure that we all continue to make memories that are truly priceless for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Patrak, for all your hard work. And thank you to all of you for your consideration here tonight.
The next speaker, Rebecca Kovac-Stein. Stephanie.
I respectfully request that I wait until there's a full council.
Ryan Higgins.
I was hoping I wasn't going to be the last speaker. Good evening, Council. My name is Ryan Higgins. I am the Vice Chair of the Budget Information Technology Committee for the City of Anaheim. I watched tonight's broadcast with a very heavy heart and felt that I needed to come down and speak my mind. I was present here for the Disney workshop in February. Took in a lot of information, a lot of vague information that was presented to the council at that time. Rachel Aldi, who was a representative for Disney, met with the BIT committee on February 28th, presented us with more information than we received at the workshop. But again, tonight's meeting, there were a lot of inaccuracies of what she presented to us that was presented to you and everybody else this evening. The one point that I was concerned with that I brought up and asked Rachel directly was, if there are going to be more hotels, more rooms, what does the TOT look like? We know our TOT is a very important part of our budget. Again, very close to me as being part of the budget committee. And she said, no, we do not have any plans for any more hotels. And I said, okay, but oh my gosh, I'm lost my words. It's been a very long evening. The hotel, not the hotels, but the, I'm sorry. She said that none of that would be part of the plan, but yet it was presented tonight as part of the Disney Forward. I feel that there are a lot of things that are still not brought up to the council, that is not brought to the city. Every single time there is a meeting, there's a little bit more that it's told, a little bit more that's told. Things are changed, and I really feel that the city needs to take a step back and decide what we need to do with this project. It's not part and parcel altogether, make a decision. I think there needs to be a little bit here and there and not decide as a whole. As a personal note, I did work for Disney from 1996 to 1998 and was fired because I was a senior in high school and they wanted me to work the senior nights the grad nights when I was a senior myself in high school, and they said because I was an adult, I had to work those nights. And I lost my job at Disneyland because of that. And my labor representatives did not represent me during that time. So again, thank you for your time. Please, again, take everything into consideration, everything everybody has said this evening. There's just so much that needs to be said and really need to be thought over. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Mercadante. Please delay voting on Disneyland Forward until huge problems in these documents can be fixed, because what is written and legally enforceable does not reflect what the public is being told. For instance, Disney claimed they were closing Magic Way at the request of residents, with public records requests prove untrue. Residents wanted traffic calming on Walnut and the closure of Magic Way won't make a dent in what the Walnut traffic, based on Disney's claims that very few local drivers access Magic Way from Walnut. Right, Disney? Despite intersection improvements, I still object to the closure of Magic Way. Anaheim violated longstanding policy to get their own independent appraisal instead of doing only a peer review of Disney's appraisal by CBRE. This is irresponsible, and it doesn't matter how competent CBRE was. We need an independent appraisal to assure taxpayers that the price agreed to is fair, especially given the recent controversy with the FBI wiretaps catching communication with Company A appearing to be part of the cabal. The FBI is not done investigating Anaheim. We need to do things above and beyond, because right now, good enough isn't. Who else gets this special treatment than that their appraiser gets to set the value for the land we own that their client is buying? The claim is made that taxpayers will benefit by the closure of Magic Way because we will be relieved of the burden of maintaining the streets being abandoned. This is untrue. City staff knows it is untrue, and you should know it's untrue. All those streets are in the Anaheim Resort Maintenance District are ARMD, and we don't pay any maintenance. Disney does. Recently, Rudy and Mommy admitted that Magic Way has not been repaved at taxpayer expense, and the current condition shows it doesn't need work in the foreseeable future. Ted White sat in on that conversation with a constituent. He was made aware there is no genuine benefit to taxpayers, no genuine benefit to taxpayers in closing the road. Yet at the open house event 2 days later, Ted White told me that we benefit from not paying for the maintenance. He lied. Why is city staff cheerleading this project to the point of a public misinformation campaign? I am very glad you heard us about the delivery driveway on Walnut, which we phased out. I am frustrated at how much time and energy we have to expend to do what Gibson Transportation should have done in the EIR reports. At the April 10th open house, Gibson Transportation Consultants told a handful of residents or witnesses, if you prefer, that they did not note the conflict of trucks that they did note the conflict of trucks delivering to Disney on Walnut, and they did make a suggestion to Disney about the changes to mitigate the conflict. But none of that information appeared in the Gibson Transportation reports.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
For environmental clearance. Why did staff let this get this far and not resolve the issue before this? This is still a mess, and a Band-Aid at the last minute doesn't fix what is broken.
Mercadante, your time is up. Thank you.
Please delay the vote on this project so we can have a meaningful change to these documents and a better
Ms.
outcome for
Mercadante,
residents.
sorry, we have other speakers behind you.
I understand. I have 2 sentences left. Please
I
delay the
understand,
vote
ma'am,
on
but
this project so we can have a meaningful change to these documents and a better outcome for residents that help the city restore its faith in City Hall.
Thank you.
Happy day. So this has to do with Disney and the street traffic. And, you know, a lot of people have come here to thank Disney, everything from their jobs to their homes, their families. One gentleman even said, thank you for hosting 300 Make-A-Wish children for at Disney. And these are all noble, heartfelt, positive experiences. And they all happen because of communication. And they all lack some fundamental direction. I mean, nobody's even really read the report. So how do you know this is a good idea? Or this is a bad idea? And I really, I'm grateful for the Disney employees who come down here to speak, but how can you vote for something that you don't know about? You have no idea what's going to happen when Disney gets these whatever you want to call them, these concessions. And so once again, we have an entire board that's going to make a decision without any understanding why. And part of why that's like a personal issue for me is, again, they've all been responded to, they've all been communicated with. But over 10 years ago, an Anaheim police officer turned off his recorder, threatened to kill me the way they killed Kelly Thomas, said that Polish people and Jewish people are the N-word, and you still haven't provided me with recordings. I'll stand there and you've taken the money, you've taken the time, you've voted on and made decisions that impact other people's lives, and you have no idea what happened. You've actually admitted that there's no evidence that I committed any crime or any resisting of arrest, and you've admitted that the officer used hate speech. And he's still working for Anaheim. And if you check enough recordings, you'll find 10 to 20 officers who are furious that he's still on the force and that they're grateful he's no longer a school resource officer, that he's moved on to being a detective. So if these Disney employees really want to stand up for their future, for Anaheim, for their children, read a report, listen to some of these meetings. Look at the decisions that these people have made. They've all decided that it's acceptable to use the N-word as an authority figure. If you want to call somebody the N-word because it's a music, you're making money, or it's a bad joke, or you're just angry, that's fine. But this is an authority figure who's using that as his decision-making. And you've all supported and endorsed it. What kind of decision should you be making? You shouldn't even be flipping burgers at a joint. Happy day.
Next speaker, Cynthia Ward.
Good evening. Is it good morning yet? Nope, not quite. Okay. I'm batting cleanup tonight, picking up the odds and ends others weren't unable to fit in, and let's hope that I can get it in 3 minutes. The snarkier elements are all me. I didn't think I've heard anyone say, don't approve this. I've heard a lot of people asking you to fix the easily fixable issues before they are set in concrete for 40 years. Once this is done, we cannot go back and fix what we find wrong later. I want to back up what Penelope said earlier. Lucille Kring was particularly horrid at the Planning Commission meeting. I do appreciate the concessions that were made, like phasing out the delivery driveway on Walnut. We recently learned that Gibson identified the conflict of the delivery trucks, advised Disney on changes to the driveway, and didn't include any of it in the environmental documents. So I'm pretty sure there's a violation of CEQA in there somewhere. At the very least, Disney didn't really give us anything so much as they recognized their own needs, kind of like when I buy my husband a sweater for his birthday that I really want to wear when he leaves for work. But despite minor concessions, the big scary issues are still present. This project is still a dumpster fire, and I still ask you to please send this back for further discussion. The loss of Magic Way is so essential that nearly 1,000 signatures have now been collected asking you to keep it open, including some who signed the petition on the way out of the informational open house on April 10th, when staff failed to address their concerns. Disney has not explained why they need exclusive use of Magic Way when they already have access to the uses they say they want in the future. They're not building anything on it. Why do they need to lock us out of it? Disney can still contribute millions to our economy without closing this one street. We also don't need to close Magic Way to put in a crosswalk across Walnut. If we need one, City Hall needs to just fund it. There's no net new benefit to Anaheim when all we're doing is giving Disney another 40 years to build what they got permission for in 1996. How is this a plus for us? I wasn't going to address the fireworks, but since Ted raised the subject, let's break that out. South Coast AQMD fireworks are only monitored for one event, one day at a time. Of course they show collections below actionable levels. They get a clean plate to collect debris each day of the testing. The lungs of our children and the soil in our backyards don't renew themselves nightly like the collection plate used by AQMD. So the same neighborhoods in the path of the fireworks get hit night after night, year after year. And there's no study of cumulative impacts for long-term exposure. The fireworks are not ignored because someone found them safe. They are ignored because regional agencies filled with politicians elected with their campaign dollars have exempted fireworks from study. You would think that Disney would want to assure their neighbors that the materials they rain down on our yards are safe for long-term exposure. And if Disney doesn't want to offer that assurance to the public, our elected officials should be on this. The Cal State Fullerton Economic Study. Why on earth did you not demand the damn study? I do not understand how we can make a decision without that. And I am out of time. Thank you very much, and I know it's been a long night. Thank you for your service.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers.
Thank you, Clerk. So with no further public comments, would the applicant like to return and provide any closing comments? You have 10 minutes to do so.
Good evening, Mayor Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, and members of the City Council. I'll be very brief tonight. I want to cover just a few quick points on rebuttal, and then I'd like to invite Mr. Potrock back up to deliver a few remarks. First, with respect to Magic Way, there was a commenter earlier in the evening that had concerns about Magic Way being closed to pedestrian access. I want to assure you all that that is absolutely not the case. There is a commitment both in the development agreement and the specific plan that pedestrian gate on Magic Way must continue to exist, and it will exist, along with unticketed pedestrian access all the way from Walnut through the resort to Harbor. So somebody can walk from Harbor all the way through to Walnut, and that's an affirmative commitment in the agreement. Noise issues, there was another commenter this evening that had some concerns about construction traffic. One of our mitigation measures is we're required to prepare a construction traffic truck routing plan. That's not allowed to go through any residential neighborhoods. I think that was one of her specific concerns about construction traffic on streets. Secondly, with respect to construction noise, there is a robust mitigation monitoring plan in place for construction, which includes things like limited construction hours. We have to have sound monitoring during construction, and also we have to appoint a construction noise disturbance coordinator. One other point is, second to last, is the closing of Walnut. I heard twice tonight a couple of commenters make reference to Walnut closing. We have no intention, plan, nor desire to close Walnut. Last point is affordable housing, but I think this got addressed by a subsequent commenter regarding the productive capability of the $30 million affordable housing contribution. It's well beyond the number of units quoted. I think the more accurate figure was heard later in the evening, which is closer to 1,000 units. That's it. With that, I'd like to invite Mr. Potrock back up.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you all for your patience this evening. It's been quite an evening, and there's more to come. I wanted to just take a couple of minutes and try to close out. Number one, I am incredibly appreciative of all of the passion that I heard in the room tonight. Incredibly appreciative of that on both for and against opinions. I think it's important that everybody gets an opportunity to speak their mind, everybody gets an opportunity to share their views, and everybody gets an opportunity to listen and make decisions. I think that's a great situation. Disneyland Forward is a generational opportunity with projects like these only happening twice before in our 70-year history. That's extraordinary. A generational opportunity. For all of us today, this is a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's a good case as well when you begin to think about the future. In '92, almost a decade before the California Adventure Park opened and the Grand Californian and Downtown Disney, the city was collecting $46 million a year from hotel taxes. when we began to open up the second park, when we began to expand our opportunities, a scant 20 years later, that 46 million jumped to $245 million. That's a five-fold increase. That's what growth does. That's what investment does to growth. So I think it's important to note that. As I close, I want everybody to understand the lessons that we learned in the 50s and 90s. Your predecessors, just like you, needed to make sure that the vision and benefits were grounded in smart planning and thoughtful thinking, and quite honestly, a collaborative effort. I think that's what's occurred here and continues to occur. I'm proud to say that the project before you tonight has been thoroughly analyzed with detailed design, development guidelines, restrictions, regulations, and mitigation measures to reduce the impacts on the community and local area as the Disneyland Resort builds for the future. Nothing is perfect, but we have worked so hard over the course of the last 3 years to make this an incredible project for the Anaheim region and city. So here's how I sum it up. We have been on a nearly 70-year journey to get here tonight, and the future is indeed a bright one for both the Disneyland Resort and the city of Anaheim through this collaborative planning process. Together, we can build a stronger, more vibrant community with thriving local businesses and enhanced benefits for residents. And we can welcome visitors from around the world to one of the greatest cities in the United States. Finally, and I don't do this enough, I want to thank city staff for their guidance and support. They have also worked incredibly hard. As I mentioned, they have been working tirelessly over the last 3 years to make the Disneyland Forward project something that we can all be proud of. And so I'll end with this. I respectfully ask the City Council to support the Planning Commission and city staff's recommendation to approve Disneyland Forward so we can get to work on making more magic together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are now going to close the public hearing and turn it over to questions and comments by council colleagues. If you have any questions or comments, please ring in. I'm going to start with Council Member Diaz on my right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple of questions for Disney. So I was fresh out of the boat, brand new immigrant, and I had an employer taking advantage of me. I wanted to work hard to earn money. So my question is, and it's for the employees of Disney. Tell me about the pay, tell me about the benefits, tell me about you started working for Disney, what chances they have to be successful, what chances they have to be buying a house to have a career. Tell me how they get paid.
So thank you for that question, Mr. Diaz. You know, we, like Ken mentioned, you know, we take pride in being an employer of choice. And so you asked about, you know, starting wages. Our base wage for our cast members are $19.90 an hour, with over 50% of our cast members earning $21.25 an hour, and many of our skilled roles earning $25 an hour and above. And as Ken mentioned, you know, with a lot of the programs that we have, including affordable health care, childcare, mentorships, training, we looked to, you know, promote people through their careers within Disney. And in the past 5 years, over 1,200 cast members were promoted from hourly to salaried roles. So we take pride in investing in our cast members to bring them up as part of their career.
Okay. One more question. So I'm a big proponent of small businesses. In District 1, for example, the majority of the small businesses are immigrants or first-generation American. In Anaheim in general, is a big percentage of the small businesses that are owned by immigrants. We know Anaheim, the city, gonna benefit financially, but how the most businesses gonna benefit from this?
So I think that's what we is the formula for here in Anaheim, right? So when we invest, not only do we create a lot of jobs, but we also create a lot of traffic that delivers businesses to all the small businesses around us, right? So when we invest in entertainment, all the other services that help support our park with its development and also to service all the tourists and visitors to come in benefit from the entertainment that we create.
Okay. Mayor, gonna let the rest of the team ask questions, and I got more comments for later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. I represent the residents in District 4, which surround the resort and surround Disneyland. There was a comment made, and I didn't get an answer from the Disneyland side. So that there'd be a coordinator for neighborhood complaints. How is that going to work?
Excellent question, Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, and I apologize if I didn't answer. I was trying to rush through it very quickly. So there is, during construction, there is a requirement to have a noise disturbance coordinator, which is going to take the form of a hotline. We haven't gone live with it yet, but we will. But it'll be a number that residents can call to report noise that they're hearing, and that person will be empowered and have the right contacts in order to troubleshoot it.
Thank you. I have one other question I don't know if you can answer. There was a comment from the audience earlier, and I certainly have heard it before. It's been reported that Disney has spent $300 million, $160 million, I've heard several different numbers, for housing in Florida, yet only $30 million is being spent here in Anaheim. Can you explain that?
I'm glad you answered that question. I think there's confusing statistics that on that. So the contributions by Disney are very similar and equitable between here at the Disneyland Resort and the Walt Disney World. So in the same way that we are contributing $30 million to jumpstart additional investment into affordable housing for a larger project, we did the same in Walt Disney World. So in that project, we donated 80 acres of, well, I would say we contributed 80 acres of low-cost land as a lease to the project, which then jump-started a bigger affordable housing project with someone out there valuing it as $300 million. But Disney did not contribute the $300 million. We jump-started that project through our contribution of a low-cost lease.
The other comments I've received is that, yes, we kind of heard that from Disney, but they use their power and influence in Orlando to make sure that they got a developer and they put the package together, and certainly are not doing it here. Some of us like it that they're allowing the city to take control of that and decide how it's going to be spent, how it's going to be packaged, and so forth. But can you comment on that earlier? That Disney used its influence to bring in the parties to create that project in Florida?
Yes, thank you, Madam Kurtz. You know, I think you mentioned it, right? I think what we were providing is $30 million so that the city can do as it wishes with that $30 million for its affordable housing. That being said, we've said that we will support the city's initiatives to draw in, you know, additional growth through this affordable housing. And I think most recently we have, you know, made a statement that we also would support, you know, the city's efforts should they use ATID to consider funding for additional affordable housing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Can you pull up slide 60 again, showing the TO2 increases? So, they're working on that. But I believe you're going to see that our TOT escalated greatly after the expansion in the 90s. And I have been fortunate to live around here, seems like forever. Grew up about a mile south of Disneyland. And I wish I had had my own little slideshow, because a lot of people don't remember what the resort looked like pre-90s. And it was, Disneyland was a one-day stay, or not even a stay. It was a visit. You drove in, you went to Disneyland, you got out of town. I mean, even as a high schooler, I will have to say we used to cruise Harbor Boulevard and see how many prostitutes were on the sidewalk. I mean, it wasn't where families stayed. And in the 1990s, I worked for Anaheim in the Public Works Department as an engineer, and I had what I thought was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform the resort area. And I was part of that project that brought a new theme park and downtown Disney and all the infrastructure improvements and created the Anaheim Resort from what was just a theme park and a convention center operating their businesses to a resort, to a destination where people came and stayed. And that was the city's plan, because we knew that our revenues were created from this TOT. And it worked. I mean, even through recessions and things like that, that continued to escalate and continued to grow. So here I am on this side of the dais 30 years later with a second-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who would have known that I would have the opportunity to be a part of the next transformational project in the resort area, a project that will continue that TOT growth and do the things in Anaheim for our community, for our residents, that we know need to be done. Through the years, that TOT has supported our police, has supported our fires, our parks, our libraries. That's how we pay things. That's why we don't have an extra sales tax assessment on our community. That's why we don't have a utility tax. It's because of these investments that we made 30 years ago. And I am very proud right now to make a motion to approve this project and move it forward, because I want to see that continue to grow. Not because I am on Disney's side, I'm on Anaheim's side. And this is good for us. This is good for our community and good for our residents.
I know we have a motion out there. I'm happy to second it. But continuing discussion, I know we have some other council members out, that would like to ask questions. So just want to turn it over to Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken, and thank you to everybody who attended public comment tonight and provided or participated in the process. I know it's been a long day for many of us. I'd like to direct my questions to Ted. So Ted, can you just explain, I just want to be specific about what Disney's request is today. It's not related to expanding outside of their already entitled land, right? They're looking at building on, modifying their specific plan, and this is a zoning request, right, on existing property for Disney?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, so, you know, they're asking for the entitlements on everything that they currently own. There are no expansions onto new properties, does not go into any residential neighborhoods. There is no, you know, concerns regarding displacement of residents from existing neighborhoods. I think that is important. We did hear that word displacement, and there are no proposals to expand beyond the resort boundaries. You know, importantly as well, as mentioned in the presentation, they are working within the building envelope of the total capacity that they currently have. total number of hotel rooms that they were allotted to build. It was 5,600 in the 1990s with the original proposal. They've constructed approximately 2,300 of those, and what they're looking for is the flexibility of where to build the remaining approximately 3,200 rooms that they have the ability to build. Same thing with theme park square footage. The square footage of theme park is originally approved about 6.8 million. They've built approximately 3.1 million of that, and they're looking for the flexibility of where to build, all within existing Disney-owned property, but still breaking down some of those silos in terms of theme park here, hotel here, blends it together and gives them the opportunity to respond and pivot as trends continue to evolve over the coming years, and as the experiences and expectations of guests continue to evolve as well.
Thank you. And then I've received, and I think the entire council received several letters from people who live in Anaheim, but many who don't live in our city, questioning the process. So one of the common themes, it seemed to be a form letter that asked us to postpone and to ensure detailed open process. Can you just recap again the outreach and engagement with the community that was conducted during this 3-year process?
Thank you. I think this process has seen more community engagement than anything in my 27 years of being in city planning. Thank you for the slide. So as shown on the slide, the public scoping meeting goes back, and the notice of intent for this, the declaration of the project to come, and the intention of preparing an environmental impact report goes all the way back to 2021. That then there is, of course, a significant amount of time that is spent in developing the technical details of that. During that time, Disney spent that time engaging with the community to a level that we have not seen in the city of Anaheim, and I don't think many cities have ever seen with the level of engagement that was done. And then when we were able to present those materials to the public, the first part of that was to release the draft environmental impact report in September of 2023, approximately, I guess 7-8 months ago, for a 45-day public review period. During that time, we held a workshop with the Planning Commission and put as many of the project details as we could, and that included a draft of the specific plan, a draft of the environmental impact report, and many of the supporting documents. What we didn't have at that time was the draft development agreement and some of the community benefits, but as soon as those were ready to go, then we came back and did another round of review. We held public workshops with this round because we wanted one to notify the public of these, as I had mentioned in my presentation, over 12,000 notices were sent out on multiple occasions to announce these workshops, these public workshops. We wanted our decision makers to hear community input early and often. And so we chose to go and use the public workshop format as a way to engage with both our community as well as our elected and appointed officials early from residents in this process. So that first workshop, as I mentioned, was back in October. And then multiple more workshops were held January, February of this year going forward as the details of the proposed development agreement were put into place.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll direct this one to our city manager. So, Mr. City Manager, can you just, I know we already saw this at the beginning, but I feel like we need a recap of what the economic impact will be to our general fund with a $1.9 billion investment into the Disney resort.
Councilmember, if it's all right, I'd like to ask our finance director, Moreno, to come up and provide a full report on what the economic impact will be.
So based on our history of the resort and the revenues it's brought in, the resort currently generates 31, after it pays for all of its costs, generates another 31% of our general fund. That's today. It's approximately 140 million. When you look at what that was previous to the last expansion, in which we had a large investment ourselves, it was only 11%. And then once the LPMR pays off, which is still estimated to be sometime around the fiscal year 28, 29 timeframe, that will we'll have that LPMR available to the general fund. That's another 140 million. So that 31% becomes roughly 60% of our general fund.
And we had a few public commenters here tonight talk about needing more city services and how Disney isn't benefiting us on that front. Can you explain how we, what our general fund is made up of and how we pay for certain city services, including community services?
So the general fund is our main repository for city taxes. And so that's how we pay for our core services for police, fire, libraries, our parks, public works, and the like. So what the resort contributes now is it pays almost a third of those costs. When you look at it, what it'll do, and that's without counting any additional revenue this expansion will do, already our history shows that that should generate close to 60% of that. Or what it'll really do is provide additional capacity for additional services that the community wants. And that's before we talk about any expansion revenues coming in.
And we just had a budget workshop, I think, at the last council meeting. Are we currently breaking even, or is our budget even, or are we utilizing borrowed money to offset our expenses?
We're currently using borrowed money from our working capital bonds for about 16 million in the current year, and it could be roughly 40 million for next year.
And just for the sake of the benefit of people in the room and myself, Santa Ana and other cities that are just as large as Anaheim. So Anaheim's the largest city in Orange County. Santa Ana is the second largest. What does their general fund look like compared to ours?
Theirs is slightly less. I think it's in the 30. I don't have the numbers in front of me. But they have a UUT, utility users tax. They have an add-on sales tax. They have a cannabis tax. So they have lots of other taxes. So we don't have those. Plus, we don't have anymore we haven't had in years cable franchise fees. So our residents don't pay that. So really what that 30% means is our residents pay 30% less than they otherwise would to have these services.
Perfect, thank you. And then I just want to shift over to workforce development. I'll direct it to the city manager, and then he could decide who should respond. But so this project will generate construction jobs, and I think I heard Dr. Puri mention a specific amount that I wrote down somewhere in here, but now I can't find it. But I think it's close to, did you say 2,000 operational jobs and about 1,500 construction jobs?
I think it's 4,000 construction jobs for 4 years.
We have the slide in there.
Oh, yeah. 4,000, it's too small print for me to read too. 4,400 approximately jobs for 4 years of construction, and 2,292 ongoing jobs from operation annually. 2,300 jobs annually.
Okay, perfect. So those are, the construction jobs are good paying jobs that we have a project labor agreement for, so these will be local hire. Anaheim residents will benefit from that. Operationally, I heard at least 4 or 5 District 3 residents here tonight share their experience with Disney.
One more thing. This is based on $1 billion investment. I think the proposal that is
$2 billion.
being discussed is 1.9 billion.
For the first 10
right?
years.
So it's almost twice as much.
Perfect. And then, Dr. Perry, I know that there's been a lot of, I've received emails and concerns about the report not being fully published, but can you just explain a little bit about your background? I know that you also produce an economic impact report that many nonprofits and other businesses utilize in the county. I went to Cal State Fullerton, so proud to say that you were the dean of the business school. Can you share a little more about your background?
Sure. I am an economist by training, and I served as dean of the College of Business and Economics for 18 years, a couple of years for provost, but I'm right now running the Economic Analysis and Forecasting Center, the Wood Center. And this project was run through the Wood Center with my colleagues, Aaron and Adrian. We do different kind of studies. We are completely impartial in terms of political leanings. We are nonpartisan. And of course, being part of the university, that is the way we do things. And this study was done with the highest standards of practice, using methodologies that are used nationwide. This is the technique to use for this kind of a project. So the methodology has been tested for tens of years, and we stand by the results that we produce. But it's again, ours is a very hypothetical study, but now you here are talking about an actual proposal for a specific number of dollars. But the same principles, I think, will apply, and you'll see the results if and when the project is actually undertaken.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have a question for Mr. Potrock. So you mentioned in your comments your commitment to workforce development in Anaheim during the term of this development agreement. So one of the things that's important to me in District 3 as the council member who was born and raised in Anaheim, I represent District 3, which is about 50,000 residents, 27,000 voters in our district, mainly Latino working class families. Store One is a project that's located in my district. And as you know, this project includes transforming the original Northgate, which is why it's called Store One, because Northgate started here on Anaheim Boulevard. One of the things I would like to see is if you would potentially consider helping us bring this up to a world-class training hub for hospitality positions. Is that something that you guys would consider contributing to Anaheim as part of this development agreement?
I'll go all the way back to sort of generally what we do from a workforce development perspective. And the organization that you refer to is something that we've been supporting for many years. So we've validated it, we vetted it, we believe in it. It is a terrific program. If the question is, are we very open-minded to what more could we do? I would say, of course we are. I'm not sure what that means at this moment, but we would be more than happy to sit down with the organization to try to understand their vision and how we could potentially help.
Perfect. And for me, I mean, it would be a city-run, Store One is city-run, and for me, it would look like dedicating some of the workforce development grants that you spoke of in your presentation, programming resources, the talent pipeline that you've created at Disney, I think would be instrumental in training the young people in Anaheim to help work in the resort district and get good-paying jobs. So that would be something I'd be interested in working with you on. And then just making sure the project is successful. And you know, if we are looking for additional resources or funding, that's something that we hope that Disney would come to the table with, even once this project is no longer before council.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think about it in a couple of different ways. Regardless of Disneyland Forward, this is a good organization and it's a good program and one that we believe in supporting. So if the question is, are we willing to do more? I think the answer is yes. If the question is specifically what resources can we bring to the table or what financial wherewithal, I think that's a little bit broader of a process, but it doesn't mean that we would exclude anything from the discussion.
Okay, perfect. And then I just want to touch on some of the community benefits that that I was really hoping that you guys would come to the table with a little more on the housing front. Although I do appreciate the $30 million that you're looking to invest in our housing trust, which I'm hoping our city will use for first-time home buyer programs. As you know, home ownership is the fastest way out of poverty. In my district, only 30% of the people here actually own a home. There's more renters, and I'd like to see that shift. But can you explain a little bit about the ATID and the commitment that Disney, based on the discussions that we had at the last workshop, what you guys are willing to do to support having a portion? And for those of you who don't know what the ATID is, it is a self-assessment that all of our hotels put upon themselves in the resort district to fund various things like marketing, transportation, and we're asking you to consider allocating a portion of that to housing for resort workers. So can you explain a little bit about what that looks like from a Disney perspective and how you'll support that?
Yes, I can. And before I do that, just one step backwards, which is we talk about the commitment of $30 million to affordable housing. Somebody mentioned it earlier, but the concept of that money is designed to be leveraged. And when you look at how funds like this get leveraged in other cities, what you typically see is a multiplier of 7. And so that 30 million potentially has the value of $200 million plus. When you get into the discussion of how many units will that create, there's a lot more units that could be created when it's leveraged effectively. And again, the housing trust that the city would create, would be the mechanism for figuring out how to go forward and leverage that. So that's not answering your question. I now want to come back to your question. So the ATID is something that we've had a number of conversations with other members of the resort community. We think that it is a wonderful solution to creating a sustainable flow of funds into affordable housing. If we can do that, where there's a set amount set aside each year for that as a sustainable revenue stream, then that money can be bonded and generate, again, a very high multiple of other opportunities for investment, regardless of how you want to use that investment, again, at your discretion. So we have said in writing that we would support the use of the ATID, or at least a portion of the use of the ATID, for a sustainable funding source for affordable housing. Now, we are not the sole decision maker. There are other members of the resort community that are part and parcel of that decision, but we are more than happy to take a leadership position saying that we support it and would ask people to follow our lead in that particular instance. I think that's a really, really sound approach for trying to find another revenue source for affordable housing for Anaheim.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear you say that, because I know that you guys will be generating a significant amount of jobs, but on the operations side, we both know that these tend to be lower paying jobs. In Anaheim, I would love to see a diversification of our employment, and that's something that we'll get from our economic development department. But having a sustainable funding source so that we could grow the opportunities for affordable housing. I heard a few residents talk about the need for that. And so the fact that you're willing to work with us and lead the other hoteliers to get us there, whether it's 5 million or 10 million, I'm not sure what the estimated amount it will generate every year, but that's something that is important to me and the people I represent.
And again, I think it's something we also think is important. We think it's a great role for Disney to take a leadership position in advocating for the use, or at least the use of a portion of that fund, and we would stand with you in trying to make that happen.
Well, thank you. And I have to tell you, I looked for reasons not to want to support this project, but as a person who was born and raised in Anaheim and also seeing what the resort district has become, my grandmother was a hotel worker before it was a resort district. There was just Dancing Waters was the only attraction there with one hotel, which was Disneyland Hotel. And to see the benefits to not only the people who I represent, but the city at large, not only the jobs that are going to get generated on the construction side, we have many people from labor here who are in support of this project. Also the workforce development initiatives, which I am in favor of, and I'm glad to hear that you're open to helping support Store One and helping us get that up and running in a sustainable manner. And then the community benefits, I will support this project as well, or this initiative. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Puri, I'd like you to step back forward, please. And can we go back to, you don't have to go far, go back one slide to slide 60. Dr. Puri, I'm not going to get into the conversation about whether you're going to, or whether you should have, disclosed all of your methodology or not. But I want you to look at the slide that is presented before you. And based upon your expertise in your hypothetical, okay, we're not looking at a hypothetical slide here. We're looking at what happened after every actual Disney investment.
Yeah.
Would you say, based upon your expertise and whatever computations that you make, would you say that what we might see in the future would be akin to what we've seen here? Meaning that every time there's been Disney investment, there has been added general fund dollars, tax increment.
The historical chart that you show is very representative of the growth that you can see in the future. But I would like to have my colleague, my friend, Aaron, to address the details of this. He has a lot of information and knowledge about the tax.
Well, there seems to be a lot of concern that we're not seeing everything. And I'm not sure whether I need to see everything because I see this. And every time that there's been Disney investment, the city benefits. And if you want to elaborate on that or say, yes, this is what you will likely see going forward, I think we'd all like to hear that.
I think he can provide you a lot more detail.
Okay. Thank you. So, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Fassel. Basically, what we did with our economic impact report was to project forward the impact of a theme park expansion. And one concern might be that tote revenue may not necessarily be affected by that, but as the theme park does expand, then as there's an increase in attendance, then these people need a place to stay. Hotel revenue would be increasing as a result of such expansion. So when we see expansion, it's not only that Disneyland expands, it's also historically hotels would be expanding as well, and that would be contributing to tote revenue, even if it's just a theme park expansion.
So I will take your last statement that you would see our past performance and you would expect to see something similar to that going forward. Or are you willing to say that?
Based on past projections, yes, expansion will allow tote revenue to continue to grow. That is what we did find, yes.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Puri. I'm not quite done yet. Ted, could you go back to slide 29? There has been a great deal of conversation about the Magic Way, certainly. We've heard that for quite some time from a large number of residents and other interested parties. And there seems to be some question about a couple of things having to do with Magic Way. Both the number of number of cars, as well as the cost, the estimated value of that, where we arrived at the 12 million, a little over $12 million. Can you tell us a little bit about the process by which the value, that Magic Way was evaluated?
So in the appraisal that was prepared, it was using standard appraisal technologies and methodologies. And so they looked at the amount of land that would be required. In Magic Way's case, that was just over 111,000 square feet of land. And they looked at comparable cells of property that would be comparable to the land that Magic Way is located on if it was being sold. And then they also factored in the fact that what the city actually owns on Magic Way is a roadway easement, not the fee interest, so not the entire property interest. And they looked at those comparable numbers and comparable cells, and then came up with the identification of the price per square foot that would apply to the land. It's very consistent with the way that the city appraises and values any land that is abandoned. And that is how they came up with the number. They used very standard appraisal methodologies.
Has been expressed concern that Disney paid for the appraisal, and therefore the appraisal is weighted towards Disney's benefit. Ted, has there been any other city, independent, third-party, peer review or something on this where we could determine independently that the $12 million seems to be a reasonable number or not?
Yes, we did have the study peer reviewed for the appropriate methodology, and that is included in and has been available for the public to review. It's we've made that part of the record and is available. And yes, we hired our own certified appraiser to review the study and concur with the methodology.
Okay, so we looked at the process and our independent appraiser came and stated that the Disney appraisal from CBRE, which has done work for City of Anaheim for years, was reasonable and essentially correct?
Correct.
Okay. All righty. I'd like to go back, and then I'll be done. I'd like to go back to the trip count on Magic Way, which is, I think, slide 39. Yeah. And I've heard a number of times sitting up here that study is flawed for lots of reasons. It was done in the rain and everything else. And did we, and you're just the person I would hope would step up there, thank you. Did we do any, again, independent, third party, separate from whatever Disney did, to confirm the traffic counts that were anywhere close to this?
Great question, Councilmember Fessel. Rafael Coben, City Traffic Engineer. So we not only did the Disney data collection effort encompass several days worth of data to check that statistical validity of the data that they collected, we as a city also went out and collected some data using our own equipment to be able to validate this data that was collected. That data was just used for the mere validation so that we can get an idea as to where on the spectrum was the data that they collected, and we were able to validate the data.
And if you say validate the data, that means it must come pretty close.
It did.
Okay, already. And I don't want to get into statistics. That was not one of my fortes. But that is something that you do, and if you say it came pretty close, that's good enough for me. Madam Mayor, I'm done at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember
Mayor,
Leon.
may I just interrupt since we had Raphael at the dais? Could we actually, we had a request for staff to clarify one comment that was made by one of the speakers regarding condition 30 and ingress for gate 26. For the record, please.
Great,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you, City Attorney Rob Favela. So a comment was made regarding the delivery gate on Walnut Street and the CEQA required analysis regarding that delivery gate. In 2013, there was a Senate Bill 743 that was passed that changed the way we look at traffic impacts in the entire state of California. It shifted the focus from a level of service analysis, which is what we typically look at, to what's called a vehicle miles traveled type of analysis. And that was just so the cities throughout the state and the traffic analysis throughout the state could be more aligned with the state's goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So as of 2020, that Senate bill became into law, and every single city in the state of California had to analyze the CEQA required traffic analysis, needed to be a vehicle miles traveled analysis. So with that being said, the specific operational things that we're talking about at the delivery gate would not be a VMT type of a study. The VMT analysis wouldn't change depending on how that gate would operate, would not change depending on how whether that gate is closed or not. From a vehicle miles traveled perspective, the project will still generate the same vehicle miles traveled. Now, putting CEQA aside, that's not a CEQA issue. We still, as a local jurisdiction, I as a city traffic engineer, is still something I'm going to be concerned about, and it's something that we work on with not only Disney, but every applicant to make sure that we're making sure that driveways are operating efficiently. But to the direct question, whether that is a CEQA-related matter, it is not.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask for the audience's patience. I know that it's been a long meeting. Trust me, your seats are more comfortable than ours. I have a few questions set, and I do appreciate all the time that you've taken to answer my questions. I think we were on the phone for a couple hours last week, and along with Steve. So I really appreciate that. I know a lot of work has gone into this. Can I ask you? I think it was slide 29, Councilmember Fessel asked for. So 18 million for the abandonment of those 3 streets, and then 21 million for the map streets. Can you clarify? I mean, map streets are like paper streets, right? Can you clarify what the difference is between those?
The difference between the two is that the Magic Way, Clementine, and Hotel Way are all existing streets with roadway easements that are utilized right now, whereas the map streets are future streets, segments, both on Gene Autry and a portion of Clementine. So they don't actually exist as streets right now.
And can you mention what you told me during the call in terms of typically with these agreements, what the typical approach for map streets is?
Yeah, there's a real range when it comes to valuing map streets. Map streets appear, for instance, in a circulation element of a general plan. And so sometimes a city will actually just amend the general plan without placing a dollar value on the fact that you either remove a street from a diagram or you add a street in there. And so the methodology for determining the value of map streets can vary greatly. Some cities would put that value at 0, and others, and in this case, it actually has a value associated with it that the appraisers identified.
Thank you. Ted, one of the slides mentioned sewer replacement costing $10 million, and I believe I heard you say that there's some cost sharing in terms of that. Can you speak to what that looks like or what that is?
I would have Rudy Amami come and speak to that.
Currently, the cost estimate we have is for that sewer project to be in the range of about $12 million, $12 to $14 million. We're in the design phase right now, and that sewer improvement is not just for the resort area, but it actually covers a larger range of the city, all the way up to the area we're in right now, the center city area. So we're doing a sewer expansion for our master plan of the area. That's why there's a contribution from the city sewer program as well. So it's a cost-sharing arrangement. Disney would be contributing $10 million, and then our sewer program would be contributing the remaining portion.
Got it. But that sewer replacement isn't just limited to the resort. That would span across closer to, I guess, my neighborhood in District 2. That's why it's the cost sharing, because it's not just limited to the resort area per se. Is that correct?
It wouldn't go to District 2. It's just upstream of the resort. It goes up Catella and up Anaheim Boulevard. So it's a deficiency that we have. So we're building that capacity for future growth along Anaheim Boulevard and other areas as well.
Got it. Fun fact, 9th Street is the little chunk of District 2, just FYI. Well, it borders it. It borders it. So fair enough.
It flows the other way.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Rudy. Ted, I missed one question on slide 29. Can you share what those funds that the city would receive in total, where those go to?
Yes, the 21 million and change there for the mapped streets per the agreement are designated for transportation improvements. It's under the category of the East-West Connector. That's certainly the one of the areas that we would like to use that money to help fund would be the East-West Connector, connecting the resort, the Platinum Triangle, and over to Arctic, to the transportation center. The other revenue is certainly through discussions. We've talked about wanting to use that funding for transportation improvements, but per the development agreement, it's unobligated revenue that would come into the general fund, and there would be discretion for how that money is spent.
Got it. Thank you. There was a slide about the general plan circulation element. I didn't get the slide number, but it had the current lane structure and the proposed lane structure. There we go. Can you don't have to go through all of them, but can you kind of just, what's the difference in terms of what's proposed and adopted?
Great question, Councilmember Leon. So really what we're highlighting here is with the proposal to remove the extension to Gene Autry between Harbor and Hastur, right? The two abutting intersections would look completely different. So what we're showing is what the adopted is what it looks like when it was assumed that Gene Autry would punch through, and what the proposed is what it would look like when it doesn't punch through. So obviously Disney will still have some access points, right, at those locations, at some of those locations, but it won't look as robust as it would have had Gene Autry gone all the way through.
Got it. And if Gene Autry had gone all the way through, my understanding, there's a whole neighborhood or complexes there that would have been basically removed and people would have had to move out. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Thank you. Ted, pedestrian bridges, can you clarify? Because I know we just approved a study, and I believe those are coming from ATID funds. Can you clarify, are pedestrian bridges part of this development agreement? How does it kind of, does it intertwine? What's the relationship and what's the plan, I guess, for those future pedestrian bridges that we're studying? Are those going to be ATID funds? Are those Disney funded? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so there's a number of pedestrian bridges that we are thinking about, and we have a general idea of where they will be, and there'll be further study on those bridges. There's one bridge in particular on what we'll call the North Harbor Bridge, the furthermost harbor bridge that will connect the future eastern gateway or parking structure that Disney plans to build. That one, Disney will be responsible for constructing and funding, but the other bridges will be part of the future ATID funding, and ATID would fund, or will also pursue grants and other funding sources as well.
Got it. Thank you. And then Ted, I keep going back to the Magic Way Street appraisals. Reading through the development agreement, it states that if Magic Way is not used or not abandoned in a span of, remind me the years, But then if they don't abandon the street in that time frame, then a reappraisal has to be done.
Correct. So they have the option to abandon for a period of 20 years, but if they choose not to abandon until after year 10, then it would be reappraised, and the cost paid would be the higher of the two.
Got it. Thank you. And then Grace, I know that you're all the way in the back, but if you have, I have a question for you as it relates to housing. On average, do you have any ballpark or any numbers in terms of how much outside funds our own housing and community development team is able to bring in on an annual basis?
On an annual basis for the provision of affordable housing right now, it's in the magnitude of about $4 million. $1 million, approximately a little bit more, comes from the Home Partnership Act, and another $3 million comes from a recording fee tax that was implemented in 2019.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to make you walk all the way over
That's
here
okay.
for that. I appreciate that information. Just a few more questions for the applicant, and this may be for you, Ken, or somebody from your team. Page 50, the development agreement focuses on, or there's a line in there that says there's a focused recruitment program targeted to Anaheim residents for employment opportunities. Can you speak to us to what that is or what that looks like?
One second, sorry, we're just looking that up.
No worries.
I don't have the agreement in front of me. I can grab it from my file, but what was the exact section you had a question on?
3.1.16, employment, talks about October 1996. There's a job program, job opportunities for Anaheim residents to recruit Anaheim residents.
Yeah, so this is all part of the workforce development program, I believe that Councilmember Rucal asked about. Yes, this is actually an obligation that's carried forward from the existing development agreement that Disney is going to be continuing. Is that the nature of the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, that is an obligation in the existing agreement which will be carried forward for an additional 40 years as part of this agreement, sir.
Got it. Thank you. Two more quick questions. One of my constituents actually brought up rental assistance programs that other companies and organizations have implemented. Is that something that you would consider doing for some of your employees? Is that something that you might be able to consider for the hourly workers in our city?
Thank you, Council Leon. I think, as we mentioned before, our focus for our company is providing multiple benefits to our cast members, including our opportunity to continue developing them so they can move up through the organization and provide them with education through the Aspire program. So, as I mentioned, our goal is to continue reinvesting in them so they develop within their career.
Okay, thank you. And then do you currently have any, recognizing that traffic in the area, a lot of it is for guests that are attending Disneyland, do you have any current programs or any plans to create programs for employees, either carpool programs or something that mitigates traffic concerns, encourages alternative forms of transportation?
We actually do have multiple programs that really encourage carpool rideshare programs, biking to work programs, and I think in one of our other sessions we talked robustly about all of those programs, which really do encourage our cast members to take vehicles off the road and bike and walk and carpool over to work.
Got it. Thank you. You're good. You can sit down. I appreciate it. I'll end with this. First, I do want to acknowledge again the work of our staff they have been working hard on this project. I do thank every single resident that came out to public comments, submitted comments digitally. I know that we got a lot of emails in our inboxes around this. For me today, I think that the first 10 years of this sound great. And if this were a 10-year development agreement, I think it would be a much easier yes from me. I probably have still the same amount of questions, but I don't have issues with the land use. It sounds like direct resident feedback has been taken into account. The struggle that I have, the hesitation I have, is what comes after those 10 years. And I've shared this with you, Ken. We've had a conversation, I think, last week about this, the unknowns. And my concern is that this agreement, similar to the 96 agreement, is binding future councils to an economy that we have no idea what it'll be, where your company will be, what the board looks like. There's a lot of unknowns. I do appreciate, Ken, the fact that you came out and walked one of our District 2 neighborhoods with me. You had an opportunity to see some of the conditions that many of our Anaheim youth are growing up in. You saw some of the playgrounds that they're playing in. There are 30-plus neighborhoods that are just like that. High density, low income. It's not uncommon to have 5, 10, even 13 people, as was shared with us in one of the cases, 13 people living in a one-bedroom apartment. And all of this is just a stone's throw away from Disneyland. And I think it's fair to say that we, all of us, have a lot more work to do. This proposal includes $1.9 billion of private investment into our city without bonds being issued, without taxpayer dollars or anything from the general fund being used, nor does it ask for any of the revenues we should be seeing in the next few years from the LPMR bonds that are being paid off. As of right now, I don't know of any other private investment of that magnitude that can compete. What I would like from staff is a plan on progress reports moving forward. For me, a development agreement of this length should not only be an annual report. I know we do the annual receive and file that gets put in on the consent calendar. I would like something to be more robust than just that. It could be a workshop, community meeting. I'd prefer a workshop at the council meetings at the 5-year mark of this agreement, which outlines what progress has been made, what the next 5 years will bring us, and so forth. Because I think there needs to be a way that we as a council and future councils, and most importantly, our residents, have a comprehensive understanding of what is happening. And I believe this should be the norm for any long-term development agreement that we consider moving forward. To the applicant, Mr. Potrock, I said I'm going to take you at your word that this isn't the end of the conversation, because I think we can do better to ensure that all families in our city have the highest quality of life, and that not only we're working together to help address the day-to-day issues that we're living through now, but that we're also preparing for those of tomorrow. And I hope and trust that you'll be as eager to take our calls after this meeting as you have been before this meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Leon. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's going to take me a while here. So we train our employees not to argue with our customers, our residents. They're trained to take the heat. They explain to our residents, they put the fact in front of them, but they don't argue. A comment was made about Ted White that he lied. Ted, I know your character, I know your integrity. I stand by you. Ted White did not lie about anything here. In fact, I see city manager's office here, I see finance, public works, public utilities, I see police, I see fire, community services, economic development, housing. I put my hands in the fire for you guys. I know your integrity. I know who you are. You don't deserve to be called corrupt. You don't deserve to be called liars. You are not. You have a lot of integrity, and I stand by you. That's my first point. I have the duty to analyze the information given to me and stick it to the facts. I cannot base my decision based on fear, emotions, it's also, this is not a popularity context. I have to stick to the facts. The California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, is always paid by the applicant. I received emails accusing the city that why Disney is paying for the CEQA. Well, always the applicant pay for CEQA. In Miami, the city would pay for every application for CEQA. The city would be broke. It was reviewed according to the law. A subsequent report was issued. All findings were mitigated and addressed, every single one. More emails that I received saying that Disney Forward proposal raises concern about community displacement. Zero community displacement. Traffic congestions. Actually, traffic gonna be reduced. It's gonna be a parking structure built on the east side of Disneyland that's gonna have direct access to the freeway. That's gonna reduce traffic on Catella, gonna reduce traffic on Bow Road, and more specifically, gonna reduce traffic on Walnut. It's gonna reduce traffic on Walnut. That's amazing. Also, the gate that's gonna be eventually completely closed, that's gonna reduce even more traffic in Walnut. And then, Walnut gonna have a direct pedestrian access to downtown Disney. That's a blessing. I wish I would live in that area. The big issue also that have been raised is magic weight, 1,150 feet. Disney will pay a lot of money for that section. Also that this expansion doesn't need magic weight. Wrong. This expansion needs magic weight. I don't know anybody here have ever been in the Orange County Water District or Orange County Sanitation District? You had internal roads. It's called service roads. Well, trash had to be picked up. Food had to be delivered. Cars had to have access to repairs and maintenance. Well, that street, magic weight, gonna be part of that. Disney also will have to invest $45 million in traffic improvement, beside the money they are paying for magic weight. I hear also from some residents that don't understand economics, asking for more resources to the residents and not to Disney. I have bad news for you. No economic growth means no resources for our residents. If you don't believe me, you can move to Cuba, to Venezuela, and you're gonna learn what I'm saying here really fast, where 92% of the Cuban population is poor because there's no economic growth. So we want to give resources to the residents, let the economy grow. The merits for this proposal are enough for me to say yes. But it goes beyond that. $30 million for affordable housing, that could actually mean about 1,000 units, affordable housing. $8 million for public parks, no string attached to the city. That's good. 9,000 construction jobs, union jobs. By the way, these union jobs had retirement, they have pensions. That's a blessing. We all gonna get old, and we need those pensions when we get old. 4,500 new jobs, jobs that could lead to careers. And by the way, you get a job in Disney, you can go to college for free. Man, I wish my kid would work for Disney. It costed me a fortune to send my kid to school. No, it's a big benefit. It's a huge benefit. It's amazing. It's having a huge impact in small businesses, not just in the Anaheim area, Garden Grove, Buena Park, Orange, all around. The small business is gonna grow because the amount of tourists that's coming here. By the way, those union jobs that get well paid, they're gonna go to restaurant, they're gonna go to dry cleaners, they're gonna invest in the city. So before the expansion of downtown Disney and California Venture, the contribution for the resort area was 11% to the city. After the expansion is 31%. It would be 60% in the future, $200 million a year. Most cities around us gonna be envy of us. I like this one. One of the biggest heat producers that create global warming is parking lot. That black asphalt generates a lot of heat. So this project will take a lot of asphalt parking lots and build a parking structure that is white, that's gonna reduce the heat that we emit into the area. Finally, I wanna say this. I met with Disney twice. They presented their plans to me. At no time, at no moment, it was a pressure to me, hey, how you gonna vote? You need to vote this way. Never, not even a little bit of pressure, and I appreciate that. This is what we wanna build. This is just your information. Get out of the office, and you'll make your own decision. I appreciate that. With that, Mayor, I need to make it clear enough, I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a blessing and a curse to go last, because it's a blessing in that I get to hear a lot of thoughtful comments and questions from my council colleagues, but it's a curse because they took all my good questions. And I also know I'm the only thing standing between a lot of y'all and your pillows. So if you could just, I just have a couple of follow-up questions to some of the really good points my colleagues raised. Ted, I wanted to just touch on some of the comments that were raised about administrative review and why each phase as this rolls out is not coming back before council for approval. Can you just go through that and just highlight what type of measures we have to protect us from unfettered development or things that are not in alignment with our goal and our development agreement?
Thank you for the question. So yes, we took a lot of time knowing that on the table from Disney was a request to move certain types of projects from a discretionary review to an administrative or ministerial review. And so we spent a lot of time looking at development standards, proximity for the adjacency to residential uses. So I went through some of those new development standards related to height, related to screening, related to sound attenuation, and related to architectural treatments as well, to make sure that that the magic in Disney won't just be facing inward, but will also be facing outward. So we spent a lot of time with that. An example of a type of project that did require discretionary review or would require discretionary review currently and would not in the future is a DVC timeshare project, for example. Currently, you would need to get a conditional use permit in order to do a timeshare type of product within the specific plan, and in the future you would not. You'd be able to. Now, one thing that's important to note is that there is a lot of administrative or ministerial review that already happens within Disney properties. Star Wars land, the expansion of Star Wars land did not require council or commission review. That was done as part of it. And so we would continue to see those types of projects be able to be done at a staff level following all of the required development standards, mitigation measures, conditions of approval, and all the terms and conditions of the development agreement as well.
Thank you. And I think that's important to highlight, that not everything is going to come back to us, but there still is going to be a lot of levels of protections for the residents and for the neighborhoods, that we are sticking to the plan that we rolled out as part of this process. This is a small point I just wanted to highlight for the Disney team. You mentioned that there's going to be a hotline or a phone for residents to call during construction in case there's some issues. I had some conversations with residents in the neighborhood about after-hours events, and as we are adding as you are adding after-hours events, there also is some noise concerns. Is this type of hotline something that could exist 365 days a year so that people that are in those neighborhoods right next to the park can also just call and report if noise levels are not what they're regularly used to?
Absolutely, Mary Aiken. I apologize if I wasn't clear on that. That hotline is active during construction, and it's going to continue throughout the life of the project. So even during operations. So if there's an issue with an event 8 years from now, when there's no construction going on, they call the hotline.
And it's staffed up until the point where guests are no longer in the park or in the adjacent area?
It will be staffed 24/7. There will be a live body that somebody can get to.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Ted, I wanted to follow up on something Councilmember Diaz raised about the transportation funds. We talk a lot about trying to mitigate some of the traffic issues that are going to be in and around the resort area. But one of the things we've talked about for a very long time is also trying to do larger scale projects like connecting Arctic to the resort area and having different types of modal transportation around the area. What type of protections for these funds that we are getting from this project, how do we guarantee that those are going to be spent in the resort district and some of it will be set aside for larger transportation projects that we know we are going to need in the next coming years as not just this project, but other projects in Anaheim come online?
Yeah, I think it's really on two levels. The first one is for the MAP segments, so the 21.4 million, that is under the terms of the development agreement specifically allocated for transportation improvements, including, as Ted indicated, as matching money for the east-west connector. So those funds are limited by the DA, and that's enforceable both by the city and by Disney as a commitment. The remaining funds are, as Ted has indicated, there's been internal discussions about using those for transportation, but the DA doesn't obligate that. So those remain within the discretion of the city council as general fund revenue. So as the council decides to allocate those, that's how those funds would be used.
Okay, just following up on Councilmember Leon's idea about having updates on where we are with some of these funds that are allocated for specific uses. I would like to make sure we're really being thoughtful about these transportation dollars because I think we've been talking about an east-west connector since I was in high school, and I'm clearly way out of high school. And so I'd like to just be thoughtful going forward that we are thinking big about how we are going to give long-term solutions to moving people not just around the resort district, but our workers to those last mile areas so that they can get to their homes and potentially not be solely reliant on driving into the resort district to get to their jobs and tourists to get around not only the resort area, but get to transportation hubs like Arctic. And then last, I just wanted to touch on, Councilmember Rubalcaba raised a lot of good questions about ongoing funding streams for housing. And I think over the last couple of years, at district meetings, community outreach events, going and talking just to residents in informal ways, when we talk about this project, it always goes back to the cost of housing. And what are we going to do to alleviate not just the cost of housing for residents that are already here, but the cost of housing for new employees, and how are we ensuring that people can live where they work. And so I appreciate, I know it was mentioned tonight that Mr. Potrock did write a letter that we are hopefully going to be included as part of this public record, committing to exploring what we're doing with the ATID dollars. And as my colleague explained, it is a self-assessment, and what started off as just a few $1 million now on a year-over-year basis is about $20 to $22 million a year. And so my ask just to Mr. Potrock, I think there's a difference between saying that you are going to support a concept and advocating for a concept. And so even if we look at those ATID dollars as 10% a year going forward, you're looking at $3.5 to $4 million as an ongoing funding stream for our housing trust once we set it up. And so I hope that we can partner. It's obviously very important to not only me, but all of my council colleagues. But I just think it's a win for the community. So thank you so much for the support of the concept. And I look forward to you being a fellow advocate with us to look at all different options on how we are going to fund the housing trust that we are hopefully going to set up. And so in conclusion, I want to echo my council colleagues in thanking everyone that was here tonight, including our staff and the amazing work that they have done over the last few years, our public safety officers, as well as our security outside that managed the large amount of people that were here tonight. We had our nonprofit sectors, we had our veteran community, our business community, our labor family in the house. But to me, most importantly, I just want to really thank all the residents that are here tonight, who have written letters, who have attended the district meetings with us, the planning and council workshops, as well as our community open houses and a lot of the other different outreach methods that we had. And just thank you to those that came out and spoke tonight. I have spent a lot of time on the other side of that podium as an active resident before I was elected, and I know it is not an easy thing to do to come up to that microphone and share your thoughts with us. So thank you very much for being here. And tonight is a decision that has weighed very heavily on my mind, because I'm always trying to ask myself, how can we do the most good? And while my expectation has never been that we are going to get the unanimous support of the city of our size, of a city of approximately 350,000 residents, I think as a mayor and council, it's important to all of us to make sure that everyone's voice is heard and everyone's questions have an opportunity to be addressed. And so thank you again to Ted and your team for putting a lot of those recent issues in the staff report and a lot of those recent questions that were brought up in our recent forums and addressing them and working with the Disney team to try to just solve the problems that we know right in front of us we can solve. Our job up here is to make balanced decision making. And so we need to look at the impacts that happen in the impacted neighborhoods that surround the park, obviously the economic impact, the environmental impacts, the creation of jobs, not just for Anaheim folks, but for Orange County residents, and not just the jobs that we're creating and building it, but the jobs and the wages of those that are going to be working there in the next couple decades, long after the project is done being built. And I can honestly say that when these documents, and when I first met with the team several years ago, I raised a lot of concerns that I have raised on other projects. I was very skeptical. Again, from the other side of that podium, I have always been against issues like subsidies to the major corporations. Not having the community outreach that we should, squabbling about, are we actually getting fair market value for the land? And are we doing all of the proper procedures with our environmental documents that are required? And are we following all of those procedures? And I can say, as someone that has been a quite vocal critic in the past of some of these projects, I have been really surprised in doing my due diligence and reading thousands of pages of documents that this project will bring a benefit to our community, not just in the near future, but in decades to come. And somebody brought it up from the dais today, and it really sat with me, where she just said, how is this going to help me? How does this project make my neighborhood better? And I do believe that the success of Disneyland Forward provides a really important way for us to build affordable housing, for us to invest in making our parks in every single district better. It gives us those resources for police and fire and helps us improve infrastructure that we know we need to do better on. And make no mistake, my support of this project does not for a minute alleviate me or I think our Disney family from continuing to monitor problems as they come up. But when we have unexpected impacts that come from now and as we continue conversations with those impacted neighborhoods, as unexpected impacts come up, I think we as a city need to partner with the Disneyland Resort in solving them, not having both our neighborhoods and the city and the resort exist in silos. And I think we've had a really firm commitment from Disneyland to be that partner and to continue to address issues in the community as they come forward. And so it really just leads me to the conclusion that allowing Disneyland to grow ensures that Anaheim thrives. And so I will be supporting this project today. So seeing no other calls for discussion, Councilmember Meeks did make a motion and there is a second. So I would like to call for a vote. Do you have
Oh, you seconded it already? Oh.
So I would ask everyone to please vote.
A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim, A, certifying a final subsequent environmental impact report number 352, B, adopting findings and statement of overriding considerations in connection therewith, and C, adopting a mitigation monitoring program number 387 for the Disneyland Forward project and a required related discretionary actions. A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim, amending the general plan land use and circulation elements and the city's bicycle master plan. A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting amendment number 6 to the Anaheim Resort Public Realm Landscape Program. A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting amendment number 4 to the Anaheim Resort Identity Program. A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim vacating a portion of Magic Way lying between Walnut Street and Disneyland Drive in connection with the Disneyland Forward project. Development application number 2021-00069, abandoned number ABA 2024-00427. A resolution, City Council of the City of Anaheim vacating a portion of Clementine Street lying south of Cattell Avenue in conjunction with Disneyland Forward project development application number 2021-00069, abandoned number ABA 2024-00428. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim vacating a portion of Hotel Way lying north of Disney Way in conjunction with the Disneyland Forward project development application number 2021-00069, abandoned number ABA 2024-00426. And this includes introduction of the ordinances as well as improvement of agreement for the fire and paramedic services in agreement with the heightened police services with Disneyland Resort pursuant to the First Amendment and Restated Development Agreement number 96-01.
And that's why she's the best. That's why she's the best in the state, right there.
Clerk of the Year, coming in strong.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So I'm going to apologize to my council colleagues. I'm going to ask us to reconsider item number 12. Councilmember Leon did highlight that there was a issue in the description. So Mr. City Attorney, I would just like to bring that back up just to correct that so that there's a clear record of what we are voting on and what the parcel is.
Right, so first I would be a motion to reconsider, which would require a second.
Okay.
Vote on the motion to reconsider. If that's approved, then you would re-vote on item 12 with an amendment.
Wonderful. I'll make the motion to reconsider. Second by Councilmember Diaz. So please vote.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
And then someone would make a motion to approve item 12 with the correction that the abandonment is for, or the public hearing is for the vacation of the street lying west of Brookhurst Street rather than east of Brookhurst Street.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
Congratulations, historic. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of City of Anaheim declaring its intention to consider the vacation of certain public streets and highways and easements, abandon number ABA 2023-00414, described as a segment of Orange Avenue lying west of Brookhurst Street and directly adjacent to Lot 2 of tract number 19192, consisting of approximately 1,952 square feet. And this is a public hearing scheduled for May 21st, 2024, and noting for the record that the resolution will be amended as it's stated in the exhibit to read west of Brookhurst Street.
Thank you, Clerk. Next, we're going to do a report on closed session.
I'm sorry, Mayor, one quick thing, just, and that the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you, Clerk. So next is our closed session report. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
No reportable action, Mayor.
And Clerk, we do not have any remaining public speakers from our first section, correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
So we had council communications that was moved to the end of our agenda, and then we will follow that up with future agenda requests. So if anyone has something for council communications, please weigh in. Councilmember Fessel.
I'll be very brief here. I think there's one brief slide, if they can pull it up.
I don't even know.
Maybe. By the way, Madam Mayor, I'd like if we can, we just heard today the loss of David Hill, which was our past Anaheim Human Resources Director. If we can adjourn in his memory today. Dave, I think we all remember Dave pretty fondly. He was very, very active in the community, did a great job for Anaheim, and we just heard that he passed this last Saturday. As far as, I'm going to put this Be Well hat on, as a matter of fact. Orange County Family Justice Center had their first community resource fair last week. My wife Susan, as some of you know, sits on their board, and it was a great event. And I just want to thank all the participating agencies that were there. Be Well was certainly there, and that's why I walked out with a hat. Okay, and they help so many families here in Anaheim and greater North Orange County, and at a point where they're desperate. And I've been very, very pleased to have been connected with them. So that's all. Let's see, was there anything else? Oh, and of course, congratulations, Teresa. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll skip some stuff. Just inviting the public over to a couple of events this weekend, starting with the AUHSD Steamapalooza. That's going to be happening over at Laura High School this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., as well as the Show Off West Anaheim event at Maxwell Park, also on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And hope whoever's still watching this is able to stop by and say hello to our District 2 team at these events. And I'll conclude with just looking forward to seeing everyone at our second annual Children's Day Fun Fair on Saturday, April 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Barton Park. We've got prizes, resources, activities, and ice cream, and we hope to see you there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any future agenda items that council colleagues would like to agendize? Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you. I'd like to agendize an economic development strategic plan overview. And then I'd also like an update on the training that Anaheim PD is getting for autism awareness. My brother is autistic, so it's important to me to know that our police department is upskilling to handle these types of individuals. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Fessel.
Very briefly, I was already talking about Be Well. We have a partnership with them. I'd like to agendize a update and have their new executive director maybe present, a few minutes to us at some appropriate time to be determined by the city manager. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Well, with no other business before the council, I'd like to conclude this meeting in memory of Mr. David Hill, and we stand adjourned until May 7th. Good morning, everyone, and good night.